All right, good morning, everyone. If you're still in the foyer, if you could join us in the main room, that'd be great. Welcome to the Global Taiwan Institute's 2022 Annual Symposium, US-Taiwan Relations Advancing a Rules-Based International Order. My name is Zoe Weaver-Lee. I'm a program assistant here at GTI, and I'll be your MC for today. GTI is a 501c3 think tank dedicated to insightful research on policy issues related to Taiwan and the world. Our mission is to enhance the relationship between Taiwan and other countries, especially the United States, through policy research and programs that promote better public understanding about Taiwan and its people. To realize the vision and the mission of GTI, we have several core programs. The Global Taiwan Brief, which you might have seen a sample at the check-in table, is a biweekly publication featuring timely expert analysis on various policy-related issues. Public seminars, which allow the broader policy community to engage in important discussions related to Taiwan. 3 podcasts, which include GTI Insights, Taiwan Security Review, and our newest, which is Taiwan Salon. Occasional reports, which allow us to provide more in-depth research. And finally, our cultural programs, such as the Taiwanese Film Week, which will be coming up later this month. So if you're not subscribed to receive our updates already, be sure you do that. There will be an important announcement coming out soon. If you have not done so already, please be sure to stop by the registration table outside these main doors to pick up a sample of our Global Taiwan Brief, a copy of our compendium, and a handbook for today's festivities. We have a lot to cover today, so without further ado, I am honored to introduce and welcome to the stage the chair of GTI's Board of Directors, Jennifer Hu.
Good morning, everyone. Hope that you've all had some caffeine and pastries outside, and if you have not, we still have a minute to grab them before I start. I wanted to extend my warmest welcome to everyone in the room, as well as those who are joining us virtually. A good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are. And thank you so much for joining us today at this year's annual symposium. To begin, I'd like to take a minute to thank everyone involved with putting together this event. On behalf of the Global Taiwan Institute's co-founders and board of directors, I would like to thank our advisors and our team of staff and interns for your hard work and dedication. Thank you also to all of our distinguished speakers and panelists for taking the time out of your busy schedules to be here with us today. A big thank you to TechRo for facilitating the incredible lineup to start the symposium. Thank you also to our friends and supporters in the US, Taiwan, and around the world. And we are humbled by your support for our work. And finally, to the great team here at this beautiful facility for helping us with today's event. I just want to say how wonderful it is to see everybody in person. And it's great to have so many of you joining us this morning. After 2 long years of social distancing and virtual meetings, being able to engage with all of you face-to-face at our flagship annual symposium really does feel special. We've always felt that the greatest strength of this event is its ability to inspire open and spirited debate among a wide range of policy experts and practitioners, and we hope today's event will continue this tradition. This year's theme is US-Taiwan Relations, Advancing a Rules-Based International Order. GTI was established to strengthen US-Taiwan relations. And the US-Taiwan relationship is stronger than ever. We are grateful for the administration's commitment to preserving peace and security, stability across the Taiwan Strait, and for maintaining a free and open Indo-Pacific. We also appreciate bipartisan support in Congress to continue elevating Taiwan. In the shadow of China's escalating threats, Taiwan has continued to flourish as a vibrant democracy with an active civil society, a highly advanced economy, and a strong and enduring commitment to human rights. These are things that make Taiwan strong and special, and that make our work here at GTI so rewarding. International events in the past 2 years have underscored Taiwan's important role in the global community and economy. The coronavirus pandemic exposed weaknesses in the global health system and supply chain. Taiwan's exemplary response to COVID-19 has shown that it can be a valuable member of the international community. In March, Russia's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine provided yet another challenge to the rules-based international order. The invasion further elevates the importance of the democratic alliance around the world and has demonstrated the necessity of safeguarding democracies from authoritarian attacks. Also, China's recent military drills around Taiwan after House Speaker Pelosi's visit and Chinese fighter jets' frequent push across the Taiwan Strait's median line jeopardized peace and security in the Indo-Pacific and challenged the rules-based international order. Despite all these challenges, with its open, transparent democracy, economic strength, strong commitment to human rights, and resilient people, Taiwan can continue to play a leading role in the global community. More recently, it's been so encouraging to see nations around the world expanding their relationships with Taiwan. Just in the last year, 14 high-level visits from very high-level delegations have visited Taiwan, including groups from the US, Japan, Lithuania, the Czech Republic, the UK, France, and Germany. And of course, this number includes several prominent figures from the US Congress, most notably House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. All of these visits suggest that like-minded countries are willing to stand up for Taiwan and stand with the Taiwanese people. Here at GTI, we have also benefited from the heightened interest in Taiwan, as we've been honored to host several high-level delegations at our office, including senior officials from the Czech Republic, the European Union, and Taiwan. I also want to highlight GTI's newest initiative, led by former National Security Advisor Robert O'Brien. Our bipartisan task force on US-Taiwan relations in the 21st century brings together a group of experts to provide recommendations for strengthening ties between the United States and Taiwan. And you'll be hearing from some of the task force members here today. With all this in mind, we're so excited to be able to convene this distinguished group of panelists and speakers here today to discuss the past, present, and future of Taiwan. Moreover, we are truly honored to feature Taiwan's President Tsai Ing-wen as a keynote speaker for today's event for the very first time in GTI's history. Our deepest gratitude to President Tsai for her remarkable leadership in safeguarding Taiwan's democracy and for speaking and addressing at this year's symposium. And now, without further ado, I'm honored to turn things over to GTI's strong supporter, the incomparable Beacon, for her videotaped remarks. Currently serving as Taiwan's top diplomat to the United States, Ambassador Xiao has always played an enormous role in the US-Taiwan relations. She's an incredible advocate for Taiwan around the world, and we're so thankful she's able to share her time with us today. Thank you.
Chair Jennifer Hu of the Global Taiwan Institute, Executive Director Russell Xiao, friends and colleagues, good morning. I'm delighted to speak at the Global Taiwan Institute's annual symposium, and I would first like to thank the GTI for hosting this symposium for 6 persistent years and for its research on these critical issues, from lessons learned from Russia's invasion of Ukraine, advancing regional economic and trade, to strengthening global solidarity and partnership. GTI was born in the same year of 2016 as President Tsai took office. Looking back, it is striking to see how much has changed since then. For GTI, Russell has gone from a young law school graduate to an influential thought leader. GTI's founding chairman, Robert Lai, left us, but his legacy continues to inspire us. More recently, GTI launched a distinguished bipartisan task force chaired by former National Security Advisor Robert O'Brien. I can't thank you enough for your passion, dedication, and the valuable role you play to help deepen the understanding and strengthen the relationship of Taiwan, its people and culture, with the United States and the international community. For Taiwan, despite the volatile evolution of global events and all the geostrategic challenges we face, our relationship with the United States remains as rock solid as it has ever been. Building on the bedrock of the Taiwan Relations Act and six assurances, our shared values of freedom and democracy, deep economic links, and strong people-to-people ties continue to be the impetus driving our partnership in depth and breadth. However, Beijing's crackdown on Hong Kong's autonomy, Xi and Putin's declaration of unlimited partnership prior to Russia's unjust and unprovoked war against Ukraine, and China's overreactions and dangerous provocations using Speaker Pelosi's visit as pretext, all spur a greater sense of urgency. Our first and foremost priority is therefore fortifying our national defense. Our collaboration with the United States is central to our security. The rules-based international order and a free and open Indo-Pacific. We are grateful for the Biden administration's strong support through public statements and concrete actions, which include regularly announcing arms sales to provide Taiwan with sufficient defense capabilities, conducting freedom of navigation operations to ensure critical sea lanes remain free and open, and also working with like-minded counterparts to highlight the importance of preserving peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait, as we have seen in the G7 foreign ministers' statement. In response to the devastating impacts of recent global crises, fostering economic resilience has also become our priority. Deepening our long-standing and vibrant trade relationship with the U.S., our second largest trading partner, is imperative to this effort. Coming up, there will be a series of important events that highlight progress in our relationship. First of all, next week, we will convene our first ever Taiwan Expo in the United States, right here in DC at the Reagan International Trade Center. I sincerely invite all of you to check out this cutting-edge expo that will showcase the best of Taiwan, including EVs, 5G mobile networks, smart appliances, metaverse, smart health, and biomedicine, our world-famous cuisine, culture, and much more. Secondly, we will be commencing trade negotiations under the auspices of the US-Taiwan Initiative on 21st Century Trade. We hope these negotiations will lead to fruitful agreements that help Taiwan further diversify and integrate its economy with the rest of the world. Another ongoing priority is Taiwan's international space. It's a growing concern of the international community that saw Taiwan's exclusion from the World Health Organization during the global COVID-19 pandemic. And more recently, the PRC's escalatory military exercises that clearly undermine the UN Charter, which stipulates that disputes shall be resolved through peaceful means. China's weaponization of the UN Resolution 2758 and its lawfare on the so-called One China principle would only gravitate more international support towards Taiwan. Taiwan is a force for good, and the 23 million Taiwanese people deserve a voice. Keeping Taiwan free, secure, and dignified requires all efforts home and abroad. I want to reiterate my deepest gratitude to all of you, including many of you who will be speaking from this podium today, for being a great partner for diplomacy and for being the strongest supporters for Taiwan. Thank you on behalf of Team TechRow, and my best wishes to a successful symposium today.
Well, our deepest thanks to Ambassador Xiao for those very kind and personal opening remarks. Both here in DC and throughout the United States, Ambassador Xiao has been a tireless and powerful diplomatic voice in helping to broaden and deepen the governmental and people-to-people relations between the United States and Taiwan. And those relations are set to grow only stronger under her direction. I can't help but get a little sentimental when looking back, as the ambassador noted, at GTI's own journey from a small startup think tank to being recognized, in the words of former National Security Advisor Robert O'Brien, as occupying, and I quote, a unique place in Washington as the only think tank focused entirely on US-Taiwan relations, end quote. And as I look across the room today and from the registered attendees that are joining us online, from former staff members as well as interns, I just want to make a note that that credit belongs to you as well. And I'm confident with the leadership of our new board chair, Jennifer Hu, who spearheaded the task force initiative, there's only more room for GTI to grow. And on that road, we look forward to continuing our cooperation with Ambassador Xiao and TECRO to further GTI's mission to enhance US-Taiwan relationship and Taiwan's relationship with the world by contributing to a more informed discussion about Taiwan. So now it is my distinct honor to introduce our opening keynote speech by Her Excellency President Tsai Ing-wen of the Republic of China, Taiwan. This would be considered the honor of any foreign policy institute here in Washington, D.C., but it is especially a privilege for us here at GTI given our special mandate. GTI had the privilege of virtually hosting Taiwanese Foreign Minister Joseph Wu at our previous annual symposiums. So it is a particular source of pride for us this year as we celebrate 6 years since our launch to be able to count ourselves among a very select handful of think tanks in Washington, D.C. that are fortunate enough to be able to feature the President of Taiwan. Here, I want to thank Ambassador Xiao and her great team at TECRO again, in particular, Iris Shaw and Jeff Wu, for helping to facilitate this important opportunity for our audience to be able to hear from the Taiwanese president. President Tsai's remark at this year's symposium couldn't come at a more important juncture. Now, as the rules-based international order comes under immense stress as a consequence of Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine and the systemic threats posed by China, both to Taiwan's democracy and the international system, now more than ever, the world needs to pay attention to and hear from Taiwan, both in its own right and as a robust, democratic, and technologically advanced nation at the heart of the Indo-Pacific. But because it also stands on the front line against the rising authoritarianism. There's no one better to help the world understand Taiwan's value, as well as what is at stake, than the democratically elected leader of Taiwan. A quick administrative note before we play the video: we will transition directly to the first panel after remarks, so panelists should come on stage after the remarks are finished. Please play President Tsai's recorded remarks.
Distinguished speakers, guests, and colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my pleasure to help mark the opening of this year's Global Taiwan Institute Annual Symposium. I want to thank GTI Chair Jennifer Hu, Executive Director Russell Xiao, and the GTI Board and staff for organizing this important event. I also want to thank all of you here in person and online for your work to strengthen Taiwan-US ties. The relationship between our countries and peoples has never been more important, nor have your efforts ever been more necessary or timely. As we speak, the rules-based international order faces unprecedented challenges. Russia's invasion of Ukraine has underlined the gravity of the threat posed by the authoritarian states. This threat is increasing in the Indo-Pacific region amid continued authoritarian expansion. China's persistent military exercises, gray zone operations, and incursions with military personnel, weaponry, and drones into the areas around Taiwan, undermine the status quo across the Taiwan Strait. These irresponsible actions encroach on Taiwan's sovereignty and threatens peace and stability in the Indo-Pacific region. They also endanger air and maritime safety, as well as international trade, in an attempt to erode international law and norms. It is heartening to know, however, that Taiwan is not alone in facing such aggression. We deeply appreciate the support from administration and elected officials in the US, who, together with friends from G7 nations and many other like-minded partners around the world, condemned China's military provocations. I also want to take this opportunity to thank the Biden administration and members of Congress from both sides of the aisle for upholding the US commitment to Taiwan's security under the Taiwan Relations Act and the 6 assurances. Over the past year, Taiwan welcomed a number of important US military arms sales designed to help us address and deter aggression. But we will not depend on others to come to our own defense. That is why I want to reiterate that Taiwan is fully committed to protecting our security and maintaining our democratic way of life. We're also working to adapt our defense strategy to the changing threats we face. To this end, we have substantially increased our defense spending, including on asymmetric warfare capability, weapons upgrades, and domestic vessel production. And earlier this year, we established the All-Out Defense Mobilization Agency to enhance coordination of our reserve training and civil defense. In addition, with about 30 million cyber attacks launched against our government every month, Taiwan is investing in cybersecurity infrastructure and harnessing our newly established Ministry of Digital Affairs to help counter disinformation and hybrid warfare. We know from history and current events that threats against any one country or region translate directly and indirectly to increasing threats against its neighbors. This is why global solidarity is key to countering authoritarian expansion, safeguarding democracy, and addressing shared challenges. Taiwan is a reliable partner and a responsible stakeholder in the rules-based international order, and we always stand ready to lend a hand to friends in need. At the outbreak of COVID-19, Taiwan ramped up our mask production, donating over 10 million face masks to the US alone. And after Russia's invasion of Ukraine, Taiwan donated more than 580 tons of supplies and $45 million in aid to help Ukrainian refugees. But this spirit of solidarity is hampered by the exclusion of Taiwan in the UN system. Taiwanese experts, journalists, and students are denied access to UN meetings, including last month's General Assembly. Despite Taiwan's unique success in containing COVID-19, it is still difficult for Taiwan to coordinate with the World Health Organization on pandemic prevention. And even though Taiwan is a hub of international air travel, we are prevented from engaging with the International Civil Aviation Organization on international aviation safety efforts. Without the chance to participate in these and other specialized agencies of the UN, Taiwan cannot share our expertise on pressing global issues. UN Resolution 2758 is often invoked to justify Taiwan's exclusion, even though this resolution makes no mention of Taiwan. We're grateful to our many allies and friends around the world who have spoken up at the UN and other venues for Taiwan's international participation. Their messages of support reflect the simple truth that only Taiwan's democratically elected government has the right to represent the Taiwanese people. The people of Taiwan, like all other people, deserve the opportunity to be heard and to contribute. The inclusion of Taiwan in the UN system can only benefit global welfare. Despite these barriers to our international participation, Taiwan will continue to work with like-minded partners to advance international development and prosperity. Especially since the pandemic and Russia's invasion of Ukraine exposed critical bottlenecks in global trade, Taiwan has stepped up cooperation with the US and other like-minded countries to ensure the security of key global supply chains. Building on years of cooperation under the Taiwan-US Trade and Investment Framework Agreement and the Economic Prosperity Partnership Dialogue, we launched the US-Taiwan Initiative on the 21st Century Trade earlier this year. This initiative is a major step forward for our bilateral economic ties and paves the way for greater economic resilience amid a changing global landscape. Taiwan and the US are also actively cooperating in sectors of strategic interest. Taiwanese semiconductor firms are investing billions of US dollars to build plants in the US. These projects are expected to create thousands of jobs and enhance the resilience of our supply chains for key strategic resources. With Taiwan set to open its borders to travelers next week, I look forward to more frequent exchanges with our partners in the US and around the world. At a time when global democracy and the rules-based international order are facing their greatest test since World War II, we must return to what President George Washington called first principles in responding to the challenges of our time. Let us recommit ourselves to the core principles that have guided our shared prosperity. Taiwan stands with the US and our friends and allies in defense of freedom and democracy, and we are grateful for your support of our country. Once again, I want to thank GTI for the invitation to speak, and all of you here today for your work to promote engagement with Taiwan. I wish you all the best of health and a productive annual symposium. Thank you.
One of our speakers will be joining us shortly. May I ask the panelists for the first panel to come up to the stage, and we'll slowly get started with our first panel. Oh, okay, great. Ash and Victor are both here. Great, excellent. Then we should be good. Please. Okay. All right. Oh, excuse me. Testing. Okay, Great. So I don't think we could have asked for a more authoritative perspective from Taiwan to really help inform the discussion that we're about to have now and throughout today on topics ranging from economic security, internationalization of the Taiwan Strait, integrated deterrence and security, and especially for this opening panel on grand strategy. As with our past symposiums, this opening panel is intended to lay out the big geopolitical picture, and clearly Russia's invasion of Ukraine is the most significant and disruptive. This opening panel will thus examine grand strategy post-Ukraine invasion and implications for the Taiwan Strait. Now, while it's clear that tensions in the Taiwan Strait have been building for years, as China has been unilaterally changing the status quo in the Taiwan Strait and creating a new normal by systematically ramping up its pressure campaign against Taiwan across the diplomatic, political, economic, and military domains, the PLA's belligerent exercises and missile tests in early August that included the test firing of several missiles that overflew northern Taiwan clearly show that what happens in the Taiwan Strait has regional, if not global, ramifications. And as Secretary of State Anthony Blinken explicitly stated in a major policy speech back in May, and I quote, "Maintaining peace and stability across the Strait is not just a U.S. interest, it is a matter of international concern, critical to regional and global security and prosperity," end quote. Now, against the backdrop of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, soon after the declaration by China and Russia of their no-limits partnership, events across the Taiwan Strait have taken on a different shade of urgency, both within Taiwan and internationally, as Russia's war of aggression underscored the reality of war for many populations and the prospects of authoritarian alliances or quasi-alliances that now challenge the rules-based international order, which raises the critical question: how should democracies respond? In a recent interview with CBS News, the director of the Central Intelligence Agency, Bill Burns, warned that, quote, "President Xi insists today while he is firmly committed to unification, in other words, to achieving control over Taiwan, his preference is to pursue means to achieve that short of the use of force. But he's also instructed his military, we know, to be prepared no later than 2027 to conduct a successful invasion of Taiwan." So the reality, at least as we see it, is that the further you get into this decade, the greater the risks rise of a potential conflict, end quote. With Chinese military threats towards Taiwan continuing to grow, President Biden has responded now for the fourth time in various terms that the United States would come to Taiwan's defense in the event that China invaded, while maintaining that there has been no change in U.S. policy. The signal was clear. As President Tsai noted in her opening keynote, the world is in a transformative period with unprecedented uncertainties and full of risks. And what happens this decade could impact many decades to come. And while the events in Europe may be far geographically from the Indo-Pacific and the Taiwan Strait, is certainly not insignificant. And some of the big questions that this opening panel will attempt to tackle are issues such as US-China great power competition and the role of Taiwan, the US alliance system in the Indo-Pacific post-Russian invasion of Ukraine. None more important among those alliances is the US-Japan alliance and the role of Japan. So we will also look at the evolution of Japanese strategy toward the Taiwan Strait. And finally, looking at a global democratic strategy to deter the Russia-China no-limits partnership and how that could bolster Taiwan's security. So we have a phenomenal group of experts lined up to engage in this discussion, both amongst ourselves as well as with the audience here in the room. Since you have their full biographies in the handbook, I will make their introductions brief. Now, Miles is on his way right now, and so he was originally planned to be the first speaker, but we will move on to Victor as our first. But Miles is a senior fellow and director of the China Center at the Hudson Institute. He's also a professor of East Asia and military and naval history at the U.S. Naval Academy in Annapolis. Miles served as the China policy advisor to Secretary of State Mike Pompeo. Victor Tsai is a senior vice president for Asia and career chair at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. And Victor served as the director for Asian Affairs at the National Security Council during the George W. Bush administration. To his right, we have Ash Jain, who is the Director for Democratic Order with the Socroft Center for Strategy and Security, where he oversees the Atlantic Council's Democratic Order Initiative and D10 Strategy Forum. Joining us online, well, he was just online, I'm sure we'll be able to get him back soon, is Nobukatsu Kanehara, who is a professor at Doshisha University in Kyoto, Japan. And previously, Nobu served as the Assistant Chief Secretary, Cabinet Secretary to the late Prime Minister Shinzo Abe from 2012 to 2019. So I've asked each of these panelists to prepare 10 minutes for an opening comment, and then following which I will facilitate a discussion, a moderated discussion. And we will close with around 15 minutes at the end to take questions from the live audience here, both in the room as well as online. So for online audience members joining us, you may submit your questions either by sending them to contact@globaltaiwan.org or by using the chat function on the YouTube page. So with that, let me turn it over to Victor to start us off.
Thank you, Russell, and good morning, everyone. Glad to be with you here on stage as well as online. I was asked to just sort of set the scene from a broader Indo-Pacific perspective with regard to what I'm seeing, the effect of the war in Europe, the effect on the Indo-Pacific theater. The first thing I'll say is I agree entirely with what Russell said in terms of at a broader perspective, we are experiencing threats to the liberal international order unlike almost any other time in post-war history. Even before the events that have taken place in Europe, many academics who study democracy were pointing to a general decline, rolling back of democracy around the world. If you look at all the studies by Freedom House and others, there's clearly been a secular decline in democracy around the world. So that set the stage for starting from about 10 years ago when China started to weaponize economic interdependence, right? The use of trade ties or the leveraging of trade ties to pursue political objectives, whether that has to do with statements with regard to Taiwan or Hong Kong or Xinjiang or Tibet. This weaponization of interdependence has become the new political reality that every country has to deal with. Every country like-minded country that is interested in joining in some of the coalitional efforts that the Biden administration, that the Japanese have been pursuing, whether it's the Quad or the Free and Open Indo-Pacific or the CHIPS 4 or whatever it might be, always has hanging over their head the shadow of possible Chinese economic retaliation. And so in addition to this broader secular decline in democracy, we have about a decades-old practice by China to basically weaponize economic interdependence. And then you add on top of that the war in Europe, right? And so when you put all those three things together, there are threats to the liberal international order unlike any we've seen in quite some time. Second point that I wanted to make, again, it's kind of hard to talk about anything in DC today without talking about the war in Europe. I think that there are sort of two issues that are really sucking all the oxygen out of the room in Washington, D.C. when it comes to policy. The first, of course, is the war in Europe, and the second is the situation on the Taiwan Straits. As everyone in this room knows well, with regard to the war in Ukraine, the United States is fighting a war by proxy here. And fighting a war by proxy, no one should underestimate how much time and energy it takes the U.S. government to fight a war by proxy. It is not simply because we're not sending troops there, oh, this is something that's distant, it's something that we've got compartmentalized in one part of the U.S. government. It is an all of U.S. government effort that takes a tremendous amount of time of everybody in the U.S. government. The simple example of this are these presidential drawdown authorities, which authorize essentially the drawdown of various U.S. equipment for the war effort. The Biden administration has done a number of these, well over a dozen of these, that take up a tremendous amount of time. It really just does physically take up a lot of everybody's day. And so it's all-encompassing, all-engrossing, and it's difficult really to get the attention of policymakers in D.C. If you're not talking about the war in Europe. The second, of course, is the Taiwan Strait. And here, the big question, well, I'll pose it as a question. The big question is the extent to which this war has affected the situation in the Taiwan Straits. I think there's sort of two broader lessons that people are drawing from the war. One of them, I would say, and there may be some in the room who disagree, there may be a number in the room who disagree with this, but I would say one of these lessons is there's no disagreement about, and the other there's debate on, right? And the one lesson that there's no disagreement about is the war in Ukraine and Russia's difficulties in prosecuting this war have not deterred Beijing from its goal of eventually absorbing Taiwan. Right? I don't think there's any debate about that. I don't think there are many people in Washington who go around and say the Chinese are looking at Putin's difficulties in the Ukraine and saying, "Oh, okay, we're not going to try to take Taiwan." I don't think anybody believes that. The second is the way in which it has affected Beijing's strategies, plans, objectives with regard to Taiwan. And here, I would say, and we can discuss this, I would say there is debate among the expert community. There isn't debate in the U.S. government, but there is debate among the expert community. I mean, I think within the U.S. government, there is a general consensus that this is going to accelerate China's efforts to take over Taiwan. But I think in the expert community, there's a debate, at least among some of the experts I talk to. Some take the same view as the U.S. government, which is there's undeniably a linear relationship between what Russia is doing in Ukraine and China's designs on Taiwan. In fact, preparing for, adjusting to, but also accelerating efforts with regard to Taiwan. And there are others who believe that verdict is not out yet. That we don't know exactly how it has affected China's designs on Taiwan, and some even argue that it's U.S. efforts in accelerating arms and equipment and the defense of Taiwan that is actually causing China to react and to accelerate themselves. In any event, as someone who is not, as many of you know, I'm not a China expert. I don't work on Taiwan, but as someone who looks at it from the region, what we do see, the major dynamic we see resulting from the war in Europe is an acceleration, right, among all three parties, an acceleration of dynamics across the Taiwan Strait, with all three parties, that is Taipei, Washington, and Beijing, feeling as though time is running out. Whether that's a good or bad dynamic we can talk about, but that's certainly the sense I think that we get. I was asked to also talk about what I think it means for allies in the region. So the combination of the things that I've talked about, the decline of democracy, the weaponization of economic interdependence, and of course the war in Europe, as you can imagine, has created a great deal of uncertainty among U.S. allies and partners in the region. And this uncertainty is in no small part also compounded by the uncertainty of U.S. domestic politics. I think all allies welcomed the fact that President Biden returned to a much more traditional view of alliances and partnerships around the world. They welcomed that, but they were not comforted by it in the sense that allies and partners also knew that this could change, right, as it had done during the previous administration. This could change again in a new administration. And so the combination, I think, of U.S. domestic politics and these other things that I talked about, the democratic decline, weaponization of interdependence, and the war in Europe, has created a great deal of uncertainty in the minds of allies and partners in the region. So those of you who study international relations know that when countries sense a great deal of uncertainty in the external environment, they do two things. They internally balance and they externally balance. And that is precisely what we see allies and partners in the region doing today. If we look at Japan and South Korea, two countries I'm most familiar with, we see the internal balancing in Japan in terms of this major review of the national security strategy in Japan that's taking place this year. That probably undeniably got a boost by the North Koreans flying a ballistic missile over the Japanese archipelago yesterday. But this will most likely lead to increases in Japan's defense spending beyond the traditional 1% ceiling. And we also see a great deal of talk in Japan about counter-strike capabilities, about offensive strike capabilities, something very different from what we've normally seen on Japan. On South Korea, we have a new government in South Korea, a more conservative government that is also quite concerned about China in a way that the previous South Korean government wasn't much more suspect of Chinese intentions. For the first time, both in the joint communiques of the U.S., Japan, and U.S. and South Korea summit in May of 2022, you had the exact same language on Taiwan in both communiques, which was, it wasn't something that was noticed a lot, but for experts it was, and for those, and I see many in the room who are alliance managers or former alliance managers in the U.S. government, this was a big step to see the same language used by Japan and Korea on Taiwan. So in the Korean case, you are also seeing internal balancing in terms of talk about something so-called kill chain, preemptive strike capabilities, and in Korea also more talk about returning tactical nuclear weapons to the Korean Peninsula, or even South Korea going nuclear. And then also we see it in terms of external balancing, which is much more interest in and cooperation with the United States in many of these coalitional efforts, as I mentioned earlier, the Quad, everything from the Quadrilateral Security Dialogue, to working together on supply chains, critical supply chains, whether it's a CHIPS 4, the Mineral Securities Partnership, IPEF, all of these things. So you see a combination of internal and external balancing. Finally, I'll say, and I'll say this just because they flew a ballistic missile yesterday. The meaning of all this for North Korea is this is all positive for North Korea. Because one, they enjoy the fact that the United States is distracted by the war in Europe and the Taiwan Strait, and they see this as an opportunity to really cement their capabilities in presenting a nuclear threat to the U.S. homeland. They've also learned from Putin's threat of first use of nuclear weapons to try to deter or to deny NATO intervention in the war in Ukraine. The North Koreans have announced their own first use doctrine. And of course, Russell talked about sort of this China and Russia no limits partnership. This is also something that countries like North Korea like. They like it when there's tension between the United States and China, the United States and Russia, because they see opportunity in that. whereas most of the allies and partners of the United States in the region see U.S.-China tension, U.S.-Russia tension. That raises fears of entrapment, fear of being pulled into unwanted conflict. So let me just finish by saying, whether we like it or not, we are now in a situation where the Atlantic theater or the European theater and the Asia Indo-Pacific theater have really become connected in ways that we haven't seen in quite some time. In many ways, and for many decades, these were two completely separate theaters. And experts, officials in these two theaters didn't really talk to each other. But now because of the war in Europe, because of China's global weaponization of interdependence, because of the understanding that democracy in Taiwan and the defense of democracy in Taiwan is being drawn as direct parallels to threats to democracy in Europe, these two theaters are connected in a way that they have not been before. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Victor. That was excellent, and I think really the and that's precisely what I hoped to get out of your discussion, which is that both that intra-regional dynamics as well as that trans-regional dynamic, and I think that's really I think that underscores really these new variables that we have to consider for many of us in the room who focuses on Taiwan and U.S.-Taiwan relations, because there's a lot more there on the table now, and in ways that are good and ways that are not so good. So next, I'm going to turn it over to Ash, who will give us even a broader and more strategic picture on what's happening. All right.
Okay. Hope you can hear me okay. Well, thanks, Russell, for having me. It's great to join you all today for this symposium. I'm really going to just build on what Victor just laid out in terms of how to look at the global competition that's taking shape, a strategic competition really between democracies and autocracies, what it means for the global order and what it means for Taiwan. This is an area of issues that we've been looking closely at the Atlantic Council. The Democratic Order Initiative that I've been leading has been focused really on these concerns, the China-Russia axis, for a number of years, and we're seeing now just in the last few months, this coming together in a very visible way. So I thought I'd start with a few words about the nature of this competition, how the U.S. and its allies should be looking to respond, and then where Taiwan fits into the broader scheme. As President Biden has stated on several occasions, the world is at a historic inflection point, what he called a decades-long, quote, struggle between democracies and autocracies. And I think this captures the essence of where we're at today. For the first time in more than 30 years, that the U.S. and its allies face systemic challenges to the rules-based international system by revisionist powers. The first, of course, is Russia. Russia is engaged in an unprovoked war of aggression in Europe, trying to redraw the map on a scale that we've not seen since the end of World War II. Under Vladimir Putin, the Kremlin has tried to use its influence to control its neighbors, engage in energy coercion against others in Europe and around the world. We've seen Russia try to meddle and influence foreign elections in unprecedented ways, and at the same time support widespread crackdowns in democracy at home while supporting autocratic regimes and partners abroad. Despite its military setbacks in Ukraine, which are significant, Moscow remains capable of playing a serious disruptive role in trying to undermine the rules-based system. And then second is, of course, China, which represents a more durable and broad-based threat to the order. While it's escalating its threats against Taiwan, Beijing continues to expand its influence over the South China Sea and its regional footprint across the Pacific, the South Pacific most recently. At the same time, its state-driven economy, which is built around forced technology transfers and unfair trade practices, poses an alternative model to democratic capitalism, and China is using its influence to try to coerce other nations to accede to its demands, to engage in these kind of wolf warrior diplomatic tactics to put pressure on countries that it thinks it can influence in undue ways. The most significant development, which Russell alluded to, is the growing nexus between China and Russia, this no limits partnership that Putin and Xi declared in February, where both nations have now intensified cooperation across a number of platforms. They're conducting joint military exercises. They're increasingly cooperating in cyber. They have tried to work together to coordinate on positions at international forums. China has stuck with Russia despite its concerns that we heard the other day when Putin was meeting with Xi Jinping. China remains interested in Russia's success in the war. They remain supportive of what they call each other's, quote, core interests. It's an indication that this kind of axis of autocracy is likely to endure over the years ahead. And then the other interesting development is it's not just limited to China and Russia, but we're seeing increasing cooperation between these two countries and other autocratic rivals, anti-Western regimes, including countries like Iran, North Korea, Syria, Venezuela, Belarus, some of the Central Asian dictatorships. And to varying degrees, we're seeing that kind of cooperation intensify. Just in the last few weeks, Iran and North Korea have both reportedly provided weapons support to Russia so that it can be deployed in its war in Ukraine. So what does this mean? How does the United States and its allies, how do they respond to these threats? And how can we do effective coordination in a way that will succeed in pushing back on the challenges posed by Russia and China? Well, first and foremost, it will require like-minded nations to be working collectively across a number of domains, recognizing the threat that we face and organizing around cooperation in different areas. If you look at the influence of the U.S. and its allies globally, despite the rise of China, the rise of economic powers around the world, the core allies of the G7 plus South Korea, Japan, others have a significant influence in terms of the global platform. That more than 60% of global GDP is still under the control of the U.S. and its leading democratic allies. They also have 3 or 4 times more than the defense expenditures than Russia and China combined. What this means is that decisions that these countries make to act together can have a determinative impact in terms of shaping the global landscape. What's missing, however, is a mechanism for coordination. The U.S. and its allies have various avenues in which to consult and coordinate, and we're seeing that take place with Ukraine and when it comes to crises. But in terms of longer-term strategy, the U.S. and its allies will need to find better ways to coordinate, and they'll need to develop the entities around which to coordinate. We saw that after World War II, where there were several efforts made to try to focus on what's needed to succeed in the Cold War, and an international structure are built around that. Today, what's missing are entities around which democracies can cooperate across the Atlantic and the Pacific. And Victor talked about these 2 domains that were, for many, many decades, really just separate theaters of activity, and therefore separate structures of alliances and entities were built to coordinate and engage. But what we're seeing now is this is a global challenge, and we need to have a global response that includes global allies working together in a more effective way. We've put together some ideas on what some of these new entities could look like. One is the D10, the idea that it's not just the U.S. and its transatlantic allies on the one hand, and then others in the Indo-Pacific working separately. We need to bring the allies together in one setting to coordinate strategy. The G7 comes close to doing that. It does have Japan, of course, but it still excludes other major Indo-Pacific powers, South Korea, Australia, and potentially others. So a D10 could bring together core allies to coordinate on strategy and to try to set the stage to succeed in this strategic competition with autocracies. The other key domain is in the economic realm. The U.S. and its allies need to have a framework where they can work together to ensure that critical supply chains are protected from Chinese and potentially Russian coercion. Ally shoring is a term, or friend shoring, that Secretary Yellen has talked about, meaning that shifting supply chains in critical industries away from China and towards democratic allies and partners, not just in the Indo-Pacific, but in a more coordinated way globally. And having an economic framework that accomplishes that goal is going to be critically important to try to counter economic coercion and also try to incentivize nations in the global South to join the leading democracies in pushing back on the autocrats. Third is in the area of technology. China has made a determined effort to succeed in this race for advanced technologies that the world is facing today. The U.S. and its allies need to find a way to coordinate on technology challenges so that together we're deploying the resources and capabilities to ensure that it's the democratic world that succeeds in developing and deploying these key technologies, whether it's AI or quantum computing, energy and clean energy, an area that the Chinese have invested in significantly, and to establish norms and rules around these technologies that reflect our values rather than those of the autocrats. And then fourth, the democracies need to work together to counter authoritarianism in a more effective way. We're facing now the 16th consecutive year of democratic setbacks around the world, according to Freedom House. And it's important that the U.S. and its allies find a way to coordinate and push back some kind of an alliance of democracies where we're working together to try to establish more effective policies that are consistent across the board. And finally, global defense, or defense of the global order in the military realm. We have NATO, of course, which is central to protecting the defense of democracies in Europe and North America. And then we have the individual bilateral alliances in the Asia-Pacific. There have been efforts made, especially at NATO, to try to coordinate more effectively. For the first time, the leaders of the leading Asian allies were invited to join the NATO summit, South Korea, Japan, Australia, and New Zealand. So we're starting to see greater integration of effort, and I think more of that will be needed as we start looking at the global challenges as a whole. So there are a number of areas where the U.S. and its allies can be working more effectively to engage in this strategic competition more successfully. And finally, let me say a few words about what does this all mean for Taiwan. Taiwan is really at the front line of this battle that's taking shape between democracies and autocracies. So like Ukraine in Europe, Taiwan is pivotal in the Indo-Pacific. What happens in Taiwan will be determinative of what happens to the future of the rules-based order. And I think the Chinese know this, and they're watching very carefully and learning lessons from the way that the Russians are conducting their efforts in Ukraine. Like Russia sees Ukraine as a province that's been taken away from it, China obviously views Taiwan the same way, and so they see a kind of parallel in terms of the legitimacy of potential future action. So as an established democracy, Taiwan is critical to the security and the future of the democratic world order. And the U.S. and its allies have a strong interest in ensuring Taiwan's security and stability and to ensure that China is not able to succeed in these threats. Taiwan is also, of course, a significant economic power and should be seen as a strong partner in these efforts to foster ally shoring and secure supply chains and ensure that China can't engage in the coercive efforts it has been. There's so much at stake for the U.S. And its allies with regard to Taiwan, and much more can be done to bolster ties with Taiwan as we look at the broader strategic competition. So I'll stop there. I look forward to hearing more in the Q&A.
Ash, thank you so much. That was excellent. I especially appreciate the focus on the mechanics of it. And I think oftentimes when we get into these, discussions, we get kind of get into big ideas, but then there needs to be sort of mechanics behind it to be able to operationalize, the challenges that, the responses to the challenges and threats that we are identifying. And so I think how you laid out the various mechanics and how to gives us a lot of good concrete ideas about how to move forward in countering this autocratic alliance that's burgeoning. Next, I want to turn it over to Nobu, who is joining us online. Nobu, are you there?
Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes, but we can't see you right now on the screen. Can we put him on the screen, please? Great. Yes, we can see you, and I think we can hear you also as well.
Okay, can I start? Can I start?
Oh, yes, please.
Yeah, but thank you very much for having me. It's a great honor. I'll make several points on Japan, China, and Taiwan relationship. At the turn of this century, China was smaller than Japan in its economy. Amazing, isn't it? Now China is 3 times bigger than Japan. It's 75% of US in terms of economic size. And the military budget is now 5 times bigger than Japanese military budget. That is the size of France or UK or Germany. And how to cope with it. It's a very big issue. But look at Ukraine. The West showed its resilience, its unity. Now Putin is losing the ground. As far as the West is united, China can never reach the size of whole West. West can still engage China if the West is united as it is today in face of Putin's Ukraine invasion. And today, Abe-san says the free and open Indo-Pacific. And this vision sold very well worldwide. And it's a bestseller of Japanese foreign policy. And the reason is twofold. One is it showed clearly that we are now changing the strategic framework. The West used one of the 3 major continental powers. To defeat Hitler, Stalin was among the allies. To face Soviet Union, Mao was with the West. Now to face Chinese rise, we need Indians. And so West plus India is going to face China and Russia. And India was, we should not forget, when Japan and Washington embraced Mao, we pushed India towards Moscow because India needed the advanced weapons. But India is a democracy. Second point is India is a democracy. Creation of Gandhi and Nehru, and the inviting India to the West means that we are making the great, bigger liberal international order expanding into Asia. This century, Asia will occupy 60% of world production. Whether the West will be marginalized or the West will expand into Asia is the key issue, and India is the vehicle to expand the liberal order into Asia. So free and open Indo-Pacific framework is now very important. Can I explain a bit about Japan's defense posture here in the region-wise one? Japan was surrendered, 45. The 52-60, we formalized the alliance with the United States. The agreement, the deal was that Japan would concentrate on its own defense. US would use Japanese bases to defend the Korea, Taiwan, and the Philippines, ex-Japanese empire and ex-American colony, because they were vacuum at the beginning of the Cold War. We said, that's fine. The defense of Korea is so difficult. Now we are so happy to shift the burden upon the shoulders of Americans. And after the Cold War is over, when the North Koreans started to develop nuclear weapons, Americans patted our shoulders, say, excuse me, sir, the North Korea might explode. Japan should help the US forces in the peninsula. But the Obuchi-san, then Prime Minister, said, we can do that. He said, but don't invite us for combat operations. If it is non-combat operations, we're going to help Americans there outside Japan. This is a big leap in Japanese defense policy since the defeat in 1945. 2015, Abe-san said, we should deter the war in the vicinity of Japan, Korea, Taiwan, the Philippines, and the Philippines not so the focus of contingency. But Abe-san said, no, we should engage from the beginning in the combat operations. We should use the right of collective self-defense to deter the war. And he did. So he gave new authority to self-defense forces to be engaged in the combat operations. And even in peacetime, our self-defense forces are protecting American forces. And they can shoot if Americans, say, soldiers or planes or the gunships are shot. The sailing together, and the American self-defense forces sailing together can shoot back to protect Americans, even in peacetime. This is today's Japanese legal system. Let me talk about Taiwan, our Taiwan policy. The Taiwan was in the West from the beginning. After 1945, Chiang Kai-shek came to the islands, and they were the common Arab states up to 1970s. 1970s, we changed the side. The agreement with the Chinese at that time is one. China is one. Truth is, when there's a power vacuum like Vietnam, Korea, Germany, China, there are two countries there, North-South Vietnams, North-South Koreas, East-West Germany. There were two Chinas there, but both sides said there's only one China. We said, okay, one China is okay. And second, we said the Beijing is not representative of China. We said that's fine. The third point, when China said Taiwan is my island, I can annex it by force, nobody said yes to them. Tokyo, Washington, nobody said yes to them. Taiwan is in the West. And this is the status quo. If China changes the status quo by force, that destroys any agreement of rapprochement. This is where we are, and we should be reminded of that. Of course, there is no formal treaty between Taiwan and Washington. There is no nuclear umbrella. There is no stationing US forces. Commitment is very weak. But still, the Taiwan is in the West, and this is the status quo for us, and we have to defend it. Let me talk about Japan's defense efforts these days. Our defense posture is quite limited because nobody liked us to be big again in 1945. And Stalin said Japan should have an army of 150,000. Today's Japanese army is exactly 150,000. It's exactly what Stalin wanted. And our size is it's not very big. Our strategy was, because Americans withdrew from Japanese archipelago, American army stayed in Korean Peninsula, stayed in continental, in the European continent, simply because it is land warfare. Japan's case, it is not. So American army went home, it is Seattle. And when they come back, it takes time. Meantime, don't be defeated by the Russians. Okay, that was the absolute instruction by Washington, and we took it very seriously. Our fighting posture is to use Hokkaido, the battlefield. And before Americans come back, Hokkaido can never fall. If Hokkaido falls, Tokyo falls. That is a strategy of the Cold War time. And after the Cold War is over, nothing changed. So fighting several mountains in Hokkaido, waiting for the Americans, that was our tactics. And our posture was there. And 10 years ago, my government started to think seriously about the new threat, that is Taiwan contingency by China. That's a very different contingency. We have to put our focus in the south, not in the north. And so we have to be prepared about the 1,000 kilometers from Taiwan to Kagoshima. There are several islands only. It's a vast ocean. How can we defend it? We have to change totally our defense posture. Now it is going on. Now we are talking about money, because the 1% of GNP was the stupid ceiling set by Prime Minister Miki in 1976. He thought of nothing. He said Japan is growing too fast. Money is coming in, so we should not spend more money on the military, he said. In 1976, he said 1% of GNP, that's enough. No more. There's no reason for that. Today, if we have to prepare for the Taiwan contingency and deter the contingency free together with the Americans, then the GNP 2% is natural. And LDP is now saying that Japan should double the military budget. Even that is not at all enough to face Chinese. But if the Americans are serious to deter China, then we can do that with Americans. And GNP 2%, doubling money for the defense would contribute substantially, and we have to do it. And my government is now talking about it. Finally, economic resilience. If anything happens over Taiwan Strait, that's devastating to everybody, to Japan, to the US, to Taiwan, and to China. Now we are so interdependent. It's so stupid to make a war, but dictators can make a war. They believe that they can finish the war very quickly, like Putin. He started a war thinking that he can finish it in 1-2 weeks' time. Now he is now in hell. And what we have to be prepared is that Xi Jinping, 5 years later, 10 years later, around say late 70s, and maybe possessed by the wild dream like Putin, that island is mine. If he orders, war starts. That's reality. And when a dictator thinks in that way, business interest is not counted. They will have to be prepared. The globalization is going on, and the free trade is precious. We have to make it function, but we have to be prepared for contingency. Then we have to control the high-tech flow from us to China, and we have to be prepared for an emergency, and we have to prepare for economic statecraft. China can't stop the critical minerals export to us or to everybody. 2010, a Chinese drunken fisherman slammed into Japanese Coast Guard vessel. We're very angry. We arrested him. Immediately, China stopped the old export of rare earth to Japan. This is what they can do. So we have to be prepared to face the contingencies. We have to diversify the imports, the source of imports. We have to have a reserve. We have to exchange information to be prepared for the contingency. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Nobu. You delivered, especially with the big picture there that you laid out. And I think your point specifically with regards to how Asia is critical to the preservation of the liberal international order is very well taken here. And I think that's why it's so important to bring these various communities together to have these discussions about issues in other geographic areas, but have global repercussions and all the more critical now, of course, as a result of Russia's invasion of Ukraine and this this burgeoning relationship or quasi-alliance between China and Russia and their no limits partnership. And really, I think you made an excellent comment with regards to how profoundly Japanese strategic thinking is changing and responding to these geopolitical changes. So, last but not least, I want to turn it over to Miles. Miles, over to you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Russell, for inviting me, and I apologize for my late arrival. A late arrival actually is pretty good term to describe the great awakening of the world toward China. So the reason I was late, I live in the suburbs, so the reason I'm late, I blame strictly to the Weather Bureau and talk radio for their strategic ambiguous forecasts. Okay. So I'm also sorry that I missed Victor and part of Ash's brilliance and their usual eloquence on this very important issue that we are facing. I would like to basically, of course, we have all described what is going on, what happened, the facts, and all the very important developments. So I'd like to sort of, start by saying that, by sort of point out some of the big contexts within which all those great happenings took place. Of course, in the last 5-6 years, one of the biggest context within which the world, the global dialogue took place was the America's historic reprioritization of our national security agenda. That took place from the beginning of the Trump administration and carry on until this very day. So you can say it's pretty much bipartisan. That revolution was basically the global, new global dialogue on China. We placed China at the top of our national security agenda. Not Russia, not Iran, not North Korea. Those were really bad actors as well. But we described the China threat as existential. Even Europeans admitted it's a systemic challenge. So within that context, and I think the whole nation began a new direction toward issues of global commons and strategy and economic engagement. This is pretty much across the aisles. I mean, all the major legislative actions took place in the U.S. Congress were pretty much virtually unanimous. So when it comes to China, Taiwan, Xinjiang, Hong Kong, and all the other related issues. So this is pretty amazing. We're living in a moment of historical significance in American politics, because American politics is body politics. Body politics from the beginning is pretty nasty, very partisan, but on very few issues that we agree on, China being one of them. So I directed the newly created China Center at the Hudson Institute, and one of our missions is to just preserve the kind of nonpartisan tenor of our China policy and to going forward. So that's the biggest context within which all things are happening. Ukraine, Taiwan, China, South China Sea, everywhere you name it. Russia is a threat. North Korea is a threat. Iran is a threat. But all those countries were sort of striving for global relevance, while China is striving for global dominance. And there is a very, very important difference there. And China is not only has that intent, but also it has a newly acquired economic, technological, and as well as military capabilities. So capabilities is also very important. Also, unlike Iran, unlike North Korea, unlike Russia, or even unlike the Soviet Union, China is very unique because China enjoys full membership of international global trade system, free trade system. That gives China enormous opportunities that other countries do not have, including the Soviet Union during the Cold War. So that's even more challenging. The China threat is not 5,000 miles away on the other side of the world. It's within us. And everything we do on our daily routine, we see that. So that requires a lot more work, and I'm glad the nation is embarking on a new path toward that. Now, within that big context, there are three sort of sub-contexts I'd like to address. This is particularly with regard to Taiwan. So one of the most important sub-contexts in the last 5-6 years in the US-Taiwan relationship is the development of the US-Taiwan relationship almost completely outside of context of US-China relationship. So we develop a US-Taiwan relationship not by policy guidance, whether we know it or not, but in reality, that's what happened. So because of the arrival of the big context, we sort of embark on a different path toward a US-Taiwan relationship. For example, we ignore China's red lines, virtually every red line related to Taiwan. I say virtually, not completely. For example, China warned us no warship passage through Taiwan Strait. The Trump administration did it almost 60 times, 60. We essentially internationalized Taiwan Strait as international water. We said it, we meant it, and a lot of previous administration also said this, but they really didn't do much. So not only that, I mean, that kind of resolve continue on. I mean, just a couple weeks ago, there was a significant development that not just the U.S. warship passed Taiwan Strait. We did it with Canadians, and that's very important. So you can see this kind of joint military actions in international water. And also, we send cabinet level secretaries to visit Taiwan, I mean, in spite of China's protests and strong warnings. And I mentioned legislative actions. I mean, in the Congress, Taipei Act, Taiwan Travel Act, virtually everything that is proposed there is pretty much unopposed. This is several years ago, so that's passed. And we had a president willing to sign whatever Congress passed. So that was also significant. We also enhance our economic, technological, and military engagement with Taiwan. Again, this is pretty much like, outside of the context of the U.S.-China relationship, and there's nothing more symbolic than we're getting rid of the ridiculous Taiwan contact guidelines. The contact guidelines. I was very much involved in that process, so I took great pride in that. And that's the right thing to do, right? So on a second contest, I think, in sub-contest in the U.S.-Taiwan relationship, I think is very significant, is we sort of subterraneously, again, not through policy guidance, we change the nature of the China-Taiwan, confrontation. If you have a 1-hour meeting with the Chinese interlocutors, and they want to spend 45 minutes of 1 hour time talking about sovereignty, Taiwan is part of sovereign China, right? We don't talk about it anymore. In other words, we sort of shift the narrative away from the sovereignty issue solely to one more and more of the issue of freedom versus tyranny, because Taiwan is a very different society, and it's a very important in that regard. Not only that, because that kind of shift, that gives a brand new perspective on the nature of the struggle between Taiwan and China. This is not just about one sovereign part of the Chinese territory that China wants to take back. This is just if you look at China, China is a country that has the most neighbors in the world. No country has more neighbors than China. It has 14 land neighbors, about 6 or 7 maritime neighbors. In the last 100 years, though, China has territorial or maritime dispute with virtually every one of them. So what we're talking about is Taiwan is just one of the many, many problems China is facing. And what this means is that if China threatens Taiwan, this just means the beginning of the chain of aggression. Just like Adolf Hitler did not stop at Anschluss in March 1938 or October 1938 with the annexation of Sudetenland. After Sudetenland, he's going to go all over the place. So Taiwan is China's Sudetenland. It's going to be the beginning of the chain of reaction and has to be stopped at the beginning. That's why when we're talking about defense of Taiwan, we're talking about defense of democracy. We're talking about the concerns and angst of the neighboring countries that have all the disputes with China. So, for example, if China, if you allow China to take over Taiwan, and who knows, might be next, right? Maybe Senkakus with Japan, maybe Vietnam, maybe India, Burma. You never know. China has a territorial dispute even with North Korea. So that just tells you so that's a sub-contest. We're looking at it, and it is through that prism that more and more countries in China's periphery will think about this Taiwan issue that way. That's why people in Taiwan, people in Japan will say, no, hey, whenever there's trouble in Taiwan, then there's trouble for Japan. I just came back from Australia. They're talking about the same thing, right? So that's the second sub-contest. The third sub-contest is the sort of a gradual discussion about this silly thing called strategic ambiguity. Strategic ambiguity was a phrase created by engagement-obsessed and dreamers in Washington, D.C. to confuse ourselves. It's not really that ambiguous because in the mind of Chinese high command, it was never ambiguous about U.S. strategic intention. We are definitely getting involved. What's really is ambiguous is not American strategic intention. What's really ambiguous is about operational details, which is everything has to be, everything involved in that arena should be, and rightfully so, be ambiguous. So I think you can see a lot of discussion about the need, the impetus for clarify the ambiguity. Ambiguity also is very dangerous. It is precisely because of Americans' self-deluding ambiguity about U.S. intention that partially was the cause for the outbreak of the Korean War, because Secretary Dean Acheson said, hey, listen, the Korean Peninsula is outside of American defense perimeter. Whether he meant that or not, and it's confused the Soviets, confused the Chinese, confused North Koreans. So that's why they took the gamble, in the hope that, hey, Secretary of State said, we're not going to intervene. But when they did invade South Korea, we intervened. Up to this day, all these leftist historians blame U.S. hypocrisy, that you say one thing, you did another. But that's not the argument. The argument is that ambiguity is very dangerous, not only from the point of view of a moral principle, but also from point of view of operational efficiency. That's the point. So I say all those happenings, all the sub-contests, those took place without sort of clear policy guidance or doctrinal direction. So those are realities. That's what are happening. When I say the United States policy, our doctrine should be based upon reality, should be realistic. Those are three major realities we have to really consider. So that means, we have more work to do. Now, one of the things that, how do you deal with the issue of developing U.S.-China relationship on one side, developing U.S.-Taiwan relationship totally separate on different track? So what the best way is basically recognize reality. What's the biggest reality? That is Taiwan is, in reality, an independent state. You have to realize that. So don't play the war games. There's no need for Taiwan to declare new independence. It is already an independent country, so you have to recognize that. That's why Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, I say former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, visited Taiwan in March of this year, and he actually made that point. He said, we have to really, as United States should really give Taiwan a diplomatic recognition, not because we create something new, because we just recognize something that's already there. Right? So that's policy impetus we should really sort of work on. Second response, I will say, policy and doctrinal response to the subcontext of Taiwan being just the beginning of the chain reaction. That really deals with the issue of alliance. All right, we have to really enhance our alliance because we have a lot of willing partners in the region and around the globe on Taiwan. Not only regional powers, South Korea, Japan, Australia, India, Vietnam. We're talking about NATO. NATO has said very clearly, peace and strategic in Indo-Pacific and Taiwan Strait is their business too. So in July of this year, just several months ago, a historical event took place because NATO summit in Madrid, Spain. The NATO organization invited the leaders of South Korea, Japan, and Australia, and New Zealand to specifically address the issue of China challenge in Indo-Pacific. So, and in their strategic concept, they even say China, posed a major challenge. So that's very unprecedented. Now, the reason this is very important, NATO is very important, because NATO, I have been saying something people think is rather silly. I would say we should have like a NATO expansion to Indo-Pacific. In other words, we should form something called the North Atlantic Indo-Pacific Treaty Organization, NIPTO. Well, you should get used to that because it's going to be a very important concept in the future. It's a very important concept. That might be a pipe dream, but the idea is there. The concept we should really consider it. The concept is very important because what really differentiates the NATO from our alliances in Asia is the nature of NATO alliance. NATO is very different. NATO is a multilateral collective defense. Our alliance system in Asia Pacific is exclusively bilateral, not multilateral. We have very good mutual defense arrangement with Japan, South Korea, Philippines, and partially with Thailand, but not among all the countries over there, unlike NATO. So that's why the expansion of NATO is not just the extension of coverage, but also the extension of a new, most effective model that will greatly enhance our deterrence against China. So it's collective, right? So thirdly, finally, I know my time is out, but it's really, we should have a much really more realistic understanding of the danger of strategic ambiguity. There's a lot of smugness going on about, oh, we outsmart the Chinese and we made them guess. No, they outsmart us. Just like we thought we played China card very adroitly. The Chinese play the US card much better than we did. So therefore, we have to be very cognizant of that reality and seriously considering just on a doctrinal level, just have strategic clarity and declare operational or tactical ambiguity, which is required. Thank you.
Well, okay, thanks a lot, Miles. Really, I think I really appreciate the clarification that you made with regards to how the former administration approached its Taiwan policy as, as distinct from its approach to China, because there are oftentimes the argument made that Taiwan is treated as a subset of a China policy and driven by U.S. Policy towards China. But in fact, what your explanation is that you put Taiwan policy in a broader context about democracy, about freedom, and that's how you and engage Taiwan in that respect. And I think as an organization here at GTI, we always impress that the fact that we believe firmly that that Taiwan should not be treated as a subset of a China policy, and it should be engaged in its own right as well. And I think that and a recognition of its intrinsic value is important as a principled approach to engaging Taiwan. And I think you made a lot of interesting points there especially with regards to how you pointed out that a lot of the practice of the former administration's approach to Taiwan was not done through policy guidance, but or doctrinal changes, and it sort of begs the question, what do we need? Does there need to be one, right? And I think what you're laying out is the case that perhaps there needs to be one based on those three sort of these mega factors that need to be considered to address and approach this issue. So, I would like to start with the moderated discussion here for roughly around 15 minutes. And again, to the live audience members, both here in person as well as online, we do want to hear from you. So, start thinking about, what you would like to ask, the panelists. I think each of them laid a lot out there for a great discussion. And so I'd like to start off first, with respect to Victor, because I think, your presentation with regards to the intra-regional dynamics and how countries in the region are responding to both the growing tensions in the Taiwan Strait as well as the crisis in Eastern Europe with the Russian invasion of Ukraine, has obviously put a lot of pressure on the alliance system to respond to these crises. And I'd like to sort of just have you sort of discuss a bit more with regards to how each of the countries are responding. We already have heard from Nobu specifically with how Japan has been profoundly changing its approach, and we're starting to see South Korea to some extent with the new government adjust its rhetoric and tone and focus a bit more on the Taiwan Strait. And how do you sort of see the other players in the region and what role they may play with regards to issues concerning Taiwan? I take particular note of the Philippines, for instance, which recently had indicated that they may consider allowing the United States to utilize the bases there in response to a potential Taiwan contingency, and that seemed quite remarkable. And whether or not you have any insights that you can share with regards to how you see these alliances adjusting to these sort of the new dynamics here would be, I think, very helpful for broader discussions.
Sure. So a couple of thoughts. Let's see, where should I begin? I mean, the first, I think, is that I think Ash said it earlier that, as you know, the U.S. alliance system in Asia, as it evolved after 1945, was this hub and spoke system. It was largely these bilateral relationships with not. I mean, there was some effort, but not really a lot of effort into try to making it into sort of the northeast. What would you say? North Atlantic.
Indo-Pacific.
Indo-Pacific. There was
Indo-Pacific Treaty Organization.
NITO, right? Yeah.
We'll catch on soon.
Right. Remember that, NITO.
Here to hear first.
There wasn't that much effort, but I mean, what's interesting about this, I think there are two things interesting about this situation today. The first we've already talked about, which is what has happened in the international system has basically created an internationalization of the defense of democracy in Taiwan now. What used to be really sort of seen as a US-China or a theater or even sub-theater specific contingency has really now taken on completely different ramifications. And so I think that's one thing that's important in terms of the impact on the alliance. The other is the United States move away from decades of sort of the liberal experiment with China to a template of strategic competition. And why the second one is important is because a lot of the unwillingness on the part of U.S. allies and partners in Asia to sign on to something that was that networked the bilateral hub and spoke system was precisely because there was you would pull this thing together, and then there was this inconvenient aspect of it, which was the liberal experiment on China. So how do you pull together this network of alliances, bilateral alliances, for the purposes of dealing with a threat, if that threat was not China? But at the same time, the United States for decades was pursuing the liberal experiment with China. We've kind of ended that now, right? And so that aspect has been taken out of this effort to sort of cohere the alliance relationships. So what I think that means on the part of allies and partners is that they're now facing choices. And the way I think it's often framed for a lot of these countries is about, well, it's the fear of entrapment, the fear of getting pulled into a contingency in the Taiwan Straits that they don't want to get pulled into. But I think where the work needs to be done is shifting the type of strategic thinking about this away from fear of entrapment, much more to a focus on deterring that contingency, right? And the only way to deter that contingency is if everybody's united with regard to it. The one caveat, and it's something that I flagged in my initial presentation, is I think there is more awareness. There's clearly awareness in Japan, right? Japan is singularly focused on the Taiwan Straits contingency now. Every official I talk to, every meeting I'm in with the Japanese, it used to be all about North Korea. It's not about North Korea anymore. It's entirely about Taiwan. The South Koreans are starting to move very slowly in this direction. General public's views on China have changed dramatically after the 2016-2017 THAAD sanctions, when the Koreans put a U.S. THAAD battery in Korea, and the Chinese responded with these massive sanctions. They didn't send tourists to the South Korean Winter Olympics, all this other stuff. That's really changed public opinion. And you have a new government at the start of a 5-year term that clearly is taking a different view on China. So there's opportunity there. I mean, domestic politics does matter. In Australia, you have a new government that certainly is different from the previous one, but says that they're going to maintain consistency in terms of policy with regard to China there. We're seeing changes in the Philippines as well. So I think there are opportunities. I think there are more opportunities to network the bilateral alliance relationships on a security contingency like Taiwan, not just on supply chains or on other issues, but on sort of military security issues. And some of the work that we've been doing at CSI is focused in particular on sort of more explicit discussions among the U.S., Japan, and South Korea on Taiwan contingencies, more explicit discussions among the U.S., Japan, South Korea, and Australia on Taiwan contingency. I like to call that the good quad: U.S., Japan, South Korea, and Australia. So I think the overall point is that these, as we talked about earlier, these theaters are now connected in a way that they've never been before. And then when you add the fact that the United States has ended its liberal engagement experiment with China, this sort of removes some of the resistance that existed among countries or voices in these different countries with regard to cohering on an issue like Taiwan. The last thing I'll say, and one that's still not that isn't been answered, is countries that there is the fear of entrapment of getting pulled into a Taiwan contingency by being part of this coalition. But separate from that is not the fear of entrapment in a war. It's the fear of Chinese economic retaliation, right? And this is the weaponization of interdependence. China has used this over the past decade explicitly against at least a dozen, if not more, countries, and over 100, I think it's over 123 private firms. And it has nothing to do with trade, right? It entirely has to do with Taiwan, Hong Kong, Xinjiang, Tibet, any of those sorts of statements. So even if the United States has ended its liberal experiment with China, this weaponization of trade is something that still holds or delimits how far countries are willing to go, allies and partners are willing to go with regard to going all in some sort of deterrent coalition with regard to Taiwan. And so I don't know. I don't think there are good answers for that yet, but it's a reality, right? It's and countries, allies and partners accept it as the new reality. And it's not just China, Russia as well has weaponized this. And so countries, you look at sort of allies and partners who are willing to do more in Ukraine. It's the same thing. They fear weaponization of interdependence from Russia in terms of energy, and it's in spades when it comes to China, Taiwan. So if people have ideas on how to deal with that, I mean, I think that's perhaps even more important than the question of getting pulled into a conflict.
Thanks, Victor. Miles, you wanted to comment on that?
Yeah, I think Victor made some very salient points, and I have no disagreement on that. I just want to add a little bit of context to some of the things that he said so well. One of the things I think we really have to realize is that we have to study the weaknesses of China. China is not really that sort of omnipotent, right? So it's first of all, as I say, China is unlike most other major adversaries we have faced. China is engaged economically and trade-wise with the international free trade system. That is a double-edged sword for China too, because their economy and their technology are also very intrinsically reliant on the global trade system. And they worry a lot about being cut off from that. So it is not really sort of one-way street. Yes, many countries have been telling us, don't force us to take side because our economy is very much dependent on China. So does the United States economy. And we have to make a choice. And whether you gain short-term economic expediency trading with China, or you use your foundation, your core, of economic structure, right? So that's the thing that I think we have to realize. I mean, it's a very, very interesting, because when we talk about the menace of China from outside, the Chinese inside, I don't think they feel secure at all, right? In every aspect that we have discussed. Secondly, I think we talk about alliance. What really worries China the most is really all the countries that have grievances with China work together. So you have seen this in China's obsession in blocking anything that ASEAN nations try to do jointly, even a joint statement after every conference, right? So that's the issue. So it doesn't take that much effort to address common defense, because common defense really emanates from common understanding of common threats. So we have that common threat. Another one is, you really have to understand the Chinese Communist Party. I mean, their paramount paranoia is really over its own people. If you look at the kind of resentment, disenchantment of the Chinese people against the government, that energy is enormous. So the challenge for the West, for the freedom-loving people, is how to sort of channel, basically to create a kind of dialogue between the Chinese people and outside the world. That's why former Secretary Pompeo has started a new effort through China Center at Hudson to sort of having a chat through media outlet, social media outlet, directly with Chinese people. And the Chinese government is really freaked out on that. You can see why. So they're not really they're powerful, but they're not really invincible in that regard. Now, one issue about Taiwan, I will say, it's very interesting. I love your title, the Global Taiwan Initiative. Taiwan is global. I like that, because I think people in Taiwan, if you look at the map, if you look at the weather forecast when I was in Taiwan, it's really, really interesting, because all the bad weather comes from mainland, the big, gigantic, behemoth. So psychologically creates kind of an insular mentality, which really is unfortunate, because I think Taiwan is not just a passive player in global politics. It's a very active. It's a very powerful in many aspects too. Just think about, you talk about, chips, that's one thing. But Taiwan has provided so many good things, is a great global citizen, right? It's interesting, when I was in Taiwan, friends keep telling me, oh, look at, our COVID reaction is terrible. Chen Shizhong is just bad. I mean, that sentiment almost brought down the Taiwanese government. And some friends told me a year ago, and I said, you guys are crazy, because from looking from outside in, Taiwan's COVID response is one of the best in the world. I mean, you look at it, in comparative. So don't think it's so small of yourself, because small island democracy is a very powerful, has a very powerful exemplary effect on not only the region but also the rest of the world. I will say that's why when we found out, when we started to engage Taiwan economically, technologically, how powerful Taiwan actually has become. Some of the key technological sectors and trade even, right? So it's a global player, and I think I hope that people in Taiwan would just march toward a bright future with swagger.
Ash, I want to ask you a question about your initiative champions an idea that I think has been around for quite some time, and it really embodies this idea of the League of Democracies, or concert of democracy, which I think many of us support, and I personally have advocated for as well. But there are concerns, and there have been concerns, at least, that such a coalition or league, a concert, could trigger a new Cold War, right? And I'm, I think, encouraged by President Biden's initiative to convene the Summit for Democracy and his effort to reconvene that. But still, there seems to be a degree of hesitancy that I sense both in the sort of strategic community as well as within the broader about this idea. Is this really the time? Are we really going to be able to push this forward now? And what are your thoughts about some of the concerns with regards to the League of Democracy, Summit for Democracy concept?
Yeah, well, thanks, Russell. Yeah, this is a moment. I think we're seeing a kind of strategic mind shift, not just here in the U.S. And Miles talked about the bipartisan support for this kind of looking at the world through the prism of the challenges posed by autocracies, but also in Europe. And more so than ever, we're seeing Europe come on board through NATO statements, looking and identifying the threats and challenges that include China, that include Russia, and that a willingness to do more and to stand up more forcefully to these challenges. So it does raise the question of, is it then time to organize around it? Can we build this kind of alliance of democracies? And what does it really mean to say we're going to, what would an alliance do? And that's why I think it's better to think about multiple alliances in different areas. Sure, we could have a kind of league or alliance of democracies writ large, and in some ways, Biden's Summit for Democracy is intended to at least do that on a one-off basis, bring the leaders of the major democracies together to say, we're standing in solidarity, to stand up for shared values and interests. That's important, and I think that kind of setting is useful and could be institutionalized in a kind of more permanent way. But we need a separate, we need entities where we can coordinate on trade and economic issues, and having an alliance focused on that would be important. We talked about the military realm, and we don't really need to start from scratch. We have NATO. NATO is becoming global. I think that's the right way to think about the alliance of democracies in the military and security realm. It's NATO plus. So technology, as I mentioned before, I think there are a lot of obstacles. Just to your point, it's not happening in part because there are still concerns about this new Cold War dynamic that it could play into when you're bringing together and coalescing around democracies to the exclusion of others. Some people don't want to make that choice. Some of our European allies don't want to play into this kind of dynamic. But I think reality is going to take precedence here. The world is increasingly divided and becoming visibly divided, and the Russians and the Chinese are making our case for us. The more they reinforce each other's actions that are completely contrary to the rules-based system that we've been championing. So I think that's the trend as we go forward.
Just add one point to what Ash said, that just to build on the last point, which is that I think part of the reluctance is an unwillingness to accept how much the international order has changed, right? And that, there's often let's wait for this all to pass and it'll go back to normal again. But this is the new normal. It's not like there's going to, and so what that means, I think, from an international relations foreign policy perspective, is that there's been a strategy out there that states have used for some time in great power competition that I just think, personally, I think is less and less available to them. And that's a strategy of hedging, right? Increasingly, I think we're entering an international environment in which there's less and less space for hedging, and where hedging actually does not provide the benefits that it used to provide, and actually imposes cost, because when the system is as stressed as it is now by competition, you're actually, for the state that wants to hedge, you're actually imposing more costs on yourself because you're making neither the ally nor the competitor happy. And so I just want to add to that point. I think there is a new normal in the international environment, and it's one in which the preferred strategy for a lot of these countries that have been straddling is just not as available as it used to be.
Great. Hey, Nobu, I wanted to give you a chance to, if you had any comments with regards to the questions with regards to the networking of the alliances to, better deter China, over Taiwan, and the idea of, sort of an alliance of democracies. If you had any comments with regards to your thoughts on, those two sort of areas of discussion that we've been having, if not, I have a question for you. specifically, but I just want to make sure that you have a chance to weigh in the conversation.
Let me make several comments very shortly. We have to expand our cooperation. We have to engage ASEAN nations, in particular the Philippines, Indonesia, and Vietnam. And we have to engage somehow NATO members, because the cyberspace has no border, and NATO's geographical limits does not apply here. And we could engage them. AUKUS is welcome. British is very much welcome. French and Germans are now showing interest in the Asian Pacific region. Strategically, we have to welcome them. My second point is, here in the region, the Taiwanese are looking at Chinese, and South Koreans are looking at North Koreans, and Japanese are looking at South Koreans, and South Koreans and Taiwanese and Americans are looking at three. And so everybody should look back. And we have to see the whole picture. And without cooperating among these major players, we can never be coherent, and we can be defeated. We can be separated by Chinese. So we should start somehow, even indirectly, how to coordinate our plans, our visions, our strategies. And the ambiguity issue was useful when China was weak. We said we should not galvanize Chinese militarism, but China is now building up the military at astonishing speed. Whether we are ambiguous or not, they are expanding their military capabilities a lot. So we have to make clear that they can't change the status quo by force unilaterally. We have to say it. At the same time, we have to be careful about the independence declaration from Taiwanese. That could give the Chinese excuse to start a war. And there too, the clear stance against China to maintain status quo is one. But we have to be careful to push forward too much the zeal of Taiwanese for independence. We can understand it, but it's very dangerous. The third is after the Taiwan withdrew from American formal alliance system, they are informally they are still there, but formally they are outside the American alliance system. That is a big weakness. The nuclear umbrella, stationing forces of US are not there. And in particular, we have to pick up lesson from Putin. He's an invader now. Invader is threatening the world by nuclear weapons. If North Korea, China threatens us by nuclear weapons, what would be our response? This should be debated among the major powers here. Russell, I'm finishing.
Oh, thank you very much, Nobu. I appreciate that. No, I just wanted to just want to let the panelists know, with their permission, that I'm going to extend the panel for about 5 minutes. My apologies to the audience member, because this is going to eat into your coffee time. But nevertheless, I think this discussion has been really excellent. And I do want to give a chance for taking some questions from the live audience, if there are any. Okay, great. So we have people running the mic, so please wait for the microphone. State your name as well as your affiliation. Let's just take these 3 questions that we have, and 4 questions, and we'll end it there. So we're going to take them in order. State your name, affiliation, and then we'll give the panelists a chance to respond after we take all the questions.
Hello, my name is Ray Taylor. I'm the co-founder of OFED, which works on famine prevention. I think my question is for Mr. Nobutukatsu Kanebara. You said we need India, and I'm wondering if you mean we need the landmass and the ports, or the people, or the economy. I was in India for the first wave, so that's of the pandemic, so that's really interesting. And also, when you say we should be thinking about what we would do in the event of a nuclear strike, obviously that's a very or a nuclear incident, that's a very hot topic now for Ukraine. Where or how who should be thinking about it, and how much should the media and public be involved in that discussion?
All right, let's wait for taking all the other questions first. Oh, Nobu, if you can wait, we're going to take all the questions, and then we'll give the panelists a chance to respond. Okay?
Thank you. I'm Masahiro Okoshi from Nikkei. And it's like futuristic number with many variables. So it's not a question to a specific person. I would appreciate if someone could give me a comment on this. It's certain that Beijing is preparing for the unification of Taiwan, not abandoning the use of force as an option. And 2027 would be a milestone we have to watch. And on the other hand, I think their objective is unification, not the invasion itself. It's like the least costly unification economically, politically, reputationally, and militarily. So considering the projection of the power balance in the future, which after how many years of winning this endurance test, do you expect China to lose the capacity to forcefully achieve their ambition? Thank you.
Okay, great. I think we have two questions in the center table over here, and then we'll close it there. Okay.
I'm Peter Humphrey, an intelligence analyst and a former diplomat. I wonder if we could just step back and look at the big picture here, which is somewhere around 1950, we decided that the Soviet Communist Party was not conducive to long-term civilization on this planet, and we made serious investments in countering that party. It was simultaneously a military effort and an information operation. And look which won. It was actually the information operation that won. So I have to ask the question, when does the information operation begin against the Communist Party of China? Because I'm sure not seeing much.
This gentleman over here.
Hello, my name is Ethan Franz. I don't have an affiliation, but I've been to Taiwan 14 times and I've visited every county in the country. And I only exclusively speak to my son in Taiwanese Mandarin, so I have a very emotional and spiritual connection to the country. If I were to synthesize the four panelists' ideas, I think it could be accurately summed up as the United States and liberal democratic societies need to relearn a lesson from the Cold War, and that was it was not won by a single nation alone. It was won by numerous alliances, militarily, economically, culturally, so on and so forth. With that said, in Europe especially, there have been rises of far right-wing candidates that are winning elections that not only are leaning towards siding with Russia in this Ukrainian conflict, but also are leaning away from democratic institutions or democratic culture. So if those trends were to continue and that were to interfere with our means of developing a coalition in Europe, in Asia, and the United States, what exactly would be a, for lack of a better word, a kind of contingency plan if more and more right-wing leaders that are less democratic and more prone to lean towards Russia or China were to become in power? Especially in the case of, if I were to use ASEAN as an analogy, Cambodia is a major thorn in its side in promoting its interests. So what exactly would we do in order to make sure those coalitions are as strong as they can be, given those situations? Thank you.
Great. With very limited time, please, for all the panelists, just please choose whichever question you'd like to address and final comments, and we'll bring this session to a close. Noba, I see you getting up to your seat, so please go ahead with the question that's directed to you.
I have questions directed to me, so I'm obliged to answer, right? In India, the Indian population is bigger than China soon, right? But Indian economic size will be the size of Japan by, say, 2030, 35. And India is our last hope. The biggest strength of India vis-a-vis China is Indian population, huge, is 10 years younger than China. China is peaking out, and India is rising. That's the reason why we're investing in India. This is one reason. Second reason is China was a dictatorship. We needed Chinese power to face the Russians simply, and China needed us. And this was not the partnership based upon values. It was the marriage of convenience for strategic reasons. India is different. India is a creation of Gandhi and Nehru. If India joins the West, and that makes the great contribution to the expansion of liberal order in Asia. That's the reason why we invest in India today. And the nuclear thing is a very serious one. And the NATO has their own NATO nuclear bombs, and they have nuclear study group. And the British and French have nuclear weapons. And their nuclear deterrence is very good. In Asia, it's bilateral. And there's no true nuclear planning together with allies in Asia. It's all American. And we still believe in, of course, Americans. But China is now huge, and North Korea can be bolder. When they use nuclear weapons for blackmailing like Putin, we don't know what Americans say. And we have to talk about this now. Prime Minister Abe recently assassinated by a coward. But Abe-san said clearly, we have to talk about now nuclear sharing like NATO. We have to think of nuclear deterrence together. Otherwise, we can be defeated by blackmailing. So we should be serious on that. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I just very briefly, I want to talk about address the issue of hedging. So we keep hearing that the countries in the region telling us, don't force us to choose side, and then that's hedging. And then gradually we realize they're hedging because they think we're hedging, because they know the uncertainty of the United States policy in the region. So that's the reason. So that's why it's very important for American leadership to assert continuity and resolve in dealing with the global issue of great consequence. So that's right. That's one of the sources of hedging. I think whether the world likes it or not, the United States is the country of consequence when particularly comes to deal with China. So we have to be very strong and show no sign of hedging on issues of regional security in particular. Secondly, we're hedging because we impose a lot of we impose a lot of inhibitions on ourselves. We're so afraid of angering China. We're so afraid of being a label of the Cold War mentality. The Chinese government talked about the Cold War for decades. They were the most Cold War obsessed nation in the world. They think everything the U.S. does is containment plus engagement. It's really aiming at destroy the Communist Party dictatorship. So we don't give enough agency to China in deciding the direction and nature of U.S.-China relationship, and that actually is unfortunate in Washington D.C. So what's wrong with calling China for accountability on genocide in Xinjiang? Why is that so provocative? Why is that Cold War, right? So I mean, you have to really stand up to the first principle, the most important ones. So. And why is that to call the Wuhan virus, that would be, we should be afraid of being labeled as a racist by the Chinese government. You cannot find a more racist country in the world than China, who basically classify the whole country according to some arbitrary categories, either based upon race, ethnicity, class, or even household registration. So that's why we should really be very firm on our own principle and just do not torture ourselves.
Thank you. Ash or Victor, do you have any responses to any of the questions?
I'll pass for the sake of coffee. I'll pass.
Very quickly on the India point. I think India is pivotal. However, we need a reality check. India's gradual evolution towards the democratic world will take time and incentives. Their natural inclination is to stay non-aligned. I agree with the information operations. Ultimately, that's the long-term vision for success. And then democratic backsliding. Yes, that's a huge potential challenge. If we're going to face the autocratic challenges that we have in the world today, we need to we need to have our own house in order, our own leadership committed, whether it's in the United States or other allies and partners. What to do about it is much more time than we have today, but it's certainly a real issue. Thanks.
With that, please join me in giving our panelists a round of applause.
All right, it is 10:39 right now. We will resume our program at 10:45. Again, at 10:45, we will resume.
A lot of discussion. We'll keep engaged. You're welcome too. Yeah. Great to see you. Good. All right.
All right, if everyone can start finding their seats, we're going to start the next panel. All right, if everyone could please find their seats, our second panel on economic security, tech, and trade will begin shortly.
It's at 60, and I was like, what? And it's all out of office messages in response to the announcement.
Oh. Thank goodness. Oops. Is the slide?
We'll get started then, if that's all right. And then I'm going to keep everyone's introduction short. And then I think, would you like to go first? And then we'll work this way. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Please take your seats. Thank you for joining us today, despite the weather. We've got an exciting panel for you today. I think probably one of the most important panels of the day, but maybe that's just my bias. My name is Riley Walters. I'm a senior non-resident fellow at the Global Taiwan Institute. I'm also deputy director of the Japan chair at Hudson Institute. I primarily focus on economic and technology issues. And so today we've got a great panel talking about economic security, technology, and trade. And I'll just go down the line real quick and give everyone's quick introductions. Furthest on the right of my right is Shihoko Goto. She is the Director of Geoeconomics and Indo-Pacific Enterprise and the Deputy Director of the Asia Program at Woodrow Wilson Center. Next to her is Ambassador Kurt Tong, Managing Partner and member of the Executive Committee at the Asia Group. Next to him, we have Jonathan Ward, author of China's Vision of Victory and founder of Atlas Organization. And finally, just to my right here, we've got Christian Castro. He's a senior advisor at the Kroc Institute at Purdue University and director of the CM Castro Global Consulting. With that, we're going to give 10 minutes to each of our speakers. Shihoko, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Riley. And thank you very much to the Global Taiwan Institute for hosting this event, inviting me. It's a great pleasure. And until recently, the conventional practice has been to have the discussion on defense and security issues before the economics and trade panel. So the fact that the economics and trade panel is going first is really quite thrilling. But it also speaks volumes about the blurring divide between trade and economics-related issues and defense interests. There is a growing importance of economic security that we had actually heard quite a lot in depth in our first panel. And there is this challenge in trying to meet the divide or the blurring of lines between economic and defense concerns. And Taiwan plays a pivotal role in both expanding the global economy and maintaining international stability as well. And since the pandemic and the disruptions that it has caused, there is certainly greater awareness worldwide of the role that Taiwan literally plays in keeping the world running as it dominates the all-important semiconductor sector, which defines how we connect, how we thrive as a modern society, not to mention that it plays a pivotal role in the defense systems. As a result, we've seen exports of Taiwan reach record levels as demand for electronic components really has surged over the past 2 years. So with that, there are really two questions I would like to address. Firstly, how can Taiwan remain competitive and withstand the race for reshoring, growing industrial policy as countries come out of this post-pandemic world and strive for domestic sufficiency and resilience within their own borders? And then secondly, how can Taiwan actually leverage its dominance, not only in the semiconductor industry, but also in the technology sphere more broadly, to strengthen both its economic and political position? Trade deals, specifically the CPTPP, the Comprehensive and Progressive Trans-Pacific Partnership Free Trade Agreement, can certainly be seen as a means to do both for Taiwan. And the bid by Taipei to join CPTPP came just a week after China's formal request for consideration, which came last September. And that timing really does highlight the fact that Taiwan does really need to compete with China, not only economically, but also in the international stage as well. But also as a trade deal, we should really not lose sight of the fact that unlike China, where the interests of joining CPTPP can be really argued in a number of ways, Taiwan has always been interested in joining major ambitious trade deals bilaterally, multilaterally. It was certainly very interested in joining the CPTPP's predecessor, the Trans-Pacific Partnership, the TPP. It is, of course, a trading island, and trade is its driver for economic growth. That said, the WTO International Trade Agreement of 1997 had actually eliminated tariffs on chips and manufacturing equipment for semiconductors. So giants such as TSMC can actually thrive even without Taiwan joining the CPTPP. But we should bear in mind that smaller companies that are focused not just on the actual manufacturing of chips, but also on the assembly, testing, and related issues, they are going to be hard hit if they are by tariffs, and they will be hard hit if they are not part of these global trade agreements that are moving forward. Taiwan does need to be part of these institutions and networks to bolster their foothold. And we do need to make sure that Taiwan is in these agreements, not just from an economic perspective, but also from a foreign policy perspective, because it does provide these opportunities to be part of a global network of like-minded countries and partners and allies. Joining CPTPP, of course, makes great economic sense, but it should also be noted that it further elevates the status and legitimacy, ultimately, of Taiwan as well. And we had this morning with President Tsai really talking about the marginalization of Taiwan from the international community, especially for the United Nations as well. And certainly the need to join international agreements has taken on a greater significance, and at the same time, the international community can greatly benefit from the further involvement, engagement of Taiwan. So yes, the world should welcome Taiwan's interest in joining CPTPP and other trade agreements. But we also need to note that it is going to be a difficult and arduous and ultimately a very long path to take for Taiwan. And in the meantime, this is the opportunity for Taiwan to really reconsider its economic statecraft. And from that economic perspective, what Taiwan needs the most is not just to be part of existing trade agreements, but it really needs to ensure that it is part of a rapidly evolving process of establishing rules of economic security, technology cooperation, and compatibility in current and emerging systems. note that market access is no longer the biggest trade issue for industrialized countries. And that has certainly been the stance that the United States has taken as it pushes its own trade initiatives in the shape of the IPEF, the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework. Of course, emerging markets and the global south could argue that market access really does remain a critical part of trade negotiations and trade frameworks, but amongst industrialized countries, that has come to play second fiddle to a bigger challenge. And that bigger challenge is addressing the challenges posed by China's economic coercion and the need to protect strategic economic aspects, especially in the technology sector, from authoritarian regimes. And I should note that we've already talked a great deal this morning about the China weaponizing the integration of global economies. We've also seen a great deal of self-censorship, both at the country level, but more at the corporate level, amid fears of Chinese backlash. And this is a driving force in defining some of the economic strategies that countries are putting forward. So we have the emergence of ambitious trade deals. Multilaterally, they come in the shape of CPTPP, as well as RCEP, the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement that China is part of, as well as the 10 ASEAN countries, perhaps not as ambitious as the CPTPP, but nonetheless a significant political driver. We've seen IPEF with the United States, and then of course CPTPP is not just of interest to Taiwan and China, but also for the United Kingdom and South Korea and a number of other countries as well. But we also see that other initiatives that are coming through that are not trade deals are also focusing much more on economic concerns. The Quad, for instance, is focused much more on supply chain resiliency. The G7, at its latest summit meeting, has come up with an initiative to invest more as a group in infrastructure in emerging markets. That actually includes investing in securing information technology networks. So we see that the new trade agreements are not trade agreements. Yes, they are coming through, but trade is also seeping into other areas of partnerships. And we also see that development assistance strategies are changing as well to reflect the new concerns. And so Taiwan should continue to push to be part of the CPTPP, and it would certainly benefit from being part of it. But what it really does need to do is focus much more on its economic security concerns. And we are seeing the possibility of an economic security alliance emerging, and the possibility of a collective economic defense mechanism is also rising as well. And so, in conclusion, Taiwan really does need to be part of new partnerships. The international community should welcome Taiwan's efforts to do so, not just from an economic perspective, but also from a security as well as a political interest as well, which will ensure that Taiwan's technological competitiveness remains robust, but also that Taiwan's democracy and its social stability also remains robust as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Shihoko. I enjoyed how you outlined the shifting interests in trade priorities and technology priorities across the region. Up next, Ambassador Tong.
Hey, thanks, Riley. Good morning, everybody. This is the dismal science. Everyone want to take a stretch, think about it a little bit? Okay. I thought Shihoko did a great job of outlining against the institutional road landscape the key economic interests that Taiwan needs to pursue in the international space. And they're the same as every other economic entity. Trade access, economic security in a defensive sense, supply chain resilience and reliability, but also continuous improvement and reform and opening of the Taiwan economy, and the fact that it needs to continue to get better in order to remain competitive. So against those standard objectives, Taiwan has always been challenged by limitations on its access to international space and various forums for pursuing opportunity as well as utilizing the leverage of joining international groupings in order to accomplish some of those objectives in an inward sense back in the direction of the Taiwan economy. So I'm going to do two things really quickly. One is talk about those pathways, and the other is talk about what the implications are for Taiwan going forward in terms of strategy. The pathways, Xiao mentioned many of them already. I think they include the TPP, but for the time being, the path to TPP for Taiwan has been closed by the United States. There is no realistic, politically realistic approach, as much as I would like to think that the substance of Taiwan's application to the TPP process would drive the decision-making of the existing membership. There's enough members there who are concerned about the implications for the stance they would be taking on China-Taiwan issues to drag their feet about Taiwan's application. Just as there are plenty of members of TPP who will drag their feet regarding China's application because of the perception of geostrategic threat coming from China. So ideally, one would like to think that the combined application, and I've written about this, of in the Nikkei, a wonderful publication, that the combined application of Taiwan and China simultaneously to TPP would lead everyone to focus on the substance of those applications, and Taiwan would come up roses and China might not, based on that substance. But that, I think, is a twisted path to actually get there. And without the United States providing, if you will, political cover in the TPP context, I don't see the other TPP partners providing that cover for Taiwan to join. So, I'm going to put that aside. Long-term objective, perhaps. Perhaps the U.S. will rejoin. Perhaps the landscape will change. Maybe U.S. politics will become rational and civil. There's lots and lots of possibilities in the future. The IPEF was never a possibility for Taiwan to be a participant in for the same reasons I just outlined with respect to the TPP. And so, unfortunately, it was a bit of a dead end that Congress and members of Congress and some folks from Taiwan were campaigning hard for IPEF membership because it was the shiny new object in a new space, and it ended up being a distraction and, in my opinion, detracted somewhat from the more important project, which is getting to a bilateral trade agreement between the United States and Taiwan. Because again, there are too many members of IPEF, and those members need to be there for IPEF to be successful. Too many members of IPEF that would not want to take that stand on China-Taiwan issues in order to accommodate Taiwan's presence. Although substantively, Taiwan would be a very strong member of IPEF. So put that one aside. So what are we left with? In increasing order of importance, Taiwan is a member of this new initiative organized quietly by the United States called the Fab 4, which is a information sharing and joint policy planning exercise specifically focusing on the semiconductor industry. Korea is very sensitive about this, so there hasn't been much information that's been put out about this initiative. But it's a nice initiative, and it's focused, it's economic in nature, It is designed at promoting the industries rather than protecting the industries. So it's not a overtly containment-oriented or anti-China initiative, and it recognizes Taiwan's unique capabilities in the semiconductor space. So the fact that Taiwan has been invited, joined, and is now part of that initiative is interesting, because there haven't been many multilateral initiatives, and this is very small, it's very focused, but it's a nice thing, and I think Taiwan will make an important contribution to the conversations in that area. Next would be APEC. Taiwan, as you all know, along with Hong Kong and China, are the three Chinas, if you will, that participate in APEC according to some rules that were agreed back in 1991. Those rules have been respected by most of the hosts of APEC over the years, and so there's every reason to think that the inherent stability in that arrangement provides opportunities for Taiwan to continue to gather information, project its capabilities, advertise a bit about its investment and trade environment, and hobnob with important economic policymakers from 21 APEC economies. So I would like to think that Taiwan is in close communication with the U.S., which will be hosting in 2023, thinking about, for example, what initiatives could Taiwan put its shoulder behind that would be universally beneficial to the APEC membership, and provide some positive profile and understanding about the value of the Taiwan economy among the APEC membership. So I think that's an important pathway, and the most important pathway is the one that it gets to a bilateral trade agreement, congressionally ratified. In the case of Taiwan, it would have to be by both houses, not just in the case of Taiwan, for all trade agreements. Even for an investment agreement, it would have to be by both houses uniquely in Taiwan circumstances. Many of the conditions for that exist in the form of fairly strong congressional support for both economic but also geopolitical reasons, wanting to provide space and show support for Taiwan as an economy, which is what that agreement accomplishes. And substantively, Taiwan has done hard work to prepare for such a comprehensive and difficult negotiation, including by dealing with some politically nasty and substantively ridiculous issues related to pork and beef in Taiwan, which, you know, would surprise you how deep a thorn in the side. I'm looking at Dennis Wilder. That issue has been over the years. Rick knows about this too. But the stepping stone to that, because of the lack of what's the right word? Aggressiveness by the Biden administration in this area, mainly due to the overall Biden administration attitude towards trade agreements in general. For the time being, that initiative came up short, despite the building blocks being there some months ago, and instead the decision was reached to have a 21st century trade initiative, US-Taiwan Initiative on 21st Century Trade, which has a specific negotiating mandate that was issued by USTR and Taiwan, formally speaking, by TECRO and AIT in August. That brings me to my next point. So what does this mean substantively in terms of the approach that I would recommend Taiwan and the United States take towards this medium-term project of getting to a bilateral trade agreement? There's two aspects to it. The first, being the most important, is focus on the substance. Substance, substance, substance. Can I say it a couple more times? Substance, substance. the inclination of policy wonks in both on Capitol Hill and in this part of town is to wave their hands in the air and say, gosh, trade agreements are great and we should do one with Taiwan, right? And they don't understand that trade agreements are pacts between entities that have control over their economy's regulation that are trade-offs in giving up some authority over decision-making in return for something in return. The market access, improved rules, transparency, something in return. And it's very important, although Taiwan has done significant preparatory work for a BTA and also with an eye towards TPP, back when that was a more realistic near-term prospect, there's still a lot to do. And Taiwan shouldn't, and people thinking about this shouldn't be too lighthearted or dismissive about the difficulty of the substance in the conversation that'll take place in this US-Taiwan initiative. Because the agenda is similar to the IPEF agenda, Pillar 1, in terms of the items that are there. Almost not a perfect match, but item by item, they're very similar. But the expectations for doing it bilaterally between the United States and Taiwan are going to be much higher than they would be in the IPEF context when you're talking to, wonderful but not that complicated economies like Fiji, right? And so if Taiwan approaches it as this is just a pro forma exercise where we're going to kind of wander through and make various statements of intent about these items in the same form that the IPEF will end up being, because the IPEF is not going to be a binding trade agreement. It's going to be a series of statements of intent to do useful things similar to an APEC statement, but better. Then they're going to miss this opportunity to establish the credentials and the forward momentum that will then lead to a bilateral trade agreement, and from my opinion. The second aspect is it's related, and in public communications, to be emphasizing the substance, emphasizing a long-term vision and emphasizing economics, rather than trying to stick it to people, including the PRC, about how politically significant all of these movements are in the economic space, because it just makes it that much harder. I realize, but a lot of people in the room might not agree with me on this point, but both in terms of how APEC is conducted next year and how this trade initiative proceeds, running to short-term, high-profile kind of optics that are, at the end of the day, ephemeral and quickly passing in their impact on Taiwan's status, in my opinion, would be a mistake. This doesn't have anything to do with the backlash factor. There is still a backlash factor. There are some people in Congress who remain concerned that doing a trade agreement with Taiwan, for example, would upset the PRC and therefore it shouldn't happen. It's a smallish group. They're not organized as a group, smallish set of people. But unnecessarily focusing attention on those optics rather than focusing on the substance and the win-win aspects of this, I think would be a mistake. Because at the end of the day, a U.S. bilateral trade agreement with Taiwan would be in China's interest. And that's not necessarily a bad thing if you think about the long-term objective of the United States being stability across the Taiwan Straits. So I'll stop there and took up too much time, sorry.
No worries. No, thank you for outlining your views on how we get to that level of economic engagement between the United States and Taiwan. Up next, Jonathan.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Thanks for having me. And so I've been asked to talk about U.S.-China economic issues and sort of the broader economic competition. And, on one hand, I think the Chinese strategies are pretty well understood. I mean, Belt and Road, dual circulation, various industrial strategies made in China 2025 being one of the sort of early ones that continues to matter, I think. But what I'd like to talk about today with the short time I've got is really the role of the private sector and the role of the corporate sector, because I think that is ultimately going to become one of the most important pieces of the overall US-China competition and how we win or lose this contest, which I think at the end of the day is something that you win or lose. At the foundation, any historical contest, has a great deal to do with relative economic power, and that's the thing that we're losing in this one and have been losing for quite some time. So until we're able to address that and have a new sort of U.S. grand strategy that accounts for an economic theory of victory and a long-term idea of how we actually succeed in that piece of this, then we're going to be in this sort of game that I think does not actually ultimately get us ahead. But in order to win an economic competition, you need to have the private sector on your side, and we're not there yet. And I think that's one of the biggest overlooked in the bigger picture concerns that I would have. And I'll give you an example, a few of them, because right now, obviously, we're in a conversation generally about zero COVID and sort of peaking power in China and these sorts of things, which I think allow people to write off a little bit the ascendancy, but China's growth is obviously still there. But here's a company that we all know and many of us love, Starbucks with Howard Schultz, and this is just a couple weeks ago. He says, we're going to open up one store every 9 hours in China. We have 6,000 stores in China. By 2025, China will be bigger than the US, so Starbucks is ready for this moment in time. Now, coffee may not seem like a strategic industry, and perhaps it's not, but that sentiment, I think, is very widely shared. Here's the Steve Orleans, the president of the National Committee on US-China Relations, just earlier this summer at the end of June. He says, it's better than the headlines. I always distinguish between those who are in China for China and those who are in China for exports. Those who are in China for China are there to stay. The lockdown in Shanghai has at most stalled their investment plans, but none are thinking about pulling out. They still see it as integral to their global expansion plans. For many of them, it's the most important market in the world. So this is after Putin's invasion of Ukraine, which I think we all understand that China has supported that to a large extent. It's certainly with full knowledge of genocide in Xinjiang. It's before Pelosi's visit to Taiwan and the practice of a blockade, but nonetheless, I mean, in a world where I think the geopolitics are very clear. But for businesses, and today we're in the Council on Foreign Relations building, where I'm a term member, and many of the corporate members of the Council of Foreign Relations, some of the greatest and biggest companies of America, I mean, how many of them are really revising their strategies in order to account for the sort of geopolitical realities that are discussed every day in this building? I think not many. So here's JP Morgan's third quarter update on China, and this is current as of the end of July. So, JP Morgan's economists are pretty good at what they do. They still see China surpassing the United States as the largest economy by 2031. They've revised that backwards a little bit. I think it was 2028 earlier this year. It's mostly driven by urbanization, growth of the middle class, which they see as going from 41% in 2020 to 72% by 2030. They see 4.4% potential GDP growth from 2026 to 2030. So for those of us that are talking about peaking China and this and that, let's not forget that by World Bank statistics, China added $3 trillion to its economy in 2021, rebounding from COVID-19. That's 2 Australias in 1 year. Okay, so averaged out over 5 or 6 years, it's 1.5 trillion every year. So even as these growth rates drop, you're adding from a bigger economic base. So you add 4% on a $20 trillion economy. That's kind of nicer than 10% on something smaller back in the day. So this still continues, and they see that that growth rate being made up as total factor productivity, 2.4%, capital expenditure, 2%, even as labor drops by 0.1%. So, exports remain obviously a giant driver, and a lot of that is machines and, electronics. So, that brings us to one of the conversations we're certainly going to have today. So for the United States, really what this means is I still think that the centerpiece of this entire competition is whether or not we win or lose the contest for the global economy. And what that could mean for the United States is, a set of goals, such as retaining the largest share of global GDP, the largest share of global wealth, and also widening the gap between China and the United States instead of allowing that to close. Policy will have to play a large role in that. I mean, the investment into China, I mean, outbound CFIUS is obviously going to do an important job. Investment bans, I think, is necessary. I mean, right now the capital flows into China, through passive investment indices, MSCI, iShares, BlackRock, all of this. SEC estimated that that's about $400 billion a year in 2020. So we're pouring in entire percentage points of GDP into China's economy just on a regular basis. And that's all pension funds. That's, whether public sector or private sector, it's, probably anyone's 401k has a little piece of that is going into this picture. And then if you actually look into some of these things such as the iShares, MSCI, emerging markets, or China, even the ACWI, you'll see companies that are tied to civil military fusion. I mean, you can buy and hold Costco. That's probably in many pension funds. You can buy and hold pieces of AVIC. Zhejiang Dahua, which is actually officially, I think, sanctioned and on the entities list, is still in the MSCI China iShares. So again, we have not even begun, I think, to deal with this. And we have not addressed, I think, corporate strategy making, which will play a very important role. So to me, that's one of the big pieces of this. I mean, we can, they're the macro strategies, they're the industrial sort of policies and all of that. But at the end of the day, until boardroom decisions really start to come to the side of the U.S. national interest, and I think that's the important piece going forward, to align our sort of private sector with our national security interests. Until we're willing to do that, I think we're going to be in this game where we're continuing to invest in there. I mean, we have business leaders seeing opportunity in the China market, across the board, regardless of geopolitics to some extent, and willing to still accept risk, in pursuit of what they're trying to do. But that's the piece that we, I think, really fundamentally have to get done. And how does Taiwan fit into that picture? I mean, one of these issues, obviously, is the global microelectronics supply chain, which, as an unclassified State Department report explained, was a single point of failure for the world economy. The concentration in Taiwan, South Korea, and East Asia in general, including China's role in that, presents this one point that has to be resolved, essentially. So on one hand, Taiwan did something that was totally ingenious, really, to become such an essential piece of the global economy through its preeminence in semiconductors. And on the other hand, where we stand today, I think we obviously have to rebuild those supply chains, secure them, and I think having the help and the full participation of all the Taiwanese sort of expertise and know-how and experience in that to build allied secure supply chains and those that will withstand the difficulties of this competition, including them bringing some of them back to the U.S. I mean, this is something where I think Taiwan can play a very important role. And in the meantime, the importance of this state should be lost on no one. I mean, there was a time in American history where we all knew all about Taiwan. And I think that that's something that I hear a lot, is people saying to me, sort of, why should anyone care? Why should people care about Taiwan? And that, to me, it's actually quite a sea change if you think back. I was told that my grandparents used to talk about Jiang Jieshi around the dinner table and such. I mean, this was in the early Cold War, and we all knew what it was. It's in all kinds of speeches from Kennedy. There was a time where Taiwan was absolutely central to the American understanding of international issues and the free world. And I think as we begin to find a sort of democracies and free world articulation of our contest with China and Russia, Taiwan will have this very important role to play, not just in policy circles, but across the broader American public and across the alliance system. So I think in that sense, simply awareness is going to be so important, and understanding how it fits in from a values standpoint, from obviously an economic standpoint, and then certainly from a military standpoint, is still work that remains to be done, perhaps not inside the Beltway, but very broadly across this country. And that's one that I think there are many here that can play a role in that. So that's all I'll say.
Jonathan, thank you. Yeah, I like how you highlighted the importance but difficulty of engaging with boardrooms on this issue. Up next, and our last speaker, Chris.
Thank you very much, Riley, and great thanks to GTI for including me on this panel. I will say, you know, Jonathan mentioned inside the Beltway, so I apologize. I am a complete deep state bureaucrat. That's what I've done, and that's my perspective, and so that's what I'm going to give to you. And if you thought that economics was the dismal science, wait until I start talking about cyber. Anyway, so I did want to bring you into the mind of a sort of a guy in the State Department looking at Taiwan affairs on a day-to-day basis and draw you into that and talk about some of these issues today from that perspective and actually ask you to think about if you were in my position on the Taiwan desk and you were facing those very same challenges, sort of what would you do? Now, my distinguished speakers on this panel have all mentioned a BTA, and so I want to look at that framework from this first perspective and then get to the cyber, semiconductor, and supply chain issues in a moment, and just sort of walk you through that and sort of see where you end up. So obviously, as we look at it from the policy perspective, you've got your context, and that's not so difficult on this panel because the context is China, 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 as elaborated on by my fellow panel members. But what is the objective? In the case of the BTA, the objective is this BTA. What are your windows of opportunity? What are the challenges? And then what do you do? So with the BTA, this has been a very interesting conversation because sort of that last piece, Ambassador Tong has very articulately described sort of what's going to happen if you get to that point. But it's always good to have that goal in mind. I mean, I probably used to be one of those guys that was sort of waving his hands and saying, you know, BTA is very important, and I still think that way. But if you look at the window of opportunity, it's a very good window of opportunity. That's why I'm still sort of waving my hands in favor of a BTA. You have a very trade literate government in place in Taiwan, a president who was a trade negotiator herself, an extremely capable trade team around her. And as Kurt had mentioned, they did navigate a lot of difficult domestic political circumstances to achieve a lot of progress on the trade side that was important to the United States. So that's a very good window of opportunity, in part because that government will only be in place for the next couple of years. And so obviously, if you had something good that you wanted to do, and it was trade and economic related, clearly you want to try to do that within that time period before 2024. Kurt again talked about the broad nature of bipartisan support in Congress. Now, looking at that window of opportunity, yes, it's broad, but Kurt gave us some warnings. How deep is it? If you want to do something as robust as a trade agreement, given the difficult negotiations surrounding it, how deep is that support? What do you want to put on the table for Congress that will move that ball forward a little bit and give you that window of opportunity maybe to get closer to your goal? I will say, you know, I don't have any perfect answers to this, and Kurt's explanation was really cogent because it reminded me as a former policymaker, what happens when the dog catches the car? You know, it's a really difficult challenge, but I will say one thing, just sort of as a preface to that challenge, because you know you have this good window of opportunity, both administrations in place for the next couple of years, so you want to do something. I do think it starts not from those excellent strategic arguments that we all wave our hands about, and certainly are very important to me too, but I was just looking at this pamphlet, you know, why Taiwan matters for America and matters for Taiwan. Sarah, this I think is where it starts for congresspersons. It doesn't necessarily get them over the top, but when it comes down to it, it really is all about how does it benefit their states? How does it benefit their local constituents? And really, when you get down to it, if you can make those key arguments as the negotiators are trying to move towards the finish, that sometimes will bring it over the line. So as a former, you know, sort of bureaucrat policymaker, I'd sort of be thinking about the less strategic arguments. And as we're going over to Congress and talking about a possible BTA, I'd probably start with the really sort of grassroots arguments. And the final thing I'd mention sort of in this framework, you know, your goal, what are the windows of opportunity, and then what are the challenges? Kurt mentioned that you do have this process going on now. You know, I think our panelists here have very interesting views on a 21st century trade initiative and sort of what that should do and where it should go. All I want that to do is produce deliverables. I want it to produce momentum. So in other words, you have these two very capable teams now engaged in this process. The discussions are going on now in a broad range of sectoral areas. And what I would want with this great challenge, the dog catching the car, let's actually produce these building blocks. You know, everybody talks about bilateral investment agreement or a digital trade agreement or a double taxation avoidance agreement. Let's produce those deliverables that give you sort of the contours of what a potential BTA might look like. Now, neither administration on either side seems to be mentioning officially those letters, BTA, but you sort of want to imagine that so that if you get that progress and you have those deliverables, then this long-time concept of building blocks leading toward a larger goal, that might actually work. So anyway, I wanted to use that framework because I think it's easier for me to talk about some of these more technical issues in some of these other areas, looking at it from the practitioner's standpoint. So on the issue of cyber, I think it's probably a lot better for our panel here and sort of this broader conversation, basically to broaden out that topic. It's not just cyber, although from my point of view, from my current professional standing, it's quite important. But it's really about that whole space, cyber, digital, all that tech stuff, information and communications technology. It's that broad space. Why do you have to look at it so broadly in this context as you're looking at it from a practitioner standpoint? It's because then you realize, oh, cyber and all those other issues, it is a critical part of the US and Taiwan economy. It's ubiquitous. It's everywhere. Anybody that has a phone in his or her pocket, you know, cyber, digital tech issues are everywhere. But there's another reason why it's so important to broaden that. It's because if you look at it from the broad perspective, all of those things that Jonathan and others have talked about, Chinese malign behavior, it is so clear in that space. So the challenge is right there in front of you. And the Chinese are not just active on the cyber front. We all know about that. This, you know, the FBI has described it, this sort of breathtaking level of espionage, the stealing of intellectual property and trade secrets. The list goes on and on. But I think it's more than that, and why this broad perspective is really important. It's because the China side is trying to dominate all the spheres of influence on the tech side. And that is a big warning bell for us. It's not just microelectronics and semiconductors. It's all the raw materials that go into these products. It is communications technology like 5G and 6G. It's over-the-horizon technology like artificial intelligence, quantum computing, biotechnology, digital platforms, social media. The Chinese are there too. And how about this? Norms of behavior in cyberspace. Even in that broad area, the Chinese are incredibly active. And if you look at this sort of physically, what they are doing is they are flooding the zone. This is a clear warning to us. So that context is very problematic. So our goal ought to be, and by the way, this isn't a strategic goal necessarily, but our goal ought to be making sure that partner countries, friends, allies in this process, you know, you understand that challenge and that you're making sure you're pushing your vision for that space. So you're meeting that challenge in the long term. So what does this mean? Well, on the cyber side, obviously, it is sort of defending that space. And if you're attacked, how do you recover from it? How do you make your economies and societies resilient? The like-minded partners have to do that. And then on the digital side, which is the sort of the flip side of that, you have this positive and open vision for the digital space, which is in complete opposition to what our adversaries want. A stable and open space, free and trusted data flows. These are the types of standards, high standards that we want for that space. And so within that space, we're working very hard together as partners to get there. So that's your objective. What are the windows of opportunity? Well, here it's very good too, because on the Taiwan side, actually for 2 decades now, they have been thinking seriously about how to deal with cyber attacks. So actually their government system is very mature when it comes to cyber issues. And just a couple of months ago, I think in a very interesting step to look at these issues more broadly, they set up a Ministry of Digital Affairs. And this Ministry of Digital Affairs encompasses not only the sort of positive efforts to digitalize Taiwan society, but also all of these really serious cyber issues that matter to our countries. Great window of opportunity. Window of opportunity on the US side. Well, this is one where I have to thank my congressional friends quite a bit, because it's partly through a lot of congressional effort that we have been pushing the US government to make sure it has the cyber structures in place to deal with all of these challenges, from the White House to associated agencies, even within the State Department, to set up cyber and digital expertise. So a tremendous window of opportunity. So that's how the issue is laid out. So if you're sitting on the desk and you're thinking of US-Taiwan relations, what can you do with this challenge? It's pretty tough. What are the types of policies you want to pursue? Maybe we'll get to some of them more specifically in the course of our conversation here, but that is what I want you to think about. That space is changing so fast. How can these two very competent administrations, in the context of this big challenge, handle those issues? What do those conversations look like? What do they have to do together? How can they build up competency in not just in their own space, but in others with friends and partners and developing countries? That's all part of this question, how you deal with this operationally. So finally, moving to sort of the final construct here, which is semiconductors and supply chain issues, which is really specific. I would say this: it's probably pretty easy to talk about the windows of opportunity here. My fellow panel members have already talked very eloquently about the specifics of the semiconductors and supply chain issues, so I don't necessarily have to mention that. But I will say this: the reason the windows of opportunity are good here is because over the last couple of months, the Biden administration, sort of in a reaction to all of these sort of strategic developments, has been spelling out more concretely what it wants to do. So if you're on the desk and you're sort of listening to a lot of these policy papers come out, you're getting your sense of what you need to do, because the policy is being spelled out very clearly. So I would refer all of you to an excellent speech that the National Security Advisor made about a month ago, talking about the need for like-minded countries to sort of band together and find a way to influence the direction of what he was calling the third wave of the digital revolution. It's a very sort of broad sense. But the good thing was he outlined these 4 windows of opportunity. Okay, so you're on the desk, and here are the 4 pillar areas. I'm not going to go into them in detail. I'm just thinking about this. Okay, I've got these really interesting opportunities. The first one was, sort of coming out of the CHIPS Act, investing heavily in science and technology. And the National Security Advisor particularly mentioned areas like biotech, clean energy technology, and of course the microelectronics, semiconductor space, computing technology. Wow, great issues, especially for the US and Taiwan. If you look at Taiwan policy over the course of the Tsai administration, you start to see some overlaps. The second pillar of US strategy that he laid out was to cultivate STEM talent and to bring more STEM talent to the United States. Again, a key issue for semiconductors and the supply chain, and talk about a challenge that both the US and Taiwan need to take up together. Wow, another great window of opportunity. And then the third pillar was to sort of maintain the US lead in these key technologies, including over-the-horizon technologies. And a lot of that was focused on research and development. Again, a tremendous window of opportunity for the US and Taiwan, particularly in the semiconductor space. especially when you think of the sort of origins of semiconductors and the role that Taiwan played in the development of this industry in the first place, a completely open and perfect opportunity for us. And then the final pillar was, this one's easy, stronger cooperation with partners and allies in achieving all of these objectives. What better partner can you have than Taiwan in this space? And if you believe the Taiwan Policy Act, even kind of like a non-NATO ally, a perfect opportunity for cooperation. So just to wrap up, then your challenges probably center around just a few questions. And that's specifically US-Taiwan related. The first one is looking at these pillars and how you sort of want to contribute to them from the US-Taiwan perspective. You are asking a major company like TSMC to invest in the United States as part of this reshoring process. We've already heard from the chair of TSMC, it doesn't make complete business sense. But what we're asking them to do is sort of achieve this new paradigm of less reliance on the Chinese market, adjust to this reshoring process, and sort of find a way to make it work. That's the key question. How can we find a way, as this CHIPS-enabled reshoring process takes place, to ensure that, if we're asking companies like TSMC to make these investments, how can we make that mutually beneficial to both sides? Not just in terms of the balance sheet. If it were just up to profit and loss, well, we probably wouldn't necessarily see much enthusiasm for that type of reshoring. But there are other things that we could do in the context of US-Taiwan cooperation that would actually, I think, be beneficial to both sides and encourage these investments to continue and to be more durable for the long term. The second challenge, which is very key, is this talent issue, the lack of talent. So many new fabs, so many new facilities, all of these jobs going wanting, all of these countries that are competing for the same talent, essentially, what do you do? If the fab is empty and you don't have your talent, it's not going to run. So what can the U.S. and Taiwan do together to address this issue? I will say that, sort of the short-term answer to that is there's not a whole lot you can do in the short term. You do your very best in terms of incentives, et cetera, but in the long term, what are the policies that will make a difference for attracting talent, filling those slots, making sure those investments work, and sort of fulfilling the vision of the pillars that Jake Sullivan lined up. And then the final sort of challenge is if we are focusing on research and development, and knowing that the U.S. already is a power in research and development, and particularly in the semiconductor space, so is Taiwan, how do we bring those two sides together in a way that achieves that goal of technological supremacy in those areas for generations to come? I think that benefits both sides. I know there are lots of ancillary and subsidiary issues that matter in that space, but to be perfectly honest, if we're going to do R&D with a foreign partner, I'd love it to be with Taiwan, which has been so innovative in this space, and that's a very major challenge, and I think we have to figure out a solution to that. So, what's your goal? What are the windows of opportunity? And what are your challenges? You're sitting on the desk. Those are the things that you need to do. It's certainly a tough agenda, but to be perfectly honest, for supporters of US-Taiwan relations, those are the seminal questions that will matter to this relationship for generations to come.
Thank you, Chris. Maybe this is where you plug Purdue University. And
oh, yeah, should I?
I think it's implied. We'll go into questions and answers now. When you're called, please say your name, affiliation, and keep your question to a question. I'm going to take the privilege of the moderator to ask the first question. We've heard a lot today about the different vehicles or avenues for US-Taiwan partnership, 21st century trade. The President Tsai mentioned the economic prosperity dialogue, we have other vehicles. One that I have not heard about at all, I would say, over the last year is the Technology Investment Trade Council with the Department of Commerce. And I was wondering if is that one of those vehicles we should just sort of let die, as the dog is looking for the car to chase, maybe it has too many choices to choose between. I don't know, perhaps Shihoko or Ambassador Tong, maybe if you had thoughts on this.
Definitely, it's a good bumper to chase for the dog to go after. I was describing earlier the Fab Four, which is specifically aimed again at promotion rather than protection. There needs to be a channel for organized sharing of information and ideas about issues like export controls and investment restrictions, and that's the Department of Commerce bailiwick for the most part. And given the rather regular and rapid changes in U.S. policy on those issues, having a really regular conversation between the U.S. and Taiwan would be a great idea. I don't think it's withered on the vine completely. I just think there's bandwidth issues for the Department of Commerce. There's a lot of demands on their attention now from a lot of countries, and they're also running IPEF at the same time. So I've never worked for Commerce, but if you guys want, someone in the audience wants to write them a check so they can get some more staff, I think it'd be great for the United States.
We're going to need a lot more U.S. government staff if some of these ideas continue to go through. Yeah, go ahead.
I hate to say it because, as a former bureaucrat, I hate to let any good acronym go to waste. But I actually do really like TTIC. And for this reason, the best initiatives from the U.S. government are ones that really match up the capability of that agency with what that initiative needs to do. And where TTIC, I think, is sort of less satisfying for us as sort of thinkers, is it's not quite as broad and strategic as some of these other things. But to be perfectly honest, its focus, which is on promoting investment in these respective supply chains, is vitally important for this issue. And when you think about what we're trying to do now, which is make this Taiwan investment, or TSMC, and other Taiwan investments in the United States successful, and vice versa for U.S. companies and U.S. researchers and R&D to go to Taiwan and do what they need to do, this sort of encapsulates, I think, all of the good things that Commerce is able to do and the types of programs that they've already been pursuing, and puts it sort of under this cap and allows them to make those deals. And when it comes to, as Jonathan was mentioning, when it comes to supply chain stuff, where it matters is when the private sector understands sort of what it needs to do, and the government is sort of providing that light hand and telling them, here's where the matchups are. We're the dating site. We're going to give you sort of the best match. So I kind of like TTIC, and I remember just anecdotally speaking to a friend of mine out at AIT, and he said, you won't believe this. Sort of every time we go to a meeting, there's like, Commerce is always talking about all of these TTIC programs. It's all they ever think about. I think that they dream about it at night. I kind of like that from my former government colleagues, and so absolutely not. Not only do I not want TTIC to die, but maybe what we really want to do is make sure that other thing, that state one, EPPD, we want to make that one a little bit better.
All right, we'll go to questions here in the front. If you'll just wait for the mic.
Hi, Ethan Franz again, still unaffiliated as of this past hour. I really appreciated the conversation bringing up CPTPP. That's quite a mouthful. What I would like to direct to Ms. Goto, actually, is discussing about Taiwan's new southbound policy, which, fun fact, is not actually the first southbound policy, especially because it's seen burgeoning rises in agricultural exports, and also technological exports, apart from semiconductor production, which includes my personal favorite, Gogoro, which has expanded into Southeast Asia with electric scooters, considering the fact that most Southeast Asian roads are run on scooters. I would be interested to hear your comments on it and possibly what lessons we could learn from such a policy on our end.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. And yes, Taiwan is hardly alone in focusing on Southeast Asia. We've seen this whole race, especially here in the United States, to focus much more on Southeast Asia. One of the challenges, though, is that this focus has actually led to a divide within the ASEAN countries. So there are, and that's not simply from a political perspective, but it is also in terms of attractiveness of the 10-member countries. So when we see a surge of investments to ASEAN, it's actually restricted to about 4, maybe 5 countries. There are the countries like Vietnam, Thailand, to a lesser extent Malaysia, Indonesia. We're not seeing a lot of money go into Cambodia and the like. What Taiwan has been doing, as you, I know that you don't want to focus too much on semiconductors, but I think it's a very good one. When we see partnerships that Vietnam has with, for instance, with Arizona State University and American chip makers to actually be able to diversify its capacity in the chip sector. It is targeting capital there, and it's looking at kind of relocating its whole ecosystem of chip manufacturing and the building of systems as well. So we're addressing things like what Chris just talked about, the workforce development in chips. We're also talking about the less glamorous side of chip manufacturing, which is the testing, the actual application, and not simply the research and the manufacturing of the highest end of chips either. So it does provide a kind of model of a all hands on deck. Let's invest in the partner country, it's not simply for Taiwan's own corporate interests, but because there is this partnership and it does meet a match. It's certainly not exploitative. And I think one of the issues that a lot of Southeast Asian countries are going to be facing when they have to choose sides, essentially, when we see this emergence of technology spheres and technology sphere competition, is the ability for companies and the related governments to be able to provide that kind of comprehensive packaging. I think that is the role model that Taiwan is providing at this stage.
Questions from the audience?
Great, thank you very much. My name is Kenny Chen. I'm with Harvard's Belfer Center and the Democracy and Internet Governance Initiative. My question follows from Mr. Castro's fascinating overview of the cyber and digital space, but I also welcome comments from the other panelists. We do hear a lot about Taiwan's role in semiconductors, microelectronics, and certainly less so, at least comparatively, when it comes to extending Taiwan's global engagement around its digital and cyber competencies, whether it's in cybersecurity or countering disinformation campaigns from malign actors, involvement in different standard setting, norms, regulations, etc. And so my question is, how can Taiwan better leverage that position? And also, how can the US and democratic partners and allies do a better job of elevating Taiwan's role in this global conversation as we try to figure out digital platform governance and global norms on this front, at least beyond the existing channels like Taiwan's global cooperation and training framework and those kinds of things. So what can Taiwan do and what can the US and democratic partners do? Thank you.
Great question, no easy answer, but I'll say this, you mentioned beyond the Global Cooperation and Training Framework. Is Mike Fonte here? He was betting at what point in my presentation would I mention GCTF, because GCTF started when I was the director of the Taiwan desk. I'm very proud of it, and I'm sort of just every time I hear the acronym, I tear up a little bit. But I'll say this about GCTF. Don't sell that short as a mechanism for doing what you said. I mean, my very distinguished panelists here have talked about the difficulty of getting Taiwan into these other organizations that talk about these issues and norms. And so you're always going to have that challenge. But one of the reasons we created GCTF was because we knew that that capability you were talking about, and it wasn't just based on values, it's just direct experience, especially given the China challenge. We thought that there was a way to leverage that institutionally to partner with the Taiwan side, and then by that vehicle, using that vehicle, go to these other countries and do exactly what you're saying, in that, even to that specific degree, those subjects. And the reason I say don't sell it short is because what my successors have done, and this is a lot of credit to AIT, the Taiwan side, even Congress, which has now funded GCTF on the US side. And you know how difficult it is for Congress to give money to some of these, these specific programs. What is significant about that for the issues you mentioned is they've broadened it from just Taiwan and the US and maybe some other recipient countries, but now the EU and Japan and Australia and other partners are participating in this effort. And I have to say, it's incredibly significant, at least in terms of building this vision that it's not just the Biden administration, sort of this long-term view that the way that you get Taiwan out there into the international space is to work with a big group of like-minded. And if you can't do that organizationally, well, guess what? You're going to improvise and create the organizations that allow you to do that. Now, what I will say, at least in terms of future developments, and I do think this is very important, if you look at the CHIPS Act, I think one of the really great things, and I was sort of surprised to see it, I'm not sort of an expert in legislation. I see Shirley there, you're the expert. But my surprise was when I saw it was something like $100 million in the CHIPS Act for USAID, the State Department, Development Finance Corporation, and others to use for capacity building in developing countries on this broad range of issues. And when you think about sort of the significance of that amount, the impetus, political impetus behind this issue, I do think that's a space to pay close attention to in ways that can achieve the objectives that you're talking about. Now, the real key is the implementation of it, and I don't want to forget the responsibility of the Taiwan side. You're asking me about our programs, but at the end of the day, to get Taiwan out there, that also means they have to refine and upgrade their own programs, which are very good. You see this same sort of analogous question on the defense side. What are Taiwan's capabilities? And I know I have a lot of Taiwan friends in the audience and other participants and others watching, but I will say this area of Taiwan's development aid, which has long been focused on their diplomatic allies, and frankly, that's become somewhat more important in the last few months because of the Pacific Islands and places where they are. So there will always be some importance to that. But what I would like to see is sort of a shift of Taiwan development aid, or maybe a broadening of it, to cover more of these types of sort of non-established, non-diplomatic, allied-related programs. Because at the end of the day, if you're talking about, Pacific Islands accepted, if you're talking about overall impact and where you can sort of dictate or shape the agenda, particularly in areas like disinformation that you talked about, that's how you do it. And so, anyway, I apologize because really, I just mentioned 2 more government programs. But what I will say is that those are pretty darn good. And don't look to go the hard route of trying to get them into spaces. Make sure the programs that are specifically dealing with that are effective.
I think this is another example as well of the importance of public-private partnership, because a lot of the best understanding of both cybersecurity measures as well as counter disinformation activities, and Taiwan's very strong on both these fronts, reside in the private sector, including in U.S. firms that are active in Taiwan. And so I would encourage people who are thinking about this type of thing to make sure that they're not just thinking purely in a government space.
Before we close out, I wanted to ask our panelists if you had any other closing thoughts on this issue of economic security, technology, broadening out to supply chain security, which could really cover anything from food to energy and so on and so forth. So, any final thoughts?
Yeah, I want to just offer one thought, which is I think implicit in a lot of the conversations when you're talking about economics in the context of China policy, is to encourage people to think about realistic approaches and targeted approaches to achieve specific ends, and less on the sort of grand rhetoric of trying to somehow bring down the Chinese economy. That will not, at the end of the day, in a nation that is founded on private property with the Fifth Amendment defending private property, will not fly. And there's just a lot of rhetoric going around these days that somehow, like exporting coffee to China is an unpatriotic act, and it's an unsustainable approach in American politics, and I think it's unwise to go that route because it's going to lead to disappointment, and as the goals are defined too broadly, to failure.
I think that was directed at me, so I'll respond. I think the point here with what Howard Schultz is saying is that they do see this becoming the largest economy. And I think if we are not willing to look at that as an absolute centerpiece of what's going on here, and the fact that pretty much every historical context, America has been able to bring to any historical contest since the War of 1812 a superior economy. So if we're willing to let that go, then the rest of this, I think, has not nearly as much relevance. So this is what we need to be focused on, is strategies that will keep us in the lead there, and that does involve the private sector. And for business leaders to ultimately, particularly in strategic industries, make the right choices, because these choices, as was said earlier today, it's no longer truly sustainable in statecraft to hedge. The benefits will start to wane. And I think even if you take something like, let's dig into Starbucks a tiny bit, the rest of that conversation between Howard Schultz and Jim Cramer is about brand equity. So any major brand in China, leaving entirely aside whether, this isn't, jet engines, this isn't semiconductors, this is simply coffee. But we all know that brands are forced to take very uncomfortable political positions on issues that resound in all markets. So for instance, H&M having to take, being forced to take a certain side on genocide and say no, and then being removed from the commercial internet in China. So brands do have to make these choices. And I think moreover, shareholders, and this is where it gets very interesting, because when one understands that revenue in China is ultimately at risk in a period of geopolitical competition, the growth story for many of these companies is China. The one pager on the investment day in which other comments like this were made was about growth in China. So if you're in Wall Street, and I do a lot of stuff with chief investment officers now, it is very interesting to think what's really the viability of this strategy across the board, whether you're a strategic industry, a non-strategic industry, or whether you're directly relevant to a U.S. advantage or not. So I think brands are facing something huge, and I think other companies that certainly would probably more naturally accrue to what one would think of as arsenal of democracy or other key concepts. And let's not forget, this is how we won things in the past. We won it with our private sector. So that will never be something we can ignore.
Dr. Goto.
Yeah, just a thought about what we can actually learn from Taiwan. We can learn a great deal from Taiwan's success in the digitalization of its society. The fact that it has a minister without portfolio that has really been able to integrate a lot of the IT issues in dealing with the pandemic has been very inspirational. To the world. That's one thing. The other thing is that as we talk about meeting the China challenge and China's evident not stepping back from weaponizing the fact that it is an economic hegemon in the region and across the world, there's this discussion about decoupling. How do we hedge? What do we do? The Taiwan example in the semiconductor space to really differentiate between chips so that it does not export its most advanced, exclusive proprietary chips, but it really does make China its big export destination for the lower-end chips. I think that is the kind of model of we can't blanketly stop exports or stop economic engagement with China or invest in China, but we can differentiate. And we do need to establish rules and norms of how we make that distinction. And I think we talk about economic security, and the focus is going to be much more on the security aspect of that relationship rather than the economic side. And so the jargon about interoperability, compatibility, partnerships and alliances, these are military terms that are increasingly going to be in the economic space. I think Taiwan has actually given some examples on how we can actually work together, not just amongst allies, but also in dealing with foes as well. So, thanks.
Thanks. First, actually, just to reiterate Shikoko's comments, frankly, as I think about the semiconductor supply chain issues, economic security, there really is a larger question, and it's the reshoring process will not be sort of 100%. You're always going to have these capabilities in Taiwan. So when you talk about the economic stuff, as Shikoko mentioned, you really do have to talk about defense and make sure you're doing everything that you can to ensure that that partner is secure on all fronts. That's the first thing. The second thing is that on the sort of this hot issue of supply chains, semiconductors, just one piece of advice broadly: don't do what the Chinese are doing. In other words, don't think that your objective is to recreate the entire supply chain, top to bottom and vertically, back end to front end in the United States. It's not going to happen, too complicated, and I think we know that. And so as you're looking at the issue and as our policymakers are looking at the issue, sort of the wise way to look at it is what are the various comparative advantages of all of your friends and partners in that space? How can you leverage that appropriately? Think about market share, think about producing these basic inputs that go into these materials, know where you're sourcing your raw materials. This is what a diversified, secure and resilient supply chain looks like. So just don't be distracted by the bright, shiny object of big new sort of next generation fab in your city. Those things are pretty good. But for all countries in that like-minded space, it's really how you work together and how the pieces of that puzzle fit to make the whole picture look good.
Well, the topic of economic security, technology, and trade, I think, is one we could carry on for days, honestly, but I'm glad we at least were able to cover, I think, a quick 90 minutes on this topic. So thank you for joining us, and thank you to our panel today.
All right, thank you everyone for your participation thus far. We have prepared a light lunch outside for everyone, so please feel free to help yourselves. We have a luncheon keynote actually starting at 12:30 in this room, so just be sure you're back in here for that. Again, that's at 12:30. Thank you.
as Director for China Affairs at the National Security Council. Ambassador Moriarty has generously agreed to take questions and answers, so after his remarks, we will be taking questions from the audience. So please have your questions ready after his remarks. Ambassador Moriarty, please come on stage.
Thank you, Russell, for that very kind introduction, and also my thanks to everybody here today. And I think I look around this solidly filled room, and I see a combination of really experienced scholars and young people. And what does that mean? It means that this is an issue that has grabbed attention. There is a lot of focus on the US-Taiwan relationship. I also want to give a special thanks to the Global Taiwan Institute for hosting this, the 6th annual symposium. GTI during that period has earned the respect of all who take seriously the US-Taiwan relationship, while this symposium has grown into one of the premier venues for discussing the challenges and opportunities that we two partners face. During those 6 years, the challenges and opportunities that the US and Taiwan face together have changed, just as the world has changed. Many of our conversations about Taiwan, unfortunately, now must focus on security. Indeed, security is a subject that, as of late, has only grown in importance for Taiwan, the region, and the globe. Most obviously, few foresaw that Russia would expand its earlier attacks against Ukraine into a full-fledged, unwarranted invasion. An invasion that is a direct challenge to the principle of territorial integrity that undergirds the international order. For its part, the People's Republic of China has engaged in increasingly aggressive behavior around the world and appears bent on challenging the international rules-based order. Against this backdrop, the question of how to maintain the decades of peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait, a question that impacts the Indo-Pacific region as a whole, that is a question that looms large. The US approach has remained consistent for decades and across administrations. We remain committed to our One China policy, guided by the Taiwan Relations Act, the 3 joint communiques, and the 6 assurances. As President Biden reiterated in his address to the United Nations General Assembly this year, we oppose any unilateral changes to the status quo from either side, and we expect that cross-strait differences be resolved by peaceful means. While our policy has not changed, what has changed is Beijing's growing coercion and its increasing military, economic, diplomatic, and technological power to engage in such coercion. We have witnessed in recent months an intensified PRC pressure campaign against Taiwan. And unfortunately, we expect that campaign to continue to unfold. The goal of this campaign is clear: to intimidate and coerce Taiwan and to undermine Taiwan's resilience. As Secretary of State Blinken put it in May of this year, rather than using its power to reinforce and revitalize the laws, the agreements, the principles, the institutions that have enabled its success, Beijing is undermining them. Under President Xi, the ruling Chinese Communist Party has become more repressive at home and more aggressive abroad. Only a few months ago, PRC actions in the Taiwan Strait underscored the fact that kinetic options are not unthinkable for Beijing. This includes launching missiles into the waters around Taiwan, sending warships to surround Taiwan, and eroding the center line between the PRC and Taiwan, a center line that has been respected by both sides for more than 60 years as a stabilizing feature. As Kirk Campbell of the NSC noted during an August 12th press briefing, the PRC has launched a pressure campaign against Taiwan to try to change the status quo. Moreover, he noted that China has overreacted after the Pelosi visit, and its actions continue to be provocative, destabilizing, and unprecedented. Beyond the military space, Beijing has used economic coercion to cut off Taiwan's relations with countries around the world and is blocking Taiwan from participating in international organizations. For example, the PRC has been intensifying its efforts to misrepresent and misuse UN Resolution 2758 to preclude Taiwan's meaningful participation in the UN system. In short, the PRC's words and actions are deeply destabilizing. They risk miscalculation and threaten the peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait. Maintaining peace and stability across the Strait is not just a U.S. interest. Rather, it is a matter of international concern, critical to regional and global security and prosperity. As one example, the Taiwan Strait is the primary route for ships from China, Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan, heading to Europe, the United States, and all markets along the way. I'm going to give you some figures that I was not aware of till very recently. Almost half of the global container fleet, 48%, and 88% of the world's largest ships by tonnage passed through the Taiwan Strait this year. So imagine what a blockade of the Taiwan Strait would mean for global commerce. It is important to note that Secretary Blinken has made it clear that competition with China need not lead to conflict. The United States does not seek conflict, and we will work to avoid it. However, we will defend our interests against any threat, be it in the Taiwan Strait or in the Indo-Pacific region writ large. Again, I will stress, we will continue to fulfill our commitments under the Taiwan Relations Act. That includes supporting Taiwan's self-defense and maintaining our own capacity to resist any resort to force or other forms of coercion that would jeopardize Taiwan's security, economy, or its society. I will note that the TRA specifically mentions a blockade as one of those types of coercion. Consistent with our One China policy, we will continue to deepen our ties with Taiwan, including by expanding our economic and trade relationship. Another U.S. priority is to ensure that Taiwan has the deterrent capabilities it needs to defend itself. It is worth mentioning that President Tsai Ing-wen's steadfast efforts at reform and modernization of Taiwan's military is being noticed by not only the U.S., but other countries who support Taiwan. Well into her second term, President Tsai has remained true to her pledge to continually increase defense spending and bolster Taiwan's indigenous defense industry. Her continued public display of resolve lends support to both deterrence pillars, providing resources to fund new capabilities and broadcasting a credible, consistent commitment to employing those capabilities if necessary. Taiwan Minister of Defense Xiao Guozhong recently announced an ongoing study to extend the compulsory training of reservists. I believe that presents another credible signal of Taiwan's resolve to strengthen its self-defense. Another matter is one that faces us all: limited resources. and the fact that the technology of war is changing. For Taiwan, this consideration fuels the ongoing debate regarding whether to focus on fielding conventional platforms to combat gray zone activities, or instead to develop truly asymmetric platforms to fight the bigger fight. Even in the US, our armed forces have been directed to move away from larger conventional legacy platforms toward asymmetric systems that have longer ranges, are harder to find, and easier to move. I still appreciate the way a former Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Indo-Pacific Affairs put it. Invest in, I quote, a large number of small things instead of a small number of large things. That formula still resonates, and it should guide Taiwan's procurement discussions going forward. In conclusion, as COVID restrictions ease, we will welcome more travel between the US and Taiwan. This will provide opportunities to engage in important negotiations about how to increase the economic benefits of our trading relationship. Simultaneously, we will continue to deepen engagement with our friends and partners in support of Taiwan having an international voice. And perhaps most importantly, we will persist with the critical efforts of supporting democracy and the rules-based order in the Indo-Pacific region writ large, and of maintaining peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait in particular. Again, I thank you for your participation. I look forward to your questions.
Well, thank you very much, Ambassador Moriarty. I'd like to exercise my moderator's prerogative here and perhaps ask you the first question. President Biden has now said for the fourth time in various terms that the United States would come to Taiwan's defense in the event that China invaded. And I'll quote from the latest statement that he made in a 60 Minutes interview. Quote from the reporter, "Would US forces defend the island? Question mark, end quote. President's response, quote, "Yes, if in fact there was an unprecedented attack," end quote. The reporter followed up, "So unlike Ukraine, to be clear, sir, US forces, US men and women would defend Taiwan in the event of a Chinese invasion?" End quote. The president responded, "Yes." As a long-time practitioner of US policy towards Taiwan, how do you interpret the president's remarks and the repeated assertions afterwards that there's been no change in US policy?
Well, I would suggest that everybody read the 3 communiques in the Taiwan Relations Act. No, seriously. If you put those together and you read it, you come to the conclusion that, yeah, there's a fairly strong commitment contained in those. And then I love these discussions about, and I'm going to preempt a couple of questions here, about strategic clarity versus strategic ambiguity. And I will point out that I will challenge anybody to find the document that says US policy towards Taiwan is one of strategic ambiguity. That doesn't exist. It's never been a policy. It's been a description of what we do with respect to Taiwan. I get back to the original documents. The original documents make it clear that we would have to do something if there's an attempt to change Taiwan's status by force. That is, in a nutshell, what the president was saying.
All right, thank you. All right, so we are taking questions from the audience. Please raise your hand, wait for the microphone, state your name as well as your affiliation, and then please try to keep your questions. All right, right in front over here.
Yes, Tina Chong with Voice of America's China branch. My question is, recently, I think it was last week, State Department spokesperson Ned Price, in answering questions, said that U.S. takes no position on Taiwan sovereignty, and you were working with the government or you've always been in the policy circle. To your knowledge and your experience, has this position made clear to China, and do they understand the U.S. position on this matter? Because they have been claiming that Taiwan is part of China or part of the PRC, a province of the PRC. So I'd like your response to that. Thank you.
And let me divert first to the rest of my answer to that first question. I didn't give it all to you, but basically what that was shorthand for, what the president was saying and why you came out, you heard people saying, well, nothing has changed. Because basically, again, we are committed to those three pillars of the relationship. Mm-hmm. The Taiwan Relations Act, the three communiques, and the 6 assurances. Mm-hmm. So that's, again, I want to make it clear, and if anybody reports this, and I'm sure somebody will, that what I'm saying is I don't really see a contradiction between the president's statement and the follow-on statements, right. Making it clear that our policy hasn't changed, because it hasn't. What has changed, as I said earlier, is the threat against Taiwan that forces people and reporters to ask the president, well, what does this mean? And as I laid out in my remarks, that means that we do have to look at things with new eyes while maintaining our support, our commitment, and our implementation of those three basic pillars of the relationship. Okay, Ned Price, no position on Taiwan sovereignty. And the question is, was your question, is that new or is that given to the PRC? I think the PRC is crystal clear when it wants to be. These are publicly available documents. If they can find obscure things on State Department websites, I think they're pretty clear what the three communiques contain. And I think they're pretty clear of the brutal history of trying to get that third communique signed and what that actually meant. The third communique is one where we said we would decrease arms sales to Taiwan, and we made it clear that we thought that that was dependent on the first clause, saying that the PRC remained committed to peaceful resolution of the differences. Right now, I think it's hard for anybody to proclaim that the PRC is totally committed to a peaceful path for unification.
Great. This table in front over here. Let's go Rita, and then we'll go with Dennis.
Thank you so much. Rita Chen with Radio Free Asia. Chairman, you just mentioned that you say the blockade is a type of coercion. I want to know that, do you mind if you can elaborate a little bit? Do you see like a military drill as a blockade? And also, do you expect to see more blockade from the PLA within maybe 5 or 10 years, given that the President Xi is going to be having his third term soon? Thank you.
Well, I will start by saying I'm very humble in trying to predict what President Xi is going to do. And I think we all should be. And that's actually something I bring up with all of the Taiwan and PRC experts I meet, is we all have to be very humble. We really don't know what he is going to do on any given issue. No, I was saying this about the blockade. And again, I recommend that you just read the TRA. That's the easy way. Some people do it, most of you won't, but it's the piece of paper that gives me my job, so I think it's really important. And yes, I'm repeating it so that the issue doesn't really drop, that it doesn't kind of say, well, we've been discussing a possible blockade, nobody's raised this, but again, from my humble perspective, this is something that would not make sense for the Chinese to do. Will they do it? I have no idea. Do they have plans for more exercises to practice it? Again, I'm not clear. Maybe they will if they think it's effective. If it leads people to ask questions like the ones I underlined in my remarks, basically, okay, so do you want to stop the flow of semiconductors to the outside world? Do you want to block a huge percentage of international shipping from going through the Taiwan Strait? Are you willing to live with the reaction of huge increases in shipping costs, more confusion in the supply chains that have been choking your economy for the past 6 months? We want China to be thinking about some of these things.
All right. Questions? Okay, over here. Thanks.
Yeah, Dennis Wilder, Georgetown University. Recently, several members of the administration have talked about 2027 as some sort of deadline that Xi Jinping has set for the Chinese military to be ready for an invasion or a military action against Taiwan. How seriously should we take this 2027 notion of a deadline?
I wouldn't put it in terms of a deadline, and I think what you're seeing is not really based on firm information of a deadline. It's more on instructions to the military from Xi Jinping saying you've got to be ready by then at the latest. And that kind of gets into a broader question, which is, if you're assuming that Xi at some point might be tempted to use force against Taiwan, kinetic force in a large scale against Taiwan, are there conditions that a logical person would believe have to be met? And I think there's probably a couple. One of them would be that Xi Jinping probably needs to have the confidence that his military could pull it off successfully. And the other one is very closely related to that, which is, okay, that means that even if an invasion were to succeed in eliminating the government in Taiwan and more or less establishing a presence by China on Taiwan, what are the costs that it would bear? So if the, and you can think of a lot of them. You got 23.5 million people who might not be very happy with the PRC having used force to conquer the island. They're going to be hard to rule. You might have an international community that has said, you're no better than Russia. And you will, we will do similar things to China that you have done. On the other hand, we don't know how Xi Jinping weighs factors. So again, one last comment there. We have no idea what impact a slowing economy has on his thinking. We have no idea what impact the Russian failures in Ukraine have on his thinking. And so we've got to be, again, very modest. So is there a firm deadline? I don't think so. And I don't think that was really what we were saying. I think it's pretty clear that he's instructed his military that he expects them to have the capabilities by then. Taking care of that first part of my two questions.
Okay, more questions from that. Okay, Mike at the back.
Mike Fonte, I work for the DPP here in Washington. Thanks, Ambassador, for your remarks. I want to shift a little bit to the trade side because, as you know, President Tsai has that as a big priority for her, and I know she's asked Representative Xiao to push that hard. There are a lot of pieces that have already been talked about here. I wonder if you give us a little bit of your view on how we're going forward on those. USTR is dealing with trade, commerce is dealing with other pillars. How do you see the way forward going?
Well, I think, the way I would put it is, to be completely honest, I've never been as positive about the possibility of breakthroughs on the trade and investment front as I was after, and am still, since the declaration of the initiative on US-Taiwan trade and investment in the 20th century. There's a lot there, and I think both sides are very serious about trying to come to closure on issues that would be dramatic and would be a big breakthrough in a number of areas. I'm very encouraged that both sides seem to want to get to the table. People getting sick delays things. We understand that in the age of COVID-19, but I see more determination from the two sides to try and come to mutual agreement on the 11 topics raised in the initiative draft or framework than I have ever seen on trade issues with Taiwan in my 6 years in the job. So the devil's in the details. There's going to be talking going on. I would say a number of on a number of those pillars, we're actually very close. So.
Okay. We have time for one last question. We'll take the question in the back over there. Okay. This gentleman, just keep your hands raised. Yeah, there you go. So they know.
Hi, my name is Ben Lewis. I'm an independent defense analyst. My question is regarding PLA violations of Taiwan's ADIZ and the median line of the Taiwan Strait. Given the strain that this puts on Taiwan's armed forces, is the United States planning to take any action to support Taiwan's armed forces in their attempt to uphold the status quo in the Taiwan Strait, specifically regarding median line violations?
Yeah, I think this is an issue that's been percolating and now seems to be bubbling. It seems to be coming more and more to the fore. One thing that we have actually done, of course, is to basically do the F-16 sale, begin the F-16 Vulcan upgrades, and there is a lot of effort going on to try and speed up the timelines on those. So that would, in effect, give the Taiwan Air Force more capability and put a lot less strain on the platforms that they're using now. Beyond that, there are regular discussions. It's a thorny problem. How do you actually do this? Are there less intensive ways to sort of discourage, using drones, using lock-ons, stuff like that? How do you do this without leading to an accident that causes something that nobody wants? And so as we look at it, and we do talk to the Taiwanese very regularly on this, I think both we and they have to get a better handle on the most effective tool of kind of getting this under control. Up to now, most of the incursions remain relatively careful. They're not, they cross in, they cross back out fairly quickly, and they are still, despite some going across the center line, they're still kind of at the edges of the ADIZ.
Okay, with that, please join me in thanking Ambassador Moriarty.
Just keep it going until this. We got a camouflage suit. Anyway, thanks for coming. Hey, Zoe. The microphone's really always on. Mike Fonte asked me if I was optimistic. Yes. He forgot to note that a 20th century trade agreement is a term that means a trade agreement gutted of all important features, like agreements on
21st.
Access.
First of all, it's 21st century, Ray. It's not the 20th century. So let's just start there.
It's more like 19th century. It means no agreement on tariff levels, no agreement on access, just talking about other pretty things.
It's not what Congress wants.
Good job. How are you? Good to see you.
Well, place really cleared out. Everybody wants to listen.
That always used to happen after lunch.
Yeah, I know.
It's busiest in the morning, and then it just.
I'll accommodate you if you do. If not, I'll just go off the list of lawyers in the program.
I'll give it another minute or two. Let folks trickle back in. Yeah, and wait till all the panelists are present. So far, so good today? So far, so good. Yeah, no, I'm still waiting for Ambassador Burger.
Ray may have gone to the north.
I'm good. Yeah. I wanted to wait a minute until he got back.
But you know they're doing that.
He's talking to somebody outside.
I got it. Mark, how are you? Hey, thanks for coming. Good to see you. Sorry I didn't get a chance to.
Oh yeah, I had some questions for you.
All right, everyone, if you can look to take your seats, we'll get started with the next panel.
Ray Burkhart.
Mike Meza.
Hi. Is this the same conference we were at yesterday?
It's like a flashback. It's on the
I think it's the same thing. Yeah.
Hi, Mr. Ambassador. I'm John Dodson. Thank you for coming.
John
Dodson.
Dodson. Oh yeah, I saw you yesterday also.
Yeah, thank you for coming, sir.
We're going to be on one next week. Oh, it's going to be yeah, it's going to call me. Okay.
So you think Commerce is actually interested in a serious agreement? Good.
I spent 5
All right. All right, good afternoon, everyone.
Because USTR doesn't seem as...
I'm John Dodson, the Deputy Director of the Global Taiwan Institute, and I'm very honored to be with you today, to be the moderator of this panel. I want to thank everyone for coming out today. I also want to give a greeting to those who are watching us online as well, and to remind our audience that you too are part of this conversation. After our panelists have concluded speaking, when we go to the Q&A, I would like to invite everyone, not just those in the room, but those watching online, to send in any questions you may have, either into the YouTube chat or email them to contact@globaltaiwan.org. Our panel theme today is cross-strait relations and the internationalization of the Taiwan Strait. Now we have a very distinguished group of panelists here with us today. I think I'll hold off on making the more detailed introductions until each of our speakers come to their own individual speaking time. But just a very general introduction up front, we're fortunate to have with us Ambassador Raymond Burkhart, Bonnie Glaser of the German Marshall Fund, Lieutenant Colonel Mark Stokes of the Project 2049 Institute, and Mike Matza, who is a senior fellow with both GTI and a visiting fellow with AEI. I think the topic of this panel is one that has grown very much in importance over the last few years. I think anyone who's paid any attention to the issue at all over the last few years would have seen how there's been a steadily deepening chill in cross-strait relations. And that, I would say, kind of comes fundamentally from two things. Of course, it's a very complex process, but I think there are two things in particular that could be pointed to as underlying that. And one has been the refusal of Beijing and the ruling authorities of the Chinese Communist Party ever since the Tsai administration came into office in 2016 to really give any recognition or any recognition of legitimacy at all to the Tsai administration, to the DPP government, instead preferring to simply refer to the, in very dismissive terms, to the Taiwan authorities, or to, and always putting it in quotation marks, Taiwan independence forces, rather than recognizing Taiwan's democratically elected government as being in any way a legitimate one. And instead, to the extent to which there is any official public cross-strait diplomacy, to try to focus those efforts on the Kuomintang. Although even in that sense, even in terms of that very limited engagement with the opposition party, even there, the CCP has been crowding that space. I think a very good example of that was actually seen over this summer, where in terms of, with much of the discourse surrounding cross-strait relations, the CCP undertook a campaign to sort of promote the 30th anniversary of the 1992 consensus, while at the very same time asserting Beijing's position that the meaning of the 1992 consensus was not one of sort of studious ambiguity, where each side could choose what one China meant, but rather asserting that acceptance of the 1992 consensus equated directly to acceptance of the PRC's one China policy, meaning that there is one China, and that is the People's Republic of China, and Taiwan is a part of China, period. So a lot of that space that may have existed in the past for dialogue has really been constrained. And that connects to what I would identify as the other major factor, this increasing hard line that's been observed under Xi Jinping that we've seen really across the board, either in more difficult economic relations, in ratcheting up military tensions, in wolf warrior diplomacy, and so forth. The military exercises in August got a great deal of attention. But I think one item that didn't get quite so much attention, even though it came along in very much the same time frame, was the PRC's new white paper on Taiwan policy. It was released, if I recall, I believe it was August 10th, if I recall the date right, right on the tail end of the, the official end of the military exercises that the PRC initiated in the wake of Speaker Pelosi's visit. And there were a few things about that white paper that jumped out to me, particularly in terms of the omission of pledges that had been made in previous white papers. And, to wit, a pledge not to station PLA troops on Taiwan, and a pledge not to dispatch civil administrators from the mainland to Taiwan. Those had been those pledges had been contained in both of the two previous editions of the white paper. They were not in this one, which seems to me to be a significant and glaring omission, and another sign of this steadily hardening of the PRC's position. So I think there's a great deal for us to discuss today, and I am now going to step aside and make way for the people you really came here to hear, our panelists on this panel. I'm going to begin with Ambassador Raymond Burghardt, who had a long and distinguished career in the U.S. State Department that included assignments as a political counselor in the PRC from 1987 to 89, in Seoul from 1990 to 93, in Manila from 1993 to 1996, an appointment as U.S. Ambassador to Vietnam from 2001 to 2004. As well as serving as the chairman at the American Institute of Taiwan from 2006 to 2016. So Ambassador Burghardt, I turn the floor over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I was given the role of talking about something which is not directly connected with the overall theme of the panel, but still an interesting subject. My topic is the internal dynamics within Taiwan and U.S. policy and approaches to cross-strait relations, which is an interesting subject. My first reaction in seeing it was, that's a very interesting historical topic. And it has a great history and interesting history to it. But it's not quite as relevant today as it was a few years ago. And I'll get to that. Why? Preview. Because relations with Tsai are a lot better than the relations we had with some of the previous governments. The issue really came to its nadir, I would say, when George W. Bush, sitting next to the PRC Prime Minister, denounced some of the actions of Chen Shui-bian. This was the period in which Richard Bush, my predecessor as AIT chairman and a great chairman to work with in the years that I was the director of AIT in Taipei, invented the term dual deterrence. At least he claims he invented it, but which basically meant deterrence of Taiwan from taking political positions or actions which would change the status quo, mainly actions toward declarations or effective declarations of independence, and military deterrence of Beijing from taking military action against Taiwan. That issue during the Ma administration, of course, there was a sense of relief that the sense that Chen Shui-bian was gratuitously looking for ways to poke Beijing in the eye every morning as he woke up, sort of gave way to a government which eased relations with the mainland, created, opened up to the trade, to all the trade and all of the transportation access, which continues to exist. And so U.S. attitudes in terms of the internal political dynamics within Taiwan became less of an issue. They sort of briefly reappeared in 2012 during the campaign, in which there was some sort of unease about how Tsai had handled her visit to Washington, and there was some of that became known publicly in a way that wasn't very deftly handled. But then, as Tsai settled in as president in 2016 and in the years after, the general attitude of the U.S. government has been that she was handling the job very well and very prudently, very cautiously, showed none of the sort of sense of looking for ways to prod or Beijing that Chen Shui-bian had. And so there was the issue once again was quiescent. Beijing, of course, takes a different view. Beijing constantly is talking about how the Tsai government is always looking for ways to promote a sense of separatism, that it is inherently separatist in its character, that the U.S. should be restraining her, should be speaking out against what she's doing. We have generally ignored that. We have pushed back against it privately. It's often accompanied from Beijing with comments about what they call the de-Sinification of Taiwan on the part of the Tsai government, and talking about textbooks, talking about other statements. My personal attitude toward that is for anyone who observed China during the Cultural Revolution, 10 years of systematic destruction of Chinese culture, great works of art, great works of architecture, great religious sites, for that regime to denounce de-Sinification in Taiwan, where actually traditional Chinese culture has been well preserved, shows that we are dealing with people who do not have a great sense of irony. Another issue which could be seen, I guess, as a sort of internal debate or internal political dynamic issue is the whole debate that has gone on recently over asymmetric versus symmetric weapons. And there have been times in which it looked as if the KMT was sort of pushing back against the asymmetric, the asymmetric direction. Certainly, the more deep blue newspapers like United Daily News and the China Times rather routinely sort of castigate the U.S. for the sale of expensive arms to Taiwan and question the whole asymmetric approach. I think this debate is after attending the US-Taiwan Business Council's latest meeting and over the last couple of days, as some of the others on this panel have, I think that debate is quieted down. I think we've kind of reached a kind of a position where we realize that the distinction is somewhat artificial and symmetric weapons are used in asymmetric ways, and as in HIMARS, and that there's a place for F-16 sales today, and so I think we've moved beyond that a lot. Also, the KMT, which had been very had caused frustration in American circles. We were upset with the DPP for the reasons I just mentioned. At times, we had to push back against the KMT. I remember having very unpleasant conversations with Ma Ying-jeou and Suu Kyi over the Patriot 3 issue and the absurd arguments they were making why we should not go ahead with the sale. There was some sense during the Ma Ying-jeou government that he showed a lack of enthusiasm about building up the strength of the Taiwan military. Hearing the KMT today, like the KMT speakers who were at the conference we were just at, I think they quite explicitly would say that they've moved beyond that also. I like the statement that we've moved from Hu Jintao to Xi Jinping, among other things. So it's a different world, and I think that's not, I think that is another sort of potential issue we've moved beyond. So I was about to sort of end the discussion at that point when my good friend Shirley Khan sorry, we can call you out. During the break, when I said it was a historical issue, she pointed out, well, some people think it could be a future issue. And of course, that's a good point. You know, there is the question in 2024, is the U.S. going to take a position on candidates in the Taiwan election? Is it going to get nervous about William Lai, if he's the candidate, as being too deep green? What's going to happen is that issue, is that going to become relevant again? A lot can happen between now and 2024. But I think to some extent we can thank our friends in Beijing for reducing the potential controversy. They have gone so far in terms of the way they've treated Hong Kong and in the military exercises they just held. They've gone so far in terms of antagonistic action that the KMT also finds very objectionable. That I think the inclination to be sort of worried about whether the DPP candidate will be sufficiently open to dialogue with the mainland is much less likely to be an important issue. Others may disagree, but I throw that out as a possibility. I think there could be more said about this. We can do it later. I think the whole use of the word, the attacks against the current government by China for separatism and for independence, and for seeking independence in all kinds of sneaky ways. My personal view is it's setting the stage for the future moment in which they will declare that the Anti-Secession Act should now be put into effect. It's sort of setting the ground and setting the stage for that. It's not necessarily related to anything that's really happening in Taiwan. Thanks. Oh, and thank you very much for including me in this panel. Yes.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador, for those remarks. I think I'm going to turn next on our panel to Ms. Bonnie Glaser, who is currently the director of the Asia program at the German Marshall Fund of the United States, as well as being a member of the Committee on Foreign Relations and the International Institute for Strategic Studies. Before her current role at the German Marshall Fund, Ms. Glaser worked for many years at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, where she served as the senior advisor for Asia and the director of the China Power Project at CSIS. She has been featured very widely as a commentator at events such as this, as well as publishing extensively in publications to include the Washington Quarterly, the China Quarterly, the New York Times, and the International Herald Tribune. Bonnie, I will turn the floor over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, John. So I'll start where Ray left off and say thank you for inviting me to be on the panel in your annual conference. And thank you to those of you who do great work on Taiwan at GTI. We were all assigned different topics. So my topic is the evolution of PRC policy and approaches to cross-strait relations. So evolution could cover, of course, a very long period, and I'm just going to focus on the recent past. Really what we have seen since President Tsai Ing-wen took office in 2016. And I think that the best word to use to characterize China's policy is coercion. It is increasingly coercive. And I'm going to talk about some of the ways in which that has been manifested. And since the overall topic of the panel is Taiwan's participation in the international community, I'll start with that. We know that between 2016 and 2021, and up until the present, the PRC has poached 8 of Taiwan's diplomatic allies. It is now left with only 14. The Chinese, of course, have prevented Taiwan from participating in really virtually all UN-related activities. And we've seen even with the global pandemic that Taiwan was barred from participating in emergency committee meetings to address COVID-19. It was prevented from participating in many of the WHO technical events that took place on epidemic prevention. In 2017, there was even an episode, which I'm sure many of you read about, which took place in Perth, Australia, where there was a meeting of the Kimberley process, and the PRC delegation made such a stink that the Taiwan delegation had to withdraw in order for the proceedings to continue. And then importantly on this topic, and I think of great concern to Taiwan, and I think should also be of great concern to those countries that care about Taiwan, is what is going on up at the UN regarding the PRC's distortion of UN General Assembly Resolution 2758. And this, I did some work earlier this year with Jessica Drunn. If you haven't seen the report that we wrote. It's on our website. She really did some fantastic research, and we found examples where some historical documents of the UN from the International Telecommunications Union have been altered, likely by the PRC, whereas the original document said Taiwan. They have been changed to say Taiwan, province of China. And there's also cases in which NGOs, including think tanks in Washington, D.C., have been coerced to change their websites and threaten that they would lose their access to UN committees, and they rely on access to those committees to do the work that they do, especially in this case, it was in the non-proliferation area. What's really been worrisome is last year, when it was the 50th anniversary of the Resolution 2758 being passed, we saw China's State Council and Foreign Minister Wang Yi come out and say that the One China principle was established in the United Nations by UNGA Resolution 2758. And that language is basically repeated in the white paper, where it says that the resolution's a political document encapsulating, that's from the English language version, but basically it's establishing the One China principle, whose legal authority leaves no doubt, no room for doubt, and has been acknowledged worldwide. So essentially, the PRC has distorted this resolution to mean that every member of the United Nations accepts the One China principle. And I think that if there is no pushback by the United States and like-minded countries, that we'll see the Chinese pushing more almost on an open door to prevent Taiwan's meaningful participation in the United Nations going forward. And so this is something I urge all of us to think about. I'll talk more briefly about some of the other ways that China is using coercion against Taiwan. Certainly in the economic realm, we've seen a shift away from using economic measures as a sort of positive inducement or enticement to people in Taiwan, in favor of using more punitive measures. And of course, we had, like in the past, the 31 measures, things of that nature, to provide inducements to Taiwan to lure talent, with the promise of economic benefits. What we see today, especially in the aftermath of Speaker Pelosi's visit to Taiwan, is boycotting products from Taiwan to China. And this, we know, started earlier with the pineapples and the two forms of apples. The mainland tourists were prevented from going to Taiwan even before, I think, President Tsai was inaugurated. But now we're looking at something like, I believe it's over 2,000 of Taiwan's food products. And the percentage of Taiwan's total exports to China that have been affected is really small, but individual sectors, I think, are being hurt. And a friend of mine is doing interviews in Taiwan and doing some investigation into the impact. So stay tuned. Of course, in the military realm, this has already been talked about, but at least bears touching on, is that there's just been an enormous amount of coercion going on through the use of military power. In August, the data that I have is that there were 444 sorties that took place in Taiwan's ADIZ, which was greater than the sum of the sorties in the preceding 5 months. Median line crossings, as you heard Ambassador Moriarty talk about, are taking place more frequently. They're not only, of course, at the northeast and southwest corners of the median line, but at least during the Pelosi visit and afterwards, they took place closer to the center line. Though I agree that these are sort of mostly professional, the fact that they are taking place, I think, is still worrisome. And I think many people are saying that the PRC is attempting to enforce some kind of new normal in the Taiwan Strait, basically just a heightened level of military activity that's taking place closer to Taiwan and further increasing the stress on Taiwan's pilots and maintenance crews. Another area of coercion is disinformation, and that's become very much a central part of the CCP strategy. Again, not new, but I think has really been increased. I I see this as being aimed at trying to polarize Taiwan society, to undermine public trust in the government, and to meddle in Taiwan's elections. And some good work was done the last time Taiwan had elections. I assume that there will be good people who are watching this closely in Taiwan who will be able to identify the ways in which the PRC is seeking to intervene in local elections. The Chinese are infiltrating social media, internet forums, online chat farms. We see Chinese content farms produce lots of fake stories. Throughout COVID-19, this has been taking place, suggesting that Taiwan's government is somehow concealing the number of deaths, for example. And then when Russia invaded Ukraine, the decision of the United States to not send troops was then used by the PRC to send disinformation to the people of Taiwan, saying that the U.S. is an unreliable ally and is going to abandon Taiwan. So basically, Taiwan should just surrender now. So disinformation, another area that I see as part of that coercive strategy. And then finally, legal warfare is an example where we're seeing a lot of coercion. The Chinese have taken legal action against people that they claim are diehard separatists on Taiwan. The national security law states that separatism and secession are crimes, which presumably could be punished if there were cases that they could prosecute. I think we'll see more of this going forward. Ray has talked a little bit about the anti-secession law. There's been some discussion in China about even being more specific about the circumstances in which China might use non-peaceful means. There's also been discussion in China about the possible passing of a national reunification law. So I think we will see more lawfare. I want to say a little bit about the white paper, which John mentioned, and to me, one of the most important components of that paper was that it attempts to lay out a vision of how one country, two systems could be applied to Taiwan. And this is interesting because in January 2nd, 2019, when Xi Jinping gave his one and only comprehensive speech on policy toward Taiwan, he had called for the development of a one country, two systems version for Taiwan. And it's really quite chilling that this white paper describes the Hong Kong case as a positive example, stating that it has laid a solid foundation for the long-term continuation of one country, two systems. And one of the lessons that it drew from Hong Kong is that, and I quote, two systems is subordinate to and derives from one country. The two are integrated under the one China principle. So Taiwan is described as essentially becoming eventually in this vision a special administrative region of China. Its rights would be considered only on the basis that China's sovereignty, security, and development interests are guaranteed. So although the PRC continues to insist that it prefers to reunify Taiwan with the mainland peacefully and use force only as a last resort, I think it's increasingly clear that Beijing's definition of peaceful encompasses all the forms of coercion that are being applied. And I'm sure I haven't been exhaustive in describing this coercive strategy today, but I've tried to provide some examples. So in just 10 days, we will have the Party Congress opening in Beijing. And at the last Party Congress, Xi Jinping did declare that reunification is a requirement for national rejuvenation. We don't know what he will say this year. I echo Ambassador Moriarty's cautionary note that we shouldn't predict what's going to happen. We certainly should observe closely. And we'll all have an interesting conversation, I think, in the aftermath of the Party Congress. I certainly hope that Xi Jinping does not say anything that introduces greater urgency or a firmer deadline, but that's something we should watch for. In my view, it is unlikely that Xi Jinping is going to abandon the priority of preventing Taiwan independence. I believe that this still is China's top priority. I think it will remain so, but it is possible that that he will more actively promote reunification. And this is what I hear from talking to Chinese scholars. The way that they interpret the white paper is that they anticipate that going forward, there'll be more of a push for for promoting reunification, which I would expect would continue to be through coercive means. So with that, I will turn the floor back to you, John.
All right. Bonnie, thank you very much. That was a very comprehensive overview of relations across the Strait, again, particularly in terms of the coercive measures that are being employed by the PRC. I jotted down a few questions that I'll be tempted to ask later in regards to that, particularly I think in relation to your point about how the PRC is attempting in international fora to promote or sort of to push its own interpretation of what a one China principle means and to sort of transpose that onto other things. So I don't know, perhaps that's something we could explore a little bit more in the Q&A. But not wanting to take up too much time, I'm going to move on to our next speaker. Excuse me. It's Mr. Michael Matza, who is a senior non-resident fellow with GTI, as well as a visiting fellow in foreign policy and defense studies at the American Enterprise Institute. Mike is a frequent media commentator on foreign policy issues in East Asia, as well as a very prolific author, including for our own publication, the Global Taiwan Brief, whereas one of the editors I've had the pleasure of getting sneak previews of many of Mike's pieces over the past year and a half. I will turn the floor over to you, sir. Mike?
Well, thank you, John, for the kind introduction, and thanks to Russell and GTI for putting on this event and for having me here today. I should also say it is a great honor to sit on a panel with leading scholars and practitioners in our field, people who I've learned a lot from over the course of my career. So really happy to be here. Today I'm going to try to draw a little bit of a line between what we have seen happening in Ukraine to the aftermath or Chinese response to the Pelosi visit, and then the sort of the international reaction to both of those things. So I think that the Russian invasion of Ukraine in February shattered a lot of illusions. Certainly by no means universal views, but I think for a lot of folks, the invasion made some things clear that perhaps may have not have been clear. This idea that big countries do still invade their neighbors. They try to seize capitals. They annex foreign territory. They wield their nuclear weapons to threaten their neighbors. Right? These things that were things that I think many of us had hopefully thought had been consigned to the past, and obviously they had not been. Look, the united response to this, I think, was quite striking. The European response was, I think, surprising because, frankly, we're not used to seeing the Europeans respond so forcefully to Russian misadventures. Though perhaps we shouldn't have been as surprised as some of us were, as I was. This was the first large-scale invasion, not just of Ukraine, but of Europe in decades and decades. The rapid response in Asia, right, in places like Taiwan, Japan, Australia, even Singapore, was perhaps more notable. I read this as at least in part a desire to defend certain norms, norms that we had thought were widely accepted, and norms that have long benefited countries in the Indo-Pacific. Those being the norms against settling disputes, international disputes by force, and the norm against annexing the sovereign territory of others. And I would suggest that these countries in the region, in the Indo-Pacific, were perhaps worried about potential developments closer to home. And we got a taste of what those potential developments could be a few months later when Nancy Pelosi visited Taiwan. Setting aside the question of the wisdom of the visit, which I don't want to hash out here, I think China had an opportunity to paint the United States as an irresponsible actor. But China's response was so melodramatic, and I use that term intentionally. I think there was an element of play acting here. The response was so melodramatic, that China essentially denied itself that public relations opportunity. Again, perhaps the visit was irresponsible, but for a lot of observers, probably didn't merit the breadth and scope of the Chinese reaction, right? Economic punishment, shrill, bombastic rhetoric, military operations, which are, in a sense, ongoing to this day. Military operations that were in your face, intimidating at the time. And I think this was probably eye-opening for many in U.S. allies and partners. And I think we saw those partners shift from concern that Washington was unintentionally provoking a crisis to concern that China was quite intentionally and openly opting for one. So that may have led some to conclude that Beijing is deadly serious about unification with Taiwan. If they hadn't realized that before, others may have concluded that China is irrationally serious. Either way, I think in the wake of the Ukraine invasion, actors and countries in Asia and Europe, at least, are thinking more seriously about the threat and risk of war in the Taiwan Strait, and more seriously than they had been prior to 2022. Look, that being said, it's not as if American allies and partners have suddenly noticed Taiwan on the map, right? There have been growing concerns for a while. I think these have been most evident, arguably, in Japan and Australia. In the Japan case, we've seen both internal developments, which suggest this growing concern, as well as developments in the bilateral U.S.-Japan relationship. So, a few examples in December of 2020 is President Biden was preparing to take office. A Japanese deputy defense minister publicly wondered about what the Biden administration's Taiwan policy and fretted in particular about how the administration would respond in the event that China crossed what this official called a red line in the Taiwan Strait. Earlier this year, the late Shinzo Abe began calling for the United States to embrace strategic clarity. The fact that he was publicly doing so, I think, was pretty significant and pointed to at least one strain of more prominent thinking in Japan about risks in the Taiwan Strait. For a few years now, we've seen Japan beefing up its defenses along the Southwest Islands, those closest to Taiwan. And last year, the LDP, the Liberal Democratic Party, launched an internal Taiwan project team to start developing new Taiwan policy proposals. And of course, bilaterally, this has been it seems to be a growing topic, or more frequent topic of bilateral conversations in the U.S.-Japan relationship. So last spring, when President Biden met the Japanese Prime Minister at the time, Prime Minister Suga, they became the first U.S. and Japanese leaders since 1969 to publicly and jointly raise concerns about peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait. And that echoed an earlier U.S.-Japan 2+2 statement. Which, again, raised concerns about Taiwan. In Australia, we've seen revelations of defense planning, both internal to Australia and in a joint U.S.-Australia fashion for a Taiwan contingency. The former Defense Minister Dutton, described or said it would be, quote unquote, inconceivable that Australia would stand aside in the event of a conflict that the United States was involved in there. An Osmond statement earlier this year defined Taiwan as having an important role in the Indo-Pacific and described it as a, quote unquote, critical partner for both the United States and Australia. And the current Foreign Minister, Penny Wong, in the aftermath of the Pelosi visit, what did I say? Yep, did I not say Foreign Minister? The Foreign Minister, Penny Wong, described or was extremely critical of the Chinese response and called on China to de-escalate. We've seen European countries paying greater attention to the region overall, not always explicitly raising concerns about Taiwan, but Great Britain, France, and the EU have all put out Indo-Pacific strategies or Indo-Pacific policies over the past couple of years. Everybody in this room is probably familiar with countries like the Czech Republic and Lithuania who have invested in their relationships with Taiwan in the face of significant Chinese pressure. Since Ukraine, I think we've seen more prominent, more vocal European concern. And again, I think it's been quite striking. So there was an EU resolution just from 2 or 3 weeks ago, which really strongly condemned PRC military activity following the Pelosi visit. and expressed, firm commitment or firm solidarity with the people of Taiwan. It's not non-binding resolution, but again, an important signal. Ukrainian lawmakers in the past weeks have raised concerns, raised questions about Ukraine's strategic partnership with China, and praised Taiwan for its support of Ukraine, which came quite quickly after the invasion. We saw the Ukrainian parliament launch a Taiwan friendship group after the Pelosi visit, and Ukrainian lawmakers have for the first time joined the Interparliamentary Alliance on China. The Financial Times reported a week or so ago that increasing Chinese military activity in the Taiwan Strait is leading Philippine security officials and thinkers to want to reinvigorate the relationship with the United States. We had in that piece a former chief of the Philippine Armed Services essentially saying that he thinks it inevitable that the Philippines will be involved in a Taiwan Strait crisis, whether the Philippines wants that or not. So what remains unclear is whether all of this attention, whether all of this concern will translate into action. I think what we'd want to see is deeper diplomatic and economic engagement, certainly across the board. The larger the number of countries that have an interest in the fate of Taiwan, the more complicated decision-making gets for Beijing. From a security standpoint, ideally, I think you'd see more clarity from U.S. allies and partners regarding either direct intervention, the likelihood that they'll at least, support U.S. intervention, or even just clarity about the sorts of economic measures they might take in response to a contingency in the Taiwan Strait. More forward-leaning states, you'd like to see arms sales or joint training. But can we expect to see any of those things? Again, all the attention, all the concern is good, but I don't see much willingness yet among larger countries in particular to get on China's bad side here, to risk China wielding the economic leverage that has shown itself very willing to wield, and really in a sustained fashion in some cases. And indeed, I wonder if the ongoing war in Ukraine, despite the illusions it may have shattered, I wonder if the war in Ukraine, the associated global economic headwinds, may well make countries more conservative in their dealings with Beijing and their approaches to Taiwan going forward. And that's where I'll stop. Thanks, John.
Mike, thank you very much for those. And again, with your comments as well, there's a number of points that stuck out to me that we'll see if we can address in the Q&A. I was particularly interested in some of your comments related to the effects of the war in Ukraine. I think it'll be many years, if not decades, before we have a fuller sense or can really appreciate with more perspective the ripple effects of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. But I thought your comments as to how that appears to have led to a greater internationalization or at least a regionalization, perhaps, of attention to Taiwan in East Asia was very interesting to me. But we're now going to go to our final speaker, last but certainly not least, Mr. Mark Stokes, who will be very well known to many of you who follow Taiwan issues. Mark had a first career as an officer in the U.S. Air Force, including an assignment as the senior country director for the PRC Taiwan and Mongolia in the Office of the Assistant Secretary of Defense for International Security Affairs. Following retirement from the Air Force, he served in a number of other roles, including as founder and president of Quantum Pacific Enterprises, as well as serving as vice president and Taiwan country manager for Raytheon International in Taiwan. He is currently the executive director of the Project 2049 Institute, a think tank here in Washington, D.C., focused on foreign policy and defense issues in the Asia Pacific. Mark, you have the honor of batting cleanup in our lineup, and I turn the floor over to you, sir.
Thank you, John. I've known you many years. A good friend and colleague, and it's also an honor to be here at GTI presenting before you, together with our esteemed colleagues here. I've known all the co-panelists for many years, more years than I want to admit. to include Ray, I think you were in Taipei from, was it 2000 maybe?
99 to 2001.
Okay, that's a critical period. It should be obvious why it's a critical period, but of course you had the first peaceful transfer of power in any Chinese-based society through his history, and that's a pretty big deal. And I think the Taiwan Armed Forces in particular deserve credit for facilitating that particular process. This transition happened for quite a while. You could say, I'm not sure where you can set the dates, but let's say at least kept going until after the 2004 election, when things also got pretty hairy in Taipei, especially. I don't know if Jim, if you were there, but it was a pretty tense period. But I want to highlight a little bit this particular period, especially in between, let's say, 98, 99, and 2004, 2005. From let's say from U.S. policy perspective, from the perspective of U.S. defense policy in particular. What happened during these years? It was maybe a little related to the 2000 election, but more having to do with the 1996 crisis in the Taiwan Strait, the missile crisis. After that happened in 96, there were, sort of within the Pentagon, some discussions of, we almost stood standing with Taiwan's armed forces, shoulder to shoulder, and we actually don't really know them. We haven't really known them since 1979, since the break in diplomatic relations. So we need to sort of shift the structure of our defense relations. So we went from a defense relationship that was defined almost exclusively in terms of arms, and General Gregson was in this period as well, from 98 until 2000. That's right.
It achieved escape velocity from the Beltway.
That's correct. So in this critical period, you had another big deal, which was a shift in the way the U.S. on defense policy, the way that we planned and prepared for a possible contingency in the Taiwan Strait. Before, it was kind of an aftermath. From a planning perspective, it was an itty-bitty document, nothing detailed. So there was some thinking that went on, but there are some basics and it's useful every 2 years when you do these reviews to be able to review the process. And there are certain assumptions that are made. Do we do strikes against the mainland? Yes or no? Do we do that? Sometimes it'll be no, don't even think about it, not even an option. Sometimes it'll be, well, let's just make sure we get the president's approval. And then this leads to other issues. But the other big thing that changed, that when there's a decision made, so we had the Monterey talks, first one in 97. 98 was a big one, because that's when the decision was made to begin thinking about how we deal with the ROC, Taiwan's armed forces. And so that then began a process of completely overhauling the way we do planning. So the things changed around this time frame. This was right as the Bush administration was coming in, but the seeds were already laid under the Clinton administration. So a long process and the fundamental questions that are being asked throughout the community. Well, what are some basic assumptions that we make in terms of our planning for this? Particularly starting with Beijing's course of actions. And course of actions generally are divided into two families. One is annihilation, and the other one is coercion. And let me focus more on the second one, because I'm very happy to see Bonnie, I think, use the word coercion like 7 times in your presentation, and these are music to my ears. Because the debates we're going to, okay, whatever analysis of scenarios, there are two. One is weapons of mass destruction, nuclear weapons. Just annihilate Taiwan and just kill them all. Just get and anybody intervening. So that's certainly a way to annihilate. Annihilate is defined precisely as the forceful annihilation of the ROC or Taiwan as a state. It's just there's no conditions. It's full up, just complete surrender and capitulation, and then occupation, and then enforcement of martial law and imposition of your will upon a vanquished population. There's no thinking about political preconditions, none at all. It's assumptions are made to where the PLA operates in a political unconstrained environment. Is that really realistic? I'm not so sure. But the second is coercion, and there's an entire range of scenarios, and there's the standard ones that are used in the course of scenarios, all the way from what we're seeing today, the demonstrations of force, to island grab, like Xiao or one of the other islands, offshore islands. So there's a maritime blockade, there's an air blockade. There's at the higher end of the course of spectrum, there is what's called strategic paralysis, decapitation. Coercion has a whole rich theory that was alive and well back in those days. It's dead now, by the way. You don't really see many people talking about coercion. It's all annihilation all the time, invasion, asymmetric defense, and stuff like this. which has a cost I'll get to. But coercion has a lot of theory. You have every military, it makes the assumption every action that Beijing takes, military-wise, every flight they take in the Taiwan Strait has a political message. It's a form of messaging. It's a form of coercion. Coercion is both compellence and deterrence from Beijing's perspective. So a whole range of things. You have to figure out first of all, what the political goal is. For example, those exercises on that occurred subsequent to the Pelosi visit. With precision was the intent. It was a target audience. What was their intent? What was their goal? This is you have a political goal, an action, and in the middle is the mechanism. You can look this stuff up. If you haven't read something written by Tammy Davis Biddle from Army War College, highly recommended, because she explains why generally those of us who've been military practitioners aren't comfortable with the concept of coercion. But over the years, these were the fundamental debates: annihilation versus coercion as a basis for our policy. On the policy level in OSD, Rumsfeld was a coercion guy. I didn't talk to him, but anybody in the Air Force generally would be inherently coercion, whether or not they recognize it or not. The Air Force would not exist if your whole goal in life was to support another service for an invasion scenario. But so generally, watch the language that people use. That are generally the Air Force can be different. So I naturally am a coercion guy. We never discounted the possibility of invasion, but invasion is one point on an entire spectrum of possible courses of action that Beijing could take. The assumption these days is that it's all invasion. It's now in the U.S. law, or not quite U.S. law. I think the term asymmetric defense, when you see that, that's an invasion. It's now affected our entire policy. In the old days, we consciously kept, PACOM Pacific Command did get the annihilation scenario. There was a push to try to get them to think more in coercive terms. They said, we can't do it, it's too political. So, but kept that at bay. Said, okay, it's fine as a planning assumption and warfighting assumption, but for policy, we've got to think in terms of coercion. Why? Because of the Taiwan Relations Act. Taiwan Relations says U.S. Forgot the exact words, but maintain the capacity to resist use of force and other forms of coercion. It doesn't say annihilation. It doesn't say invasion. There's a reason why they said coercion, and you think that back through. It's not easy to think in terms of coercion, but we are coerced we, the United States, even are coerced every day. We just don't realize it, but we're by matters reflected in our policies. We're not even to the point of even thinking about, especially these days, about a fundamental look at fundamental policy review. But we're not even thinking about that because we're now so wrapped up in, oh my gosh, the Davidson window, 7 years, 2027. So my gosh, we better not even think about doing these things. No need to. Don't fix it if it ain't broke. It is broke, actually, if we're assuming a war is coming and not even willing to take any action. But this leads to the topics I was asked to discuss, which is status quo in the Taiwan Strait and future U.S. policy options. So with this sort of as foregoing in mind, what is the status quo in the Taiwan Strait? We see that term a lot. This panel I've heard of a few times, the status quo, but the status quo sometimes as we define it, that's the term we'll use. No unilateral change in the status quo as we define it. But what is the status quo? It never has been defined. You don't see it. Our entire policy is based upon very fuzzy concepts of status quo. We use these all the time. Asymmetric. In the Taiwan Strait, asymmetric is whatever we think it is. It's not F-16s. It's not submarines. We know that. And by the way, on the annihilation front, where this rears its head from time to time becomes policy relevant, is decisions on Taiwan arms sales. If in today's world, submarines would have never been approved. In today's world, the big Bob Marley radar, the SR surveillance radar, never would have been approved. Anything is strategic, inherently strategic. Air power is strategic. It's not tactical. We like to think it's tactical, but it's not. So these things would never be approved. In fact, I'm actually a little bit worried that there's going to be a decision now, Taiwan next year, big news when it happens, their first sea trial of a submarine. Everybody said no. Oh my gosh, Taiwan submarine's the dumbest thing you'll ever do. That's a waste of money. That'd be an undersea coffin, stuff like that. Well, it actually turns out they may actually put in the first one in the water for testing next year. And so my worry is that it's going to go even more to where they're going to say, oh my God, that's not asymmetric, so let's kill that program. I think we're already starting to see it with Taiwan's next generation fighter program in AIDC. That's the concern I have, is that we've gone overboard, I think, in terms of some of our fundamental assumptions. But it all goes back to what is the status quo in the Taiwan Strait? you think about this a little bit. If you had this like set in time what the current status quo is, what would it be? I can only think of one thing. You could say, I agree with Leland Wei in his interview, special state-to-state relations, I suppose, but policy perspective, okay, in my view, I've lived in Beijing 3 years, lived in Taipei more than 3 years, and there's no question in my mind that objective reality is that Taiwan, under its current ROC constitution, exists as an independent sovereign state today. It has since, well, you can go back however long you want to go, but there's no question. It's just like the other side of the Taiwan Strait, the POC. And so if I define status quo, it's the existence, if you can't say state, let's say the existence of two legitimate governments on both sides of the Taiwan Strait. One, an autocratic POC. On the other side, a democratic ROC that's evolved into a vibrant democracy. There's no, when I testified before in a subcommittee on the House side few years ago, I said this. David Rohrabacher kind of got he got a little angry at this, which was good because he said, "My God, you're calling the PRC a legitimate government?" Yeah, and he stormed out. I was happy to hear that because that's the whole point. There are two legitimate governments on both sides, and we can't. I think I don't know if the policy guidelines are still around, but you cannot even say government for Taiwan. That's as bad as it is. So if you take that as a basic assumption of status quo, then so this whole thing that's going on in the Taiwan Strait, it must be something around to do that because Beijing tried to change the status quo because if Taiwan obviously does exist, then why are they trying to this one country two system thing? It's kind of silly. One country two systems. There's one China. Taiwan is part of China, and the PRC is the sole representative of China in the international community. This sort of zero-sum, and so therefore any thing that we in the United States do to extend legitimacy to the same legitimacy would extend to PRC, Beijing gets all mad, and so they've effectively deterred us from doing things that we should do to at least get some parity in the way we extend legitimacy to both sides. This is not sovereignty. You can have legitimacy, you can extend legitimacy and not take a position on sovereignty. So that's, in my view, status quo, and you'll see all kinds of other definitions or attempts, but to me that's what really brings it down. In my view, the biggest problem that we have in U.S. policy is the yawning and widening disconnect between objective reality and our policy. It's based on a whole myth. Yeah, we can have a one China policy, it's fine. Matter of fact, it's probably not wise to break out of it right now, but that you should never define one China, and there's nothing that I can see in our one China policy that would prohibit the United States from moving toward a more normal and stable constructed relationship with both sides of the Taiwan Strait. And that, without doing so, without a fundamental policy review, I think we're in trouble because we'll let things go to a drift to what amounts to kind of a militarization of our foreign policy because of the lack of initiative to do anything to address the underlying issues. So with that, in terms of U.S. options, I think there are two. If there were a fundamental policy review to take place today, and I say fundamental, I mean something like 1977, which was a major one that decided, do we enter negotiations and concede on all three of Beijing's demands for to end that process for normalization. But today, if there were, if it were me doing some kind of if I was NSC or something doing a paper, it would be four options. One option is it would be not conciliation, but it would be to basically to concede its concession. It would be concede on Beijing's view of one China, this one China principle, in which the United States would maybe amend the TRA to be able to actually get rid of those two security-related provisions, but basically go even further toward Beijing's definition of one China. The second option is a status quo. I'm using that term again, but this time status quo is in the context of U.S. policy. The current policy is based upon the framework of the Taiwan Relations Act and the three joint communiques and even the 6 assurances. But that's sort of the status quo thing. Unofficial relations with one side, official relations with the other. That's by far the largest, that most people are status quo. The other one, relatively small but still existence and alive and well, as formal normalization. That's not no more one country, no more one China policy. It's just complete one Taiwan, one China. Complete break out of that. Those who advocate, for example, strategic clarity, whatever term that is, are I would consider to be sort of put in the same sort of category as a different part. There is a fourth policy option, and I tend to associate myself with this, and it's also very unpopular with most people. But it's just, to me, it's obvious, and there's a middle ground. There's a gray zone, so to speak. There's a between the all the way the full up caving in all their demands and all the way up to normalization, full normalization, and that's it goes by different terms. For lack of a better term, it's one China, two governments, a U.S. policy. Not a Taiwan or China, but it's a U.S. one China, two governments policy. And what is this? Basically, it's one that consciously balances legitimacy in the Taiwan Strait in the sense of, you heard these terms, symbols of sovereignty. Which kind of, we don't have to take a position on sovereignty. It should be symbols of legitimacy. And symbolism has a substance in the Taiwan Strait context. The entire dispute is based on symbolism. One China is a symbol, that kind of thing. So symbol, you can't escape symbolism. We like to do that because we can. It allows us to get out of messy situations. But a one China, two governments policy is where you consciously do more to balance legitimacy on both sides of the Taiwan Strait. Perfectly, to me, that is the most viable solution. But right now in this environment, not much of a stomach to look at any possible fundamental U.S. policy option. Back to you, John. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mark. You gave us a lot to chew on there. Among your comments, there's a few that I would be particularly interested in discussing, going back to war college type arguments over, what is the proper role of the U.S. Air Force? Is it a tactical or strategic asset? But I think that might be a discussion or argument best conducted perhaps separately over a couple of beers rather than wasting everybody's time here. Or more. Yeah. But anyway, but thank you very much for that. With that, I think we have about 20 minutes left, and I would like to move on to the Q&A. And I think I will exercise the traditional moderator's prerogative to kick that off with a question or two that I had jotted down while our panelists were speaking. And I think the first one I'll throw out. I think this was prompted by some of the comments by Ambassador Burghardt, as well as some of the comments that were made by Ms. Glazer. But I'll open it up to the panel in general. I was struck by Ambassador Burghardt's comment that he thought that perhaps some of both the actions taken by Beijing as well as some of its discourse messaging could really be sort of being used to lay the foundation ultimately for the invocation of the anti-secession law. I thought that was a very interesting comment. And I was kind of tying that together with some of Bonnie's comments about what the recent PRC white paper had to say about one country, two systems, and of course reiterating that one country, two systems was the one and only framework that could be followed for a political union or unification or annexation, whatever term you want to apply, between the PRC and Taiwan, and particularly how that document upheld Hong Kong as a successful example of the implementation of one country, two systems. And I'm, from my own perspective anyway, with the white paper holding up Hong Kong as a successful example of that, it seems to be laying out the PRC position that one country, two systems really means, well, we will give you a formal designation like special administrative region or ethnic, autonomous region, something like that, but full CCP control comes with that. So I guess the question I would ask, prompted by those, and again, I could direct it to Ambassador Burghardt and to Ms. Glazer particularly, but I'll open it up to all the panelists, is do you have a sense, does Beijing, and again, that meaning specifically the sort of the leadership echelons of the CCP, do they have any genuine, or what is your sense, do they have any genuine faith left in cross-strait dialogue with either of the main parties in Taiwan, either with the DPP or the KMT, or at this point, are they going through the motions? What do you think? Does any of you have any thoughts on that?
as others have said, made the astute observation that they do not have deep insights into the inside of Xi Jinping's mind. So, it's difficult. We're somewhat guessing here, but we sort of can go on the basis of comments from PRC scholars that we deal with and so things we read. I think increasingly those who are sort of devote their lives to being Taiwan experts in the mainland do see that there's been a steady drift toward a sense of self-identity in Taiwan, and that and they look at the poll figures of the percentage of people who want immediate independence, who would probably not fill this room, and then the percentage of people who and all the variations on that question that are constantly asked in polls, and they get the picture. It's nevertheless, of course, the party continually uses the mantra that it favors peaceful unification. So what does that mean? I would say that that is simply out there for public consumption. It's not something they really expect to happen. I think they also can look at the Kuomintang and see that it's shifted a lot. The old guard who was around Ma Ying-jeou, who were sort of looking for ways to have more and more normal relations. Even those people didn't want political unification, but they were willing to walk up to the edge of it. The current leadership in the Kuomintang is much less enthusiastic about finding, about compromise in order to achieve, sort of further progress in relations with the mainland. And I've heard Eric Ju sort of describe himself as, well, my thinking really isn't all that different than Tsai Ing-wen, and then he'll go on at length telling you why, so that's
depends on the audience.
Yeah.
Right?
Of course. But for an American audience, it's yeah. So I don't. It's hard. I don't see it. I mean, I've publicly said I don't think peaceful unification is not something possible.
So I'll just make two quick comments. One is that it's clear to me that Beijing is trying to shape the outcome that it prefers. It would prefer to take over Taiwan without the use of kinetic force. They may be losing confidence in that. I don't myself believe that they've made a decision to use force. Nonetheless, if you look at the strategy that Beijing might use going forward, why would we say that there is no role in any strategy for dialogue? Of course there could be a role for dialogue. It depends on the circumstances. It depends on the conditions. So at the moment, the conditions are accepting the 1992 consensus. A KMT leader could return to the 1992 consensus, or they might decide under some circumstances to modify those preconditions. But I wouldn't just say that they have completely given up on dialogue. I mean, dialogue is only one small element of an overall strategy. Secondly, although I don't disagree with you, Ray, that there are a number of experts in China who follow the public opinion surveys and see the trends in identity and percentages that support independence. Nonetheless, there is I would say, a fairly substantial group, and I mean in terms of size, not necessarily in terms of influence, because we don't know in terms of influence, who argue that ultimately what will matter is China's comprehensive national power, and that as that power grows, that eventually that China will be able to prevail. And I've read that just recently. So that continues to be something that people express. And of course, we know that in the historical resolution that was passed in November of, or issued in November of last year, that the statement was made, time and momentum is always on China's side. So I think that this is a debate that continues to go on in China about whether or not there is any possibility of peaceful resolution, but it's clearly not in the party's interest at this particular moment to say that peaceful means have all failed and therefore they must use force. I'm sure you would agree with that.
I just yeah, I agree with Bonnie that I mean, if you get another KMT government, some form of negotiations that somehow structured with some kind of agreement in order to advance practical issues of some kind, trade issues and so forth. Yeah, that's possible.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, both of you. I have several more questions jotted down, but I don't want to hog all of our time, and I'm sure members of our audience have some questions as well. If you would just raise your hand and wait to be recognized. Let me go to the gentleman in the front here. You sir?
Hello, Ethan Franz, still unaffiliated for those in the room. My question is directed to Ms. Glazer. And amongst the panel hearing the word coercion about a dozen times, I do think that is a very important term to talk about. But one aspect of coercion that's being exerted on by the PRC is not just on Taiwan, it's also on the loudest voices that are supporting Taiwan that are also the smallest, such as Belize, Palau, Honduras, Guatemala, so on and so forth, of Taiwan's official diplomatic allies, those that haven't been poached anyway. So my question is exactly what can we do, or what should be done, in order to ensure that those voices defending Taiwan and those that are starting to, such as Lithuania, but don't have official recognition, from continually being coerced or poached?
I'll give a short answer so we can get to other questions. I think that countries should find ways to band together to protect the interests of countries that challenge China and get punished. And we have seen in over a dozen countries now become the targets of China's economic coercion, Lithuania being perhaps the latest, but Australia is still very much on the list. Australia, a much larger country and a larger economy and far more economically dependent on China. The EU is doing this in the form of the anti-economic coercion instrument. I think that the United States is talking with our allies, but this is a difficult conversation because I think some countries would like to do it in the context of the WTO. Others would like to develop something like maybe a NATO Article 5 type reaction. So there's a spectrum of ideas. But ultimately, I think that's where the answer resides, that there is no country that has, so far, that has been targeted by Chinese economic coercion that has ended up getting help from any other country. And there is no case in which the PRC has paid a price.
Just one other quick follow-on on this, just to add what Bonnie said. I think the most important thing the U.S. could do is to set the example. It's easy to criticize El Salvador for switching diplomatic recognition. We did the same thing, but we criticize them, but we actually don't set an example at all. We're not doing anything. The most important thing we could do, I think, in the near term, is to initiate negotiations. President Biden and staff should initiate negotiations to lead. We should negotiate a joint statement, a comprehensive joint statement. There's no question in my mind. That's the most important thing we could do, because that's what we have to do, set the example. You could say joint statement would contradict the U.S. one-China policy. No, it wouldn't. What about the 1972 communique? Did that violate our? No, I'll just leave it at there. Is us set the example.
All right. Any further questions? John, go ahead.
Yeah, I also want to ask about coercion. Oh, sorry, I'm John Benaudenar, and I'm the editor of China Brief at Jamestown Foundation. I think it was Mark Stokes. You made an interesting distinction between coercion and annihilation. And I know we're not trying to get in Xi's head, but I just wanted to ask, is Beijing's goal of unification achievable with coercion, right? Because we've seen since 2016, at least at the lower end of the spectrum, the economic coercion, the disinformation increase, but at least electorally and in terms of the political landscape in Taiwan, the situation seems to have gotten a lot worse for Beijing since 2016. Thanks.
You start with what is unification? I'm big on definitions. But what is unification? What is that? Does that mean like physical occupation and annexation and full exertion of full control, or I mean, one could argue, could Taiwan be part of China? Sure, yeah, I suppose in a spiritual way. Could Taiwan be part of Japan? They were before. Could Taiwan be part of America? There are 51st staters out there who believe they could. But in a metaphysical sense, Taiwan could be part of us all.
Yeah, we now have it on the record that Mark Stokes has advocated that the United States annex Taiwan.
No, I'm serious. There are the 51st staters.
Wacko group.
Yeah, those guys. Oh, yeah, there are.
In front of AIT about once a year at
That's right. You know them well. But you got to. What does it mean? And you got to get to what exactly for China does that mean? Right now, their definition is their formula is one country, two systems, and you got the constitution and stuff. But come on, the most important aspect of this is how Taiwan relates to the outside world. It's internationalization. And that's what they're trying to control. So. In this, and unification could be anything, and I think that there's a lot of space. They could be doing a lot more on a coercive side, but they're choosing not to do that, which I think could, it may come to a head over the next few years, but we should be prepared for that. But no, we're just prepared for the invasion, annihilation. We're not prepared for coercion.
Okay. Oh, Ambassador?
It's just. I've been with Mark at a previous conference this week too, and so just thinking a lot about your statement of how we should deal with the whole sovereignty issue and some of the statements that some of our colleagues made, and then getting into the question of how we some of the other issues we discussed. I think there are ways to be clearer and closer to reality in describing the status quo. That don't quite go that steer away from the sovereignty issue. We talked a little bit about this in Richmond, you know, and it also this directly relates to the whole issue of what happened in 1971 when the ROC was kicked out of the United Nations. I would say we should make clear, and there are occasions when we sort of inch toward this, but never done it quite directly and clearly, that it should be a statement of U.S. policy that the authorities on Taiwan, if you want to still call them that, have political control over Taiwan Island, the Penghus, and some of the outlying items. The government in Beijing has no political control at this time over those regions. Therefore, the government in Beijing cannot legitimately speak for the interests of the people of the 23.6 or 5, whatever it is, a million people living in those areas. The authorities who are currently in charge of that area are able to speak on behalf of the interests of those people. Something like that, or some form of it, even some watered down version of it, would go a long way toward making an honest statement of what the situation is without touching the third rail of sovereignty.
Perfect, yeah.
All right, thank you, Mr.
I can see Bonnie agrees.
So. We are getting close to our time, but I think we might perhaps have time for one last question before we convene. Let's go to the gentleman in the back there. Yes, sir.
Sir, I'm Shuchan Liu from Taiwan, and right now I'm visiting fellow to the Project 2049. And my question is about Taiwan's counter-coercion preparation. So, in Taiwan, we try to counter the PRC's coercion, or we can say deterrence. And so one of the options is to develop this missile capable of striking the mainland, like maybe just the Beijing Zhongnanhai, for example. And so if Taiwan does have this capability, I would like to ask what will be the Beijing's thoughts? Will this affect Beijing's calculus, and how US officials thinking about this? Thank you so much.
All right, so would it be possible or not, or a good idea or not, for Taiwan's military to develop longer range conventional missiles with which to potentially strike infrastructure targets in Taiwan for a deterrent purpose? It's a rather controversial one, but who would like to, Mark, do you have a
I like controversy. I would say, put it simply, in an annihilation scenario, to defend Taiwan, I don't see how you can do it without deep interdiction. I like to call it deep interdiction. Some call it offensive, but no, it's deep interdiction. I don't think you can somebody's got to go downtown. That's a slow, somebody's got to do it. And who's going to do it? United States or Taiwan? So who's going to take that mission? United States, we take that mission to interdict targets, let's say let's say Shangrao or somewhere deeper in. U.S. risks nuclear escalation. There's no question. Risks. You can debate about how nuclear is connected to the conventional, but I would much rather have Taiwan take on that mission because it reduces our escalation risk. On the U.S. side, of course, people will argue that, oh my gosh, we're giving Taiwan the ability to possibly drag us into a war and escalate. This is a good question. To me, it deserves a lot more attention.
If I could, let me drill down into that one just a little bit more and maybe separate a couple things that could be conflated together. There's the question, well, the example was offered, like, do you build a missile and threaten to hit Zhongnanhai with it? Well, that's hitting a strategic target. And again, that's something akin to the Cold War nuclear theory arguments. Do you have a counter-value strategy that goes after cities, or do you have a counter-force strategy that goes after the other guys, nuclear missiles and nuclear forces? I think, Mark, I think what you're addressing there in terms of deep interdiction, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but you're talking about the ability, sort of at a more operational or tactical level, to strike rear echelon logistics hubs and so forth. So it's almost, as I see it, kind of two separate questions. And do you have longer term missiles that can hit the enemy military forces rear echelon areas, or do you have something that hits infrastructure and political targets?
On this one, you got to go back to old thinking from the 1950s in some ways about deterrence and first strike capabilities. So in Taiwan context, you've got about, I'm going to say 7 minutes, maybe 10 minutes, to make a decision before you see missiles flying coming in. That's why early warning is so critical for Taiwan. It is the absolute critical thing. Early warning defined as in very specific terms. So you want to be able to have, if I were Taiwan, in those 7 minutes, you want to have the ability, pre-wired, for deterrence purposes, to cause as much pain on the other side as possible. There's no question. You got 7 minutes to do it. Now, you got a range of options to do it. You can do strikes. I would argue probably the strategy is going to be mutually economic assured destruction. You want to take down as much, and you can do that because nobody knows China's economy as much as Taiwan does. 60% Shanghai by itself.
Can I add a non-military guy's comments? Just being around a lot of conversations on this subject over the last 20 years. What seem to be most often discussed are not hitting Zhongnanhai, which I would oppose because it's a valuable architectural treasure. that'd be like what they did during the Cultural Revolution. So, but what seriously is discussed is hitting the mainland's own missile sites, which would be used to target Taiwan, an obvious target. Hitting embarkation areas in ports, as you see the amphibious landing preparations underway. Hitting infrastructure that is related to the supply lines being put in place to assist with the amphibious landing, which could include certain power facilities and so forth. So, you know, from a purely military point of view, that all makes sense. The missiles could be, you know, those weapons could be fired by Taiwan, or they could be fired by the United States, or I don't know, Indonesia or something. But you know, but I'm sorry, but erase that. Yeah. So, but we, you know, that deserves serious discussion, I think.
Yeah, it's about degrading the ability of the PRC to conduct a campaign against Taiwan.
Exactly. So, and you know, from a military point of view, that's
degrading their military capabilities to do it. So that's one. There's a whole set of targets that are associated with that, and that is different than hitting strategic targets.
Right. All right. With that, unfortunately, we are out of time, so I think I'm going to leave completing the target list for World War III for the next panel. I'm going to leave that to them. But I want to thank everyone. I want to please join me in giving a round of applause to all of our panelists. And let us have a brief bathroom and coffee break before the next panel. Thank you, everyone.
We will resume at 2:40. Again, we will resume at 2:40.
Was humiliated by the emperor.
Thank you, John.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I think it's called the Purple Chamber or something. Isn't that right?
Sure, I'm always open to advice.
So,
I have.
You got it.
It is a shameful crippling vice. Best avoided.
You're showing it 12, Peter's showing it 2. What do you think?
All right, everyone, please be advised we'll be starting in about 1 minute. In about 1 minute.
This being the last one, I'm going to try and blaze through any presentations and get to the audience so we can get a more exciting.
I don't have to say a word.
You can say a little. You were in the NSC. We need that. We need.
I'm a student at George Washington University. I'm part of the US Strategic
If there's any questions from the audience online, I'll just slip you a piece of paper, okay?
Sure, yeah. Yeah, and do some light. This is the last panel, and the quicker we get done with the panel business, the faster you get to happy hour or to the metro or wherever it is that you're headed. So,
One of his part-time people that talks to him. I'm not free to just Jude Pines, yeah.
while we're waiting to get other people in the room, I noticed during the last panel that we obliterated the median line between the panel and humor. So I'd like to begin this with one anecdote about one of the last panel members, my good friend Mark Stokes. In the late 90s, for reasons I didn't understand, I suddenly found myself assigned as a newly anointed brigadier general down to work for something called OSD in the Asia Pacific office. And after a while, I figured out that Mark was part of this and that we had a China program, and they were in a separate part of the main edifice of our offices than the rest of them, you know, the Japan desk and everything. So when visiting the China quarters one day, I noticed 3 individuals in there talking intently with Mark.
found out that it was the National Security Advisor of the Republic of China and a couple other people. So I sat there for a while and then went back and found my boss, and I said, "Are you expecting a visitor from Taiwan?" And he said, "No, why?" And I said, "No reason." So our program on Taiwan was running through Mark Stokes. And that was okay with everybody. So anyway, this panel you'll see is asking a question about integrated deterrence, which raises, of course, two interesting questions besides that. How are we defining deterrence, and what is it that we're integrating? And we've got 4 panel members here to try and put some flesh on those bones. 2 of the panel members have, like I do, the parenthesis RET parenthesis closed after our name, so we've got an obvious background. The other 2 are up here to make sure that the superiority of the civilian component over the uniformed military is maintained. Shirley Khan and Dr. Toshi Yoshihara. The speakers in no particular order. Ivan Kanapathy to my near right, another retired Marine, holds a Freeman Chair in China Studies at CSIS, was former senior director at the NSC, starting in the Bush administration and carrying on into the Biden administration for China, Taiwan, Mongolia, etc. He worked at the American Institute in Taiwan before that, where I first met him. He's a honor graduate or a distinguished graduate of numerous post bachelor education stints, including a diploma with highest honors in Chinese Mandarin from the Defense Language Institute. So this is a man that knows his business. Another Foreign Area Officer here, Commander Chen at the far right. He's another member of Global Institute's advisory board, retired from the Navy in 2021. He pulled off a pretty unique twofer with being a submarine officer and also a foreign area officer, the 2 sort of poles of the spectrum, considering how submarines operate. Shirley Khan is probably known to everybody in this room, long service at the Congressional Research Service, and a founding member of Global Institute of Taiwan's advisory board, thus my anecdote about civilian control of the military here, and the key figure in the nuts and bolts of putting together China and Taiwan policy for the nation over the years. Last to introduce Dr. Toshi Yoshihara. He's currently with the Center for Strategic and Budgetary Assessments, which does these incredibly detailed analyses of various questions on force structure, policy, strategy, and things. Published author more than a few times. Red Star Over the Pacific, China's Rise and the Challenge to U.S. Maritime Strategy, version 1 and version 2. And a few of us liked it so much, we even read both versions, Doctor. It's right up there with Hunt for Red October. He's been our secret weapon at the Naval War College for quite a long time, and hence the author of the 2 books. To get this started, let me turn to Ivan, and the floor is yours, sir.
Hey, thanks so much, sir. Pleasure to be here. Thanks to Jennifer, Russell, the rest of GTI for having us. I am, only because I don't know if Jude's watching, but Jude Blanchett is the Freeman Chair for China Studies at CSIS. I am lucky enough to be affiliated with him really on a part-time basis. But I wanted to talk a little bit about deterrence, right? That's what we're here for. And integrated deterrence, I will leave to the administration and the Department of Defense, who I believe coined it, to kind of, speak for themselves. But sort of overall, when we just talk about deterrence, especially with the Taiwan Strait scenario, I just think about it as causing, in this case, Xi Jinping or whoever the leadership may be, to decide that you know, the cost isn't worth it. I mean, I think we all sort of guessed that if he could take over Taiwan today, he would. I mean, I don't think he's made any qualms about that, or China in general has, but there's something that's stopping him, and that's frankly deterrence. I think that the two components I think about of that are the risk of failing, and the risk of failing comes really heavily, I think, upon the military component. So if he were to attempt something and fail to do it, that could be quite devastating for him and the regime, right, going forward. And then the other component of deterrence is sort of what costs they might anticipate that they would suffer, you know, even if they did succeed, right? So what would be sort of the blowback? And presumably some of that blowback could come in the form of, you know, just resistance among the population in Taiwan. Some of that blowback, again, sort of the punishment that comes after the fact, some of the blowback could come from the United States and frankly the rest of the world in the form of diplomatic, economic, or even potentially some kind of military response. So if those are sort of the components of deterrence, obviously on the one hand, on the military side, I think everyone's quite focused, this administration and the previous, on enhancing Taiwan's ability to defend itself, which is sort of how what we're charged to do under the Taiwan Relations Act, as you all know. But then there's also these other forms of deterrence, and you could argue that the president has, you know, we can argue about whether he's been successful or not, but the statements that he's made up to 4 times now, that he believes that's a form of deterrence. So again, we can argue about whether that is or not, but there's diplomatic forms. And then we also want to make, I think, the adversary, in this case China, right, believe that there'll be other costs in the diplomatic realm, but also I think very much in the economic realm. And if they would believe that, as we demonstrated with Russia, and there's probably different ways we can go about to sort of generate those questions in their mind, because again, is sort of the sum of those costs in totality, whether that's integrated or not, again, I'll let DoD tell you, but the sum of those costs and risks in totality is what prevents China from doing what we all think they want to do. So let me stop there and let the other folks kind of chime in, and then I think we'll have some time to go back and forth a bit.
Thank you. Shirley, may I ask you to take the floor?
Okay. All right. Hi, everybody. So I think that works for me to follow on what Ivan said in talking about integrated deterrence and security and defense. So let me be a bit thought-provoking here so we can get this discussion going. I really look forward to comments and questions from you in the Q&A. So first of all, let's be clear. The PRC is the provocative party. The problem is not Speaker Pelosi or that Taiwan, the US, or another country might provoke the PRC with attacks with just some visits. China has been changing the status quo, building up its military threat since the early 1990s, and increasing tensions ahead of Taiwan's local elections on November 26 coming up, even before its next presidential election. What is one of the lessons learned from Russia's, from the crisis in August? Washington avoids escalation of tension and wants to communicate, but Beijing escalates and cuts off communication. China is behaving dangerously. But are Taiwan's people waking up? Visitors to Taiwan during that crisis reported that the Taiwanese people were strangely calm and unconcerned. So the question is, will their next democratic presidential election in 2024 be the last one? Now, we just heard President Tsai this morning emphasizing that, to her, the first priority of Taiwan is to beef up defense and deterrence. That was a good thing to hear. Now, what is my bottom line up front? The situation is no longer business as usual. If that was not clear before the crisis, it should be amply clear today. China already is changing the status quo, doing this for decades, not because of Speaker Pelosi. This false narrative that blames Congress is insidious and wrong. Now, if this challenge is a football game, China's playbook is all offense, and its opponents play only defense. In fact, China's quarterback counts on it. China constantly moves the ball closer to the end zone, but Taiwan wants to maintain the status quo. 80% of Taiwanese people say that. And Taiwan plays only defense. The US also wants the status quo. We need a strategic objective. Where do we want the ball to be? Now, even if Taiwan plays only defense, that can be a strong, assertive, and proactive defense. And even if the United States plays only defense, because we don't want to be provocative, we can still use a playbook with more and better plays. So what are our policy options? The US government needs to use all the DIME or DIME power tools, diplomatic, informational, military, and economic tools for integrated deterrence. So in short, the US has not yet implemented integrated deterrence in our policy on Taiwan. A coordinated campaign is needed to increase Taiwan's capacity, bilateral cooperation, and contributions from our allies and partners. And if there are people listening from countries that are our allies and partners, a lot of them are asking, what might we do to contribute to peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait, which is our shared interest? So 3 C's: capacity, cooperation, contributions. So I'm going to get a little bit more specific now. What do I suggest as diplomatic and informational lines of effort? 1, take more of a proactive and creative approach to initiatives, especially in diplomatic dialogues. Strategic communication is not only critical, it's much cheaper than the defense budget. It is crucial to disarm China's political warfare that attacks Taiwan's legitimacy, just as we see Russia doing to Ukraine. 2, I was one of the first people to recommend that we counter the UN Resolution 2758. China's big lie about 2758 says that it has determined Taiwan to be a part of the PRC. In fact, that resolution from 1971 doesn't even mention Taiwan. At the UN on September 21st, our President Biden spoke eloquently against the use of war and against unilateral changes to the status quo in the Taiwan Strait. But it was another missed opportunity. Instead of using leadership in the world, he did not speak the truth about Resolution 2758. 3, Congress can require the State Department to provide a legal opinion on Taiwan's status. Is the Republic of China, Taiwan, a legitimate country? Does it have sovereignty, whether we recognize it or not? Does it have legitimacy? Does it have that jurisdiction? Even the Knights of Malta has sovereignty and diplomatic relationships. So the legal analysis should expand on something that President Biden said in May that did not get a lot of attention. He said that China does not have jurisdiction over Taiwan. The truth is, Taiwan was never ever a part of the PRC. And so it is wrong to parrot its political warfare or repeat that insidious propaganda of using so-called reunification. It is wrong to repeat that big lie. And China knows that it is using it for political warfare, just as we see Russia doing to Ukraine. 4, we have to start at least thinking, considering strategically, and preparing for what if our one China policy is no longer sustainable or useful as before for sustaining peace and stability. Has China stopped pursuing a policy for peaceful resolution as China itself promised in the 1970s? And if China has violated that understanding from the 1970s, then what is the basis for not only our policy on Taiwan, but our bilateral relationship with China more broadly? Because that is the basis for which we had the normalization communique and the basis for Congress to pass the Taiwan Relations Act in 1979. Now, Congress has started to creatively and proactively think about how to update our policy. One of these examples is the Taiwan Policy Act, but there are other examples. Now, even if one, this is my point number 5, even if one opposes such legislation, at the least, Washington can pursue parallel relationships with both Taipei and with Beijing, which is what Congress intended in the Taiwan Relations Act. And we can also take Taiwan out of the Taiwan-centric portfolios at the Departments of State and Departments of Defense. So the recent change at the Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense level at the Pentagon was a reversal of that reform. And I just point out that originally, the Taiwan Coordination Desk at the State Department was not under the Deputy Assistant Secretary for China-Mongolia. It was not under CM. It was originally under Regional Affairs. So for anyone who says this is too radical, I just want to point out this is what we originally did. 6, Congress can ban implementation of the guidelines on relations with Taiwan if the State Department cannot or would not rescind them, which is what Secretary of State Pompeo did. What he did was to completely remove the self-imposed restrictions on our executive branch, only executive branch, because the State Department under our Constitution has no authority over any other branch of the U.S. government. And the restrictions have controlled the executive branch's contacts with Taiwan's officials. And 7, stop describing our partnership with Taiwan as unofficial. This false narrative is against the Taiwan Relations Act. Congress opposed using that word. It is against common sense. It's against reality of the government-to-government partnership that we have with Taiwan, including, by definition, foreign military sales, and including a very, very busy mill-to-mill engagement plan. Now, because I talked about how we need to use all the dime power tools, I'm going to move on at this point to what I suggest as military lines of effort. 1, increase the international presence in the Taiwan Strait with transits. In June, China egregiously denied that the Taiwan Strait is international waters, which goes against international law and interests of peace, prosperity, and stability of all countries, not only Taiwan, not only the United States. So the U.S. and our allies and partners should pursue 3 types of Taiwan Strait transits. 1, U.S. only. That was like on August 27th, when right after the speaker's visit, the USS Chancellorsville and USS Antietam transited. 2nd, combined transits, like on September 20th, when the U.S. Navy's destroyer USS Higgins and the Royal Canadian Navy's frigate, the Vancouver, conducted a transit. And this was not the first time, by the way. Last October, there was a U.S. destroyer, the Dewey, and another Canadian frigate, the Winnipeg, that had transited the Taiwan Strait. And third type of transit I would recommend and to continue would be transits conducted by our allies only, without the United States, because that would show their own interest in a free and open Indo-Pacific. That has nothing to do with the United States. 2, notify Congress regularly and promptly of arms sales and expedite them. So we just saw in the latest example, 3 notifications of programs on one day, September 2nd. These 3 programs of FMS should not be a return to the old broken process of so-called packaging arms sales, which was done during the Bush and Obama administrations, and which the Trump administration had put a stop to doing. 3, enhance our mill-to-mill exchanges and training, but specifically with senior enlisted leaders and special operations forces. But it takes 2 to tango. Taiwan itself needs to raise the importance of their own senior enlisted leaders and special operations forces. 4, this is something that I proposed in previous symposiums here at GTI, but definitely improve select interoperability. And 5, here's an idea to intrigue Chip and Ivan. Increase help for Taiwan to deter not only an invasion, but a blockade as well, by emphasizing not only Taiwan's Navy, but also its Marines and Coast Guard for Taiwan's integrated operations in the maritime sphere. And 6, this is something that Congress has mentioned in legislation, I have written about, other people have talked about, and that is inviting Taiwan to the Rim of the Pacific or RIMPAC exercise. Now, the next one will be RIMPAC 2024. It is the largest international maritime exercise in the world. I am pointing out that we have options. Now, in the last RIMPAC 2022 exercise, we did not invite Taiwan's Navy to participate, but we did invite Taiwan's news TV stations to film and report on RIMPAC 2022. Now, if not participants, we may invite Taiwan's observers to the next RIMPAC. And if not Taiwan's Navy, my recommendation is to invite Taiwan's Coast Guard to RIMPAC 2024. Now, just to finish up the DIME power tools, a few brief mentions of economic lines of effort. Invite Taiwan to the newly launched Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, or IPEF. Continue the exchanges of visits by cabinet rank officials in the economic and functional areas. Hold the TIFA talks at the USTR's level rather than deputy USTR's level. And of course, make momentum in the new US-Taiwan initiative on 21st century trade. And we just heard this morning that there will be a new upcoming meeting next week. And interestingly, this initiative should be speedier and more substantive than IPEF, even though Taiwan is putting a lot of effort in IPEF. And lastly, the US will again host APEC next year. Taiwan is a full member of APEC, let's not forget. China has been pressuring a lot of countries to keep Taiwan out of its meetings, even though Taiwan is a member. The United States has another opportunity to show international leadership. Now, at the end of the day, all the things that we talk about here today really depend on President Tsai showing leadership to boost Taiwan's deterrence, defense, resilience, and in an urgent way that includes Taiwanese people. The US and our allies and partners can only buy time, but the Taiwanese people have to strengthen Taiwan. So in conclusion, the US and allies need a new game plan to be more effective, proactive, and creative. The clock is ticking. The ball game is not looking good at this time. We do have an opportunity to have this coordinated campaign for real integrated deterrence to boost not only Taiwan's resilience, but also its legitimacy. And in this way, many, many countries have a role to play to contribute. Now, back to the United States, the Biden administration needs to review policy along with Congress and set a strategic objective. If we don't have an objective, do we really have a strategy? And we can execute a new playbook along with Taiwan and our allies. Now, to Biden's defenders who say he's reviewed policy, I say, well, where is it? Where was the consultation with Congress? Where's the transparency to the American people and our allies and partners? To skeptics who say that setting a new strategy is too hard, how hard would it be for us to defeat China in a war that could go nuclear if deterrence fails? It seems crazy to talk openly about war with China, but we will not do everything that we can in the non-defense domains. And to critics of supposedly symbolic statements or symbols or signals by the Congress, why was it okay for Biden to send former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Mullen, to Taipei quickly, promptly, as soon as Russia re-invaded Ukraine, when that delegation was completely unofficial, I mean really unofficial, and could not answer all of Taiwan's questions authoritatively and did not have any deliverables? Why is it okay for Biden to say repeatedly that we have a US commitment to defend Taiwan? So I end with this reminder about signaling deterrence. If you want to criticize the gestures and symbols by Congress, I want to remind you what Commander of PACOM, then Commander, said, and that was Admiral Harris. Deterrence equals capability times resolve times signaling. He warned that because we're doing multiplication and not addition, if any of these is missing, we have zero deterrence. So I want to stop here. Thank you for listening and participating. I look forward to your comments and questions. Thanks.
Shirley, thank you very much for a very comprehensive and thought-provoking presentation. Dr. Yoshihara, please.
Thank you. So Shirley gave a great talk about the dime, all instruments of national power. So what I'm going to do is to really drill in on the big M with two underscore underneath the M. I'll be focusing primarily on the military dimension. But first of all, I wanted to thank GTI, particularly Russell, for having me here today to share my views and for having this terrific and very important and timely conference. Russell asked me to talk about this idea of time horizons and its relationship and impact on PLA strategy. And so I interpreted that guidance broadly and liberally. And what I'd like to do today is to talk about what I think are two under-examined shifts in the so-called correlation of forces that in the coming years could have a significant bearing on a potential Taiwan contingency. And when I say Taiwan contingency, meaning a potential armed conflict in the Taiwan Strait. Now, let me just preface my talk by saying that I don't think there's much need to belabor the idea that the conventional military balance has been and will continue to shift in China's favor. I think it's fair to say that the PLA's conventional modernization will give China more means and more options and tools in the future. The PLA will have more and better forces to fulfill a range of missions, from a blockade, decapitation strikes, air and missile bombardments, to an all-out invasion, and their various combinations. My talk though, will be focused on capabilities that will be in addition to those that would be designed specifically for a Taiwan contingency. So the first shift in the correlation of forces that I want to talk about is the nuclear balance. We now know from recent revelations that China will have a much larger and more diverse nuclear arsenal. Now, on the one hand, a larger strategic arsenal supposedly leads to greater strategic stability because there's mutual vulnerability on both sides, and therefore there's mutual deterrence. But I think we should think about that in terms of how China would seek to keep the United States at bay over a potential contingency, say over Taiwan. But I think it's also important to note that when we have this idea of a mutual vulnerability, is that this could produce what theorists call the stability-instability paradox. What this means is that strategic deterrence actually creates a hard ceiling on nuclear deterrence. But what that means is that it creates a hard ceiling beneath which all sorts of other things could take place, including conventional conflict. But I think it's also important to remember that strategic stability could also create a ceiling beneath which theater-level nuclear threats could take place. And we know that China is, in fact, building a larger and more diverse theater arsenal. That includes the nuclear-capable DF-26 missiles, the DF-21, and possibly a nuclear-armed DF-17, in addition to all the other arms that China might be used to employ theater nuclear weapons. Now, the point here is that this theater arsenal could potentially be used to decouple U.S. allies in the region during a Taiwan contingency. Specifically, it could be used in a very directed way against key allies like Japan to keep Japan on the sidelines in order to degrade the U.S. ability to respond effectively to the PLA. Now, how might decoupling work? Well, a theater arsenal could allow China to threaten U.S. allies without directly threatening U.S. territory. This could trigger fears among allies that the United States would be disinclined to intervene since its own homeland would be spared. And as a result, extended deterrence could suffer. This danger could worsen further in the coming years if the United States' non-strategic nuclear arsenal remains relatively limited. So in some ways, we're actually going back to history. We're actually returning to the late Cold War when the Soviets posed a very similar challenge in Europe. And what's interesting is I've actually conducted a fairly extensive literature survey of Chinese writings on extended deterrence. And their going in position among strategists and scholars is that extended deterrence, U.S. extended deterrence in particular, is very fragile. That states under the nuclear umbrella are in fact frequently inclined to doubt U.S. security commitments to them. And the literature, again, frequently points back to history, to the Soviet deployment of the SS-20s in the 1970s, and the fears that this triggered among European allies about American reliability, and again, as evidence of this fragility of U.S. extended deterrence. Now, I think it's important to note, though, that this really isn't new in the case of China, that theater capabilities would not represent a departure in terms of how China thinks about its nuclear capabilities. In fact, it has had a nuclear posture since the very beginning of its nuclear weapons program. So China targeted U.S. bases in Asia when it did not have the means to directly threaten the continental United States. And we know that China progressively extended the range of its theater weapons, first starting with U.S. bases in Japan, then U.S. bases in the Philippines, and ultimately to Guam. And it maintained that posture throughout the Cold War and well into its aftermath. And I think it's also worth noting that China's theater arsenal is now one of the fastest growing classes of weapons in the PLA's inventory. And so if this trend continues to go on, the guidance about thinking about time horizons is that nuclear threats against allies to keep them on the sidelines and thereby degrade the U.S. ability to respond in a Taiwan contingency could gain ever greater credibility. The second shift in the correlation of forces that I want to talk about is the global military balance. And I think it's worth considering this in the context of a globalizing, or maybe in the future, a truly globalized PLA. So if you think about the Chinese Navy, which I think is a pretty good proxy for thinking about the globalizing character of the PLA, China, of course, is already, as we all know, the largest navy in the world with about 350 battle force ships. Most of them are, in fact, modern and multi-role in character. And future projections of the Chinese Navy's battle force all point to a substantially larger force a decade from now. So the Office of Naval Intelligence, for example, estimates that the Chinese Navy will grow progressively from 400 battle force ships in 2025 to 425 battle force ships in 2030. And other estimates that are unofficial forecast an equally grim future. At the same time, it's possible to imagine the PLA having permanent and possibly significant presence in secondary theaters in this projected future. So they could be in the Indian Ocean and across the South Pacific, for example. And so the question here as it relates to Taiwan is how the PLA might use those secondary forces in a Taiwan contingency as a way to complicate U.S. thinking and planning and U.S. strategy. Could the PLA surge its forces to distract the United States, to tie down the United States, or to demonstrate PLA resolve? What kinds of dilemmas could this secondary force that's operating in a different theater pose to the United States and its allies? And I think it's worth noting, just as it's been a very long time for us to think about theater-level nuclear threats since the heyday of the Cold War, it has been a very, very long time since the United States has thought seriously about a multi-theater maritime campaign during the heyday of the Soviet Navy. So in some ways, we're going back to history, to some of the difficult dilemmas that the Soviet Union posed to us as a result of China's military modernization. So let me conclude with some preliminary observations. So clearly, as the PLA grows and modernizes, it will clearly have more options to pose new and different kinds of dilemmas to the United States. And I think we need to think hard about Chinese actions that may not conform to our current expectations. For instance, China's theater nuclear modernization might allow it to time and sequence its actions in ways that are designed specifically to knock the United States and its allies off balance. So think about the possibility of early nuclear threats combined with other coercive actions, such as a blockade, that could complicate U.S. efforts at coming up with an effective diplomatic or military solution. And it's also worth thinking in conclusion, to think about how these options might run against our institutional proclivities, about things like crisis management and about risk in general. We just haven't thought about these things for a very long time. Or to put it in the perspective of the PLA, is some of these options could be particularly problematic for the United States if the United States were institutionally inclined to be risk averse. And I think this might be especially true in the cases that I've highlighted when we actually have to assume much more risk than we've been accustomed to. And so with that, I yield the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much for another very comprehensive and somewhat scary presentation. Vincent, you have a couple hard acts to follow here.
Is it working? Okay, there you go. Actually, I feel like I don't have very much to add compared to but I do have the coveted position of being the last speaker of this gathering, so I'll just read one page instead of my 5. No, I'm just kidding. So if you are a believer of the doomsday clock ticking, that Taiwan only has a finite amount of time left before China invades, okay, you can think that. And if you do, then Taiwan has to do something, right? Taiwan needs to do something now. And so I'll start with my summary, actually, and then I'll work backwards. China has already exceeded what Taiwan is capable of responding to. They exceeded Taiwan long ago. And my comments that I'm going to share are based on 10 consecutive years of working and observing and being involved in Taiwan defense cooperation at the operational, strategic, and national level for the Department of Defense. So I may say some things I wouldn't have said when I was active duty because it just probably wouldn't have been appropriate. But now I think I can. And so I don't want any Taiwan, if there's TECRO in the room, don't take this as an offense, because this is going to reveal some items that may not go down so well, but they're the truth. based on my observation. Taiwan needs to do what they can do now, right? Taiwan needs, and I wrote it down right here, very key bullet phrase, what Taiwan is able to do today with their military today for the defense of Taiwan today, right? I've been out of this political military affairs kind of loop. I haven't been a Taiwan practitioner since I retired. Matter of fact, I work on things that are very, very far removed from Taiwan matters. So I did check in with my OSD, my former OSD colleagues last week, make sure that everything that is still stored in my head is accurate, and I got the thumbs up. And so back to the thought of what Taiwan needs to do today. They have mines. Taiwan has mines. And so Taiwan should focus on becoming the formidable mining operators, right? They can do that today. They can turn that around and do that today. Taiwan also has mobile coastal defense cruise missiles. They should carve out a dedicated joint missile defense force that has no other purpose or no other duty than to defend that island with their coastal defense missiles. They can do that today. They could turn it around and start working on that today. Now, that's not saying to drop everything else that they're pursuing from the defense cooperation aspect, but it does say that, or it does mean they can focus on something that they can achieve quickly, right, without leaving those other things behind. I mean, defense reform is long and sometimes not achievable, right? So they need to look at things that they can achieve today. And they also need to train and exercise to discover failure and not necessarily to present a success, boast on success. And I'll get into that in a minute. The three items that, in my observation, that were the biggest drivers to the present posture of Taiwan's military is first their war plan, Taiwan's war plan, right? War plans drive force structure. I think the military folks know that. And Taiwan still operates under a very legacy war plan. And that legacy war plan is driving structures within the military, Taiwan's military, that's going to obstruct Taiwan from fully realizing a capable joint force. This military structure is driven by Taiwan's legacy plan, like I mentioned, and it's actually a critical hurdle for Taiwan to overcome so that they can get their defense issues in order. This contingency plan that Taiwan has been in place for several decades, and it has developed and conceived their military that we know today. Deeply rooted services, a Navy that wants to be a big blue water Navy, right? An Air Force that wants air superiority, an Army that wants traditional land or ground force combat operational capabilities. So theoretically, if Taiwan had a updated war plan that matched what Taiwan needs to operate today, they would have the supporting force structure. The second item, their personnel. So two main factors I wanted to share is, one, Taiwan still maintains a very centralized command and control structure, right? And two, Taiwan maintains a military culture that is heavily influenced by form over substance, okay? Like I said, I'm going to probably say some things that are like, ooh, wow, I would never said this 2 years ago. But these two factors create a very unhealthy emphasis on planning, the planning process perfection, and then de-emphasizes actual ability and proficiency. Their exercises are scripted to the detail, flawless in their execution. And then Taiwan's military readiness exhibits this. Because of this, it exhibits a very dangerous measure of pretense. Okay, so the last item I'll mention or I'll share with you is the capabilities. This is the equipment, the systems, the things they want to buy, the foreign military sales, all the shiny objects, the widgets, right? So as I mentioned, Taiwan's legacy plan establishes their services, right? The Navy, their Air Force, their Army, and because the services are so service-centric, they want to buy service-centric weapons, right? This is what they're trying to procure. I'll give you an example. The Navy wants to build submarines, right? They want to be a big blue water Navy. Well, back to what I was closing with. That's fine. They can pursue those things, but Taiwan needs to make sure that they're taking care of what they can do now, right? I'm not even going to get into the U.S. government aspect of what the United States of America is obligated or not obligated to do, but Taiwan has an obligation to itself to do what they can today, right now with what they have, and not necessarily look to what else they can buy with a timeline of 2027 or 2030 before delivery. If you take a look around, the military, the industrial complex, look how long it takes to get things delivered. And if Taiwan jumps in that line and expects delivery of weapons way off in the future, it's just not a good equation. So again, back to what I opened with is Taiwan needs to look at what they can do today for Taiwan's defense today with what they have. And that's it. That's all I have.
Thank you all very much. A couple of things that jumped out while we were going through this. Ivan mentioned letting DOD explain deterrence and integrated deterrence. There is one definition straight from Secretary of Defense Austin, who said, "We will use existing capabilities and build new ones and use them in networked ways. Deterrence still rests on the same logic, but spans multiple realms." Not sure that's tremendously illuminating on what we're doing, so we still have a ways to go on that. Shirley talked about interoperability and integrating non-defense efforts. That gets a lot closer to what we were talking about on the integrated part of integrated deterrence. One wonders if we need to look back at the 40s and 50s when we had the Bretton Woods Conference that set the economic order of the free world, and the Solarium project under Eisenhower that investigated the then revolutionary new defense problems, challenges, nuclear weapons being primary among them, and NSC 68, which still stands as a very historic distillation of this and a great definition of what we were doing. Harry Harris's definition of deterrence, as Shirley mentioned, is exceedingly valuable. A different piece of shorthand on that is from your home, CSIS, which wants to define deterrence as an undoubted capability to prevail. Then that in turn invites discussions of what do we mean by prevail, which gets to what do we think our strategy is, what do we think we're trying to do, in my opinion. Dr. Yoshihara pointed out some terrific points on both the nuclear balance and China's naval presence. My own observation on that is that we all, born 1946 and later, grew up in an era when the United States enjoyed unchallenged air and sea supremacy. We could go where we wanted to. We could project forces ashore as we wished. We could stay there as long as we wanted to. It was secured a secure maneuver area. Now, since China's packed a considerable arsenal of long-range precision strike missiles into a vast geographic sanctuary, in addition to their vast Navy building program, I think it's fair to say that we are no longer in an era of unchallenged sea control, but I defer to the good doctor on the rest of that. Vincent, a good bit of tough love here. Part of the problem might be that Taiwan has been, one of the things that was talked about in the previous panel, about we're still being coerced every day. We are certainly coerced away from far greater cooperation and integration with Taiwan's armed forces than we need. When the military alliance ended, our involvement ended, the military assistance command Taiwan disappeared into the dustbin of history. Yet we talk about coming to Taiwan's aid in a time of armed crisis, and the question then becomes, how do we achieve instant interoperability with Taiwan's armed forces if we don't have some kind of interoperability already built in? Weapons these days are very long range, they're very precise. If Taiwan has anti-ship cruise missiles, you bet the U.S. Navy is going to want to know what the Taiwan armed forces are looking at through their targeting method. So one way of explaining perhaps some of the work that we need to do. Let me stop there and open up to questions from the audience. How about our unaffiliated gentleman at the middle table?
Sure, everyone's sick of my voice by now. So building off from what Vincent Chen has brought up, I think one thing that hasn't been discussed often is that the Taiwanese military has a somewhat poor image. And I'm not talking internationally, I'm talking domestically, because there's still a shadow of the white terror that is involved in the Taiwanese military when it comes to the regular citizenry. And despite it being a few decades now of that era being over, that image still looms over the Taiwanese populace. So what I would like to know is exactly, well, actually, before I ask is, if, in my humble opinion, I think what the DPP government should do is instill not so much less pride, but channel that pride into a sense of patriotism. And my question exactly is what policy prescription could be used to help solve that cultural phenomenon and issue? And I direct that to anyone on the panel.
Vincent, you might want to take a swing at this since you introduced it, and then Ivan's got a lot of time on the ground in Taiwan. He can talk to this perhaps.
So let me understand your question. You're asking what you could put in place to change their mindset of that kind of, I used form over substance. Is that what you're?
I guess better said, how could we change it optically? The image of the military optically to Taiwanese citizenry so they have a more patriotic sense of wanting to serve and protect.
Well, that question exceeds just answering it from a military standpoint, right? Because I'll use the United States of America as an example, and then maybe you can translate that over to what Taiwan's experiencing. When I entered into the Navy in 1992, I entered into an organization where I had to conform to it, right? That was the understanding. I was joining the United States Navy. What I wanted to do, what I thought had to go away. I had to get my head shaved, and then I went to boot camp, and I would join the Navy. They gave me what I needed to wear. They issued me the sea bag that I needed, and everything in it was what I needed, and if I wanted something else that wasn't in the sea bag, it wasn't required. Fast forward to today. What demographic does the United States Navy have to try to get, right? Remember, still all volunteer force. Now, what Navy are the kids joining today?
It is a Navy that is conforming to their needs. Vastly different. Okay, now translate that to Taiwan. What's happening on the ground in Taiwan? Probably something very similar, except their challenge with this looming threat of China, 100 miles across the strait, with the comfort that the United States of America will probably come to the rescue. Maybe, maybe not, right? And I give the floor over to anybody else who has anything else to add.
Yeah, no, it's a good question. So I was on the ground as an attaché there in Taiwan at the end of the Ma administration and then the early parts of the Tsai administration. And in my view, I think things are improving. I do. I think, if you look at President Tsai, she says the right thing, she does the right thing. I mean, she's wearing like camouflage like every other day almost. There's an intent behind that. It is about the optics that you asked about, and I think it's genuine on her part. I think that the events in Hong Kong and Ukraine have also sort of shifted the conversation a lot, where people are much more focused on defense, where they might not have thought much about it, frankly, before. And so that's helped. So, and then, what MND is doing, I think, is also, I think we'll see if it works, but I think they're good initiatives in the sense that, you used to have conscripts, when they served a little bit longer, that came in and really didn't see much value in what they were doing. The conscripts, even though the timeline's much shorter now, I think they're actually spending that time being trained, not, washing floors and scraping barnacles and whatnot. And so that helps too. But it's something that doesn't change overnight, I guess. Ultimately, I think the one real important thing, again, I think the Taiwan administration absolutely recognizes this and working on it, is that, you have to create that sense of value and mission within the military, because the best recruiting you can do for the military comes from the people that are in the military. It just does. And so when they have that satisfaction of their job, that they believe what they're doing, and frankly, that they're needed, and what they will do if and when called upon will be effective and useful and contribute to, the safety and security of their country and their countrymen. So I think things are moving in the right direction, and the question will be really sort of, is it fast enough or not?
Hi guys, my name is Sam, and I just want to say thank you very much all for your contributions. This is a question for Commander Chen, but also for anybody here.
A little louder, please.
No, no worries.
At least for those of us my age.
No, you're very young, sir. Commander Chen's comments about comfort of the U.S. coming to aid, maybe not, just strike me as very interesting, because we talk a lot about how to optimize Taiwan's defenses, now, later on, in terms of funding, commitments, and all that stuff. And I was wondering, we as Americans, American defense experts, talking about how Taiwan can best, optimize its defensive strategies. I think it'd be really interesting if we consider the Taiwanese perspective as well when it comes to of them trying to plan out the defenses. And I think a lot of it really is dependent on America's view. Taiwan, I think, is indeed always worrying about U.S. political commitment to Taiwan's security and its survival. Do you think that Taipei will always be more focused on concentrating on the question of whether the U.S. will show up in a fight rather than how they can best fight together with us? Because if we are continuously ambiguous about whether we will even show up, can the Taiwanese truly, figure out whether they want to do symmetrical warfare, asymmetrical warfare, however you want to describe it? Or do you think it's better for us to just remain ambiguous and let the Taiwanese best figure out how to figure their defensive forces, and hopefully we can best complement them? Thank you.
Yeah, Ivan, you want to answer?
Yeah, I mean, look, if we had a mutual defense treaty with Taiwan, there's a whole range of things the United States could do, from very little to a lot. And so just providing quote unquote strategic clarity I don't think it actually answers the question for Taiwan's military, right? That alone, they would have to know details of like, okay, what exactly are you going to do, right? So it's really not so much a question of, the greater policy of ambiguity or clarity. I mean, the Philippines doesn't know what we're going to do if China invades the Philippines. They don't, but we have a treaty with them. So this is just me talking now, if I'm the Taiwanese military though, I have a good bet that if I do what Ukraine was able to do against everybody's predictions, which is last more than a few days, then I got a much better shot of, one, preserving my society, but two, getting others to help, namely the US and whoever else, right? So at the end of the day, I think whether depending on, regardless of your confidence level, the United States is coming, I feel like the mission doesn't change that much from a Taiwanese military perspective. It is to deny, delay, degrade, all those things for as long as you possibly can. It seems fairly simple to me. That's all.
Let me add just one postscript and then to go back to the audience again. The other thing that needs to be considered is coming to the aid of Taiwan might not be done on spot in Taiwan. Dr. Yoshihara talked about the growing Chinese global presence. The U.S. has a global presence. And any conflict over Taiwan would definitely involve U.S. action from the Strait of Malacca through the Lombok, the Sunda Straits, the Bashi Channel, the Miyako Strait, the Korea Strait, La Perouse Strait. In other words, China's not the only one that can blockade. So there's a lot of things that can be done. So Taiwan's situation is hardly hopeless. Your terrain is a defender's dream with mountains that seem to me to go straight up from the ocean. So it's not in that bad a shape. But two things to consider. Number one, a conflict over Taiwan, in my opinion, is hardly likely to stay confined to Taiwan. It's going to spread at least to the region out there, if not globally, because North Korea needs no excuse to get provocative, and neither does Russia. And we've got to be prepared for all of that. Thank you. Over here, on this side.
Yes, thank you very much. Kenny Chen again from the Harvard Belfer Center. And I've been mulling over Ms. Khan's characterization of deterrence as the function of capability, resolve, and signaling, and thinking about it from the perspective of the three deterrent groups of the US, Taiwan, but also the international community that plays into responding to Chinese or potential Chinese aggression. And, I guess for the US and the international community, capability is there, signaling has been on an upward trend, but resolve is a question. That seems to be partially contingent on Taiwan's resolve, which is also, in question and tied to equations of capability and other things. I'm just wondering, in terms of the efforts that have been made, and certainly, acknowledging the momentum that's been created just within the past year or two between, changes to military strategy, the all-out defense mobilization agency, those kinds of things. What more could be done to address? I think, my question might tie to a couple of the previous questions as well. What more could be done to perhaps shift that culture or create the resolve similar to what we've seen in Ukraine to maximize deterrent capability across these actors? I hope that made sense.
Shirley, if I may, this sounds like it's made for you.
So first of all, there are lots and lots of examples, lessons to learn from Ukraine that Taiwan can draw from ever since February 24th. It is now October. And so where are the lessons learned that are being implemented, not just talked about? Lots of people are talking about lots of things, extending the training period for conscription, talking about Taiwan Defense Force, talking about the reserve forces, talking about, you know, what to learn from the U.S. National Guard, and on and on and on. But in terms of implementation, that's where we are. That's where I'm watching. There's talk about increasing defense spending and on and on. So did Germany. Germany said things like that. Japan said things like that, and they were not even directly attacked. So the shifting to resolve of Taiwan's people, I think it would depend on Taiwan's people feeling they are prepared. So it can be anything, even if it's an earthquake, even if it's a hurricane. And all of us can think about these things. If you think about a hurricane, for example, you would feel a lot more confident if you're prepared. But Taiwan's people are not included. And especially when I say Taiwan's people, I am including both men and women. And a lot of times, Taiwan's women are left out of the discussion. We're talking about conscription, retention, recruitment, retention of men. That's what it really comes down to when we're talking about reserve forces and the military. Why is the percentage of women so low? Why is it that our military, including at the Defense Department and Indo-Pacific Command, constantly talking about WPS? You know what that stands for? That stands for Women in Peace and Security. We are serious about that, but we don't hear Taiwan even talking about WPS, about recruitment and retention of women. So how can you be serious if you're excluding half of your population? And when the commander-in-chief is a woman. President Tsai Ing-wen is the commander-in-chief. She is a woman. Building resiliency. There are lots and lots of specifics that I could get into, as well as other people in this panel. I have written about the threat against Taiwan of decapitation. And this is not theoretical. It's not theoretical. Putin targeted Zelensky. So what if Zelensky was killed? Would we be seeing the day-to-day rallying of his people, of Ukraine? Would we be seeing that? And yet we don't see the preparations that I've written about for Taiwan to prepare against the real threat of decapitation, which has real implications for continuity of operations in the military and continuity of government. So those are some specific examples, but I'm sure we can all think about other ones.
Yeah, terrific answer, Shirley. I bet you're glad you asked that question, right? Okay.
Yeah, if I could jump in, 2 points. You know, the first is I absolutely agree that the decapitation challenge is real and serious. But I think what that highlights is that China poses a multi-dimensional challenge. And so it behooves Taiwan's defense strategy to not be anchored on a one-dimensional type defense. And that's the challenge for Taiwan, right? That perhaps a porcupine strategy might not be enough, because China will pose all sorts of challenges, to include decapitation, to include blockade, that will require Taiwan to acquire all sorts of more general purpose forces and things of that nature to defend itself against. And I think that's the dilemma that Taiwan finds itself in, that, you know, it's not about making an easy choice of one over the other. The other thing about will, I think, that's worth thinking about is, what lesson might China learn from European will in the lead up to the invasion in Ukraine? Plenty of people in denial, plenty of disunity, plenty of wishful thinking. So if China were to learn the lesson that perhaps U.S. allies might be doing the very same thing as China mobilizes its military capabilities for a full-on attack on Taiwan, then maybe the coercive threats that the PLA might want to use, like early nuclear threats, would go exactly at that kind of issue related to will. So the idea that even if it would take a lot of time for PLA to get ready, right, and that we would get plenty of early warning and so forth, is are we sure that we're going to make good use of that time? And I think the Ukraine example tells us a kind of a disturbing story. And so I think this, we can't take that will for granted, even among our allies, particularly in the context of China having more coercive power, including its nuclear capabilities.
If I might add, in addition to the excellent responses from my colleagues up here, Taiwan's got a strong asymmetric advantage that I've never heard anybody speak about, except your president on the day that she was first inaugurated. She gave an audience to the American delegation that came to the inauguration and was very forthcoming with answers, and one of our Americans thought that they could give her a question that she couldn't answer. He came up with all these details on the Taiwan budget and what's got to go for public health and what's got to go for infrastructure and how are you going to improve defense on top of all this. And she answered very quickly, dual-use technologies. I submit that there's a lot of thought amongst people that look at these things that the trend in technological development now strongly favors forces in the defense, not the offense. Taiwan is a high-tech society. Rather than waiting for the Americans to invent something, Taiwan can put its tech sector to work, integrating in deterrence, if you will, if we go back to the theme of this panel, and develop things that can be used to aid Taiwan in its specific situation. Look at Ukraine. Unmanned aerial vehicles, or so-called drones, have certainly become popular. The Ukrainians even made a song about the Bayraktar missile. That's one example. Taiwan's situation, it's control of the strait and control of the air. And there's a lot of ways that Taiwan can turn Taiwan defense industry in cooperation with the Taiwan Armed Forces to dual-use technologies that not only aid the civilian sector and make everybody money, but with little or no modification can be immediately adapted to defense. And as to the comment about the best way to recruit is from people that are already in the military, as the folks in the military perceive that your new operational concepts are viable and can succeed with great success, then the recruiting and retention becomes easy. It becomes a self-fulfilling upward spiral instead of a downward spiral where we're trying to recruit and lowering service time and all these crazy things you get into in an emergency. You don't want to do that. You want to have a positive reinforcement going up. But I would strongly recommend looking at that as a way to what President Tsai said about exploiting dual-use technologies, homegrown technologies in Taiwan for many things. You need a guy that's got sort of a Dr. Doom look at things. Dr. Yoshihara can do that well. So, yes, sir. Somebody that's affiliated behind the non-affiliated gentleman.
It's Ray Taylor, and I'll be a European for the purpose of this call. I just want to amplify what Mr. Yoshihara said about the force and the unity of the response. But that was actually pre-organized by two people, a German civil servant and the person in the European Commission who asked him to prepare a full suite of sanctions. Because the countries, when they met on that day before the major sanctions were announced, they had no idea what to do. He had the whole package of sanctions ready. So it doesn't need a large number of people doing an awful lot of work. It just needs two people doing the right work in advance.
Yeah, keeping a whole lot of people out of the room is often very advantageous. Yeah.
But I think what that suggests is perhaps early work among U.S. friends and allies to be prepared to have those options on the table and to prepare to execute them when these things potentially happen. Yeah, absolutely. Right.
The aviators in the room would call it first one to the whiteboard wins the argument. So. Fair enough. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Dan, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Wonderful. Thanks.
So my question is kind of regarding Beijing's perceptions on America's potential entry into the war along with our allies and partners, and combining that with PLA perceptions on chain reaction warfare. Should United States planners assume or at least prepare for, at the bare minimum, the potential for PLA strikes on American and allied positions in the region, specifically Okinawa, Guam, in the opening salvo of a Taiwan contingency in order to maximize the advantage of surprise held by the PLA?
Yeah, so China faces, the PLA faces sort of a fundamental choice, which is that it can do the first strike, as you suggest, against U.S. and allied positions along the first island chain. That has the operational benefit of degrading U.S. and allied military capabilities. So it's the first strike option is operationally very efficacious, but of course it's potentially very strategically counterproductive because it virtually guarantees U.S. and allied involvement, including Japan, the third largest economy with a very modern military. So it has to balance those benefits and those risks. But I think ultimately it depends on the PLA and the CCP, the CMC's calculus, which is if they have already predetermined that the United States and particularly Japan are all in anyway, almost no matter what China does, then that the risks, the strategic risks, then diminishes relative to the operational benefits, and therefore the PLA might be inclined to actually go big and to go early. I think down the road, one of the things to think about is a very powerful conventional PLA that is so powerful that it can afford to wait, right? That it doesn't really have to worry about going first in order to inflict that first blow, because even waiting, the PLA would still have sufficient capabilities to do significant damage to U.S. forces in and out of the region. And I think that's a potentially sort of problematic future where my metaphor is if the PLA can sort of cock its fist and force the United States to scramble and to disperse and to sort of degrade its own combat effectiveness because it wants to enhance its survivability, maybe the PLA can hold that cock fist and sort of wait to see how the United States responds to that. And I think potentially that's the future that we're looking at in terms of a very powerful conventional PLA.
Mark.
Mike's been waiting.
Just one, I have lots of opinions, but I'm not going to voice them. Just ask a simple question. Since 2007, it's been clear that there's been a gradual shift toward a much more directive policy with regard to Taiwan arms sales, in terms of directing, being much more directive in terms of telling Taiwan people what they need to buy. Which ultimately culminated into the new State Department policy in March on that limited what Taiwan could actually pursue and request to those that would be perhaps defined as compliant with an ODC or overall defense concept for Taiwan, or basically the invasion scenarios is now policy because they're all invasion scenario based. The question is, what effect do we think this has on morale and within the Taiwan military? Does this, or in Taiwan society in general, but Taiwan military in particular? Have we thought much about the consequences of this new policy?
Yeah. So Mark, I think there's a distinction in the policy from 2007 through the Obama administration, where the focus of we'll call it shaping Taiwan arms sales was to be quite frank, about avoiding provoking Beijing, whatever you want to attribute to that, whether that was right or wrong. I think since then, i.e. now, the Biden administration, the goal of shaping these arms sales is quite different, right? It's about shaping what the United States believes force structure changes and things like that and capability enhancements should be prioritized within Taiwan's military. And I think to that view, I guess in defense of policies that I was involved in, the United States has some skin in the game here. It's great to say Taiwan should just do, and when we say Taiwan, let's be honest, we're talking about the very senior leadership of the Ministry of National Defense should have all the say in what they want to do, but we've got skin in the game. And so, you've seen Congress now potentially authorize a large sum of money that will hopefully, get passed and be appropriated, and that will demonstrate, U.S. sort of resolve that this matters to the United States. I mean, if this goes high order, there are American sailors, Marines, airmen, soldiers that are going to have their lives on the line. So that's sort of my thoughts on that.
So yes, a lot of the discussions really do have a subtext. And, Mark, Ivan, others know the subtext is, we don't want to put U.S. military men and women at risk in a war that could go nuclear. And that's why I talk about what I talk about. I don't understand why we would not do everything we could to increase deterrence, whether you call it integrated deterrence or not, to avoid that outcome. That is not in the interest of anybody. And secondly, I'll give just one example, because a lot of times I like to talk in terms of concrete, real cases, right? Rather than ambiguous ideas that we all understand, but it's better to give you a concrete example. Let's talk about the tanks that the previous administration approved when Taiwan asked for them. We don't force Taiwan to buy anything, right? Taiwan requested them. Taiwan originally, without having good information, got the legislature to appropriate $1 billion US. And then when the U.S. Finally approved and notified Congress, when the president notified Congress of the program, and this was after serious interagency discussions, and I hope, with the advice and recommendations of our U.S. military, which is what the TRA requires. The TRA requires that our military makes the recommendation, not the State Department. State Department does not get to say this. Okay, that's the problem with the new policy. That the problem is it should be the recommendation of U.S. military, not the State Department. And so, when the president finally notified Congress of that proposed program, it turned out to be $2 billion, so double what Taiwan assumed, wrongly. But what if we had said earlier in the process that the U.S. would end up denying the request, which we in the end did approve, then that would have saved Taiwan $1 billion US, which then turned out to be $2 billion US. And then the effect on the morale, I am a little bit concerned about the negative discussion of what's going on. I think we need to remind ourselves and set the record straight that United States, through successive administrations, have approved major programs and platforms, including platforms. Not only the tanks that I mentioned. I was one of the first people to write publicly about the program of approving new F-16V fighters, not just the upgrades. And we have on and on, lots and lots of programs, including finally licenses for the Indigenous Defense Submarine Program, the IDS. And so we have to be careful that, not to give this false impression that the United States is necessarily harming Taiwan's modernization, that we're doing a lot that's positive to help Taiwan's military modernization and training, and this goes on every single day, even though it's not necessarily what people might talk about. But maybe we should, maybe that's part of the deterrence, signaling deterrence.
We've got about 3 minutes left. Let me ask my colleagues up here on the...
Mike was patiently, sorry. Mike patiently has been, no, you did? Okay.
My colleagues up here for a quick closing statement, starting with Vincent, Dr. Yoshihara, Ivan, and if we're not at 16:10 by that time, Shirley, you get another bite at the apple.
Closing statement. Well, I don't really have much. I think everybody covered. I was just standing by for more questions.
Great. Dr. Yoshihara?
Yeah, just to reemphasize the point that China's future military challenge is going to be a multidimensional one, not only a multidimensional challenge towards towards Taiwan, but also towards the United States and its allies, and that we should be thinking about those other elements of that sort of multidimensional challenge to include the nuclear component and its global capabilities.
Terrific. Ivan?
Again, sort of, I guess to give you some optimism here, in the midst of it all, I can tell you that in both Washington and in Taipei, that all the issues that you discussed today have the attention at the highest levels. And that's something that's changed, right? Like a few years ago, that just was not the case. And so while I know it's, frustrating to not see things change overnight, there are a lot of efforts being made in all these departments, Shirley mentioned, things like that, to get there, both by the government there in Taipei and to the extent that the United States can help. I think, again, the big question is, are we going to get there fast enough? And, I hope and pray we do, but there are a lot of good people doing a lot of good work.
Terrific. Shirley, last comment?
Last comment is a lot of us have talked about the concerns and challenges and whether there should be more clarity. But at the end of the day, just like President Tsai did this morning, I think it's important to have our own Commander-in-Chief, President Biden, be much clearer. And I don't mean strategic clarity. I mean just clear, period, on what is our strategy, because it's not enough to just say one word, yes. One word, yes, is not enough, but you have to explain to the American people, American military men and women, why our Commander-in-Chief might put them at risk. And that needs to be explained to the American people. Second audience is to Taiwan. Taiwan's constantly thinking about these things. And thirdly, to China, signaling deterrence. And fourthly, to the rest of the world, because there are more and more countries that are concerned and they want to know what can they do. What are their contributions? How are their interests affected by what's going on in Taiwan Strait? This is not a U.S.-only problem or a Taiwan-only problem. So I do hope that our president, and you could not have written a better movie script. He was a senator in 1979 who voted for the Taiwan Relations Act, and now he's president of the United States. And so this is just a wonderful situation where we have the position where we can hear from him. Just like President Tsai was the trade negotiator who got Taiwan into the WTO 20 years ago, she could do a lot more today in terms of trade negotiations or economic engagement. Thank you.
Our thanks to the ladies and gentlemen in the audience for your interest and your participation, and please join me in thanking my colleagues for their interesting comments. And we are adjourned.
Okay, well, that brings GTI's 2022 annual symposium to a close. I want to take this opportunity to thank all of our keynote speakers, our moderators, and all the participants on the panels. Especially want to thank GTI's co-founders, our board of directors, and of course the wonderful staff here. In particular, I want to acknowledge Zoe Weaver-Lee for her excellent emceeing of today's event, Marshall Reed, John Dotson, and Adrian Wu, and our interns, Catherine Wagner and Anais Fong, for making all our programs, including today's event, a seamless success. So finally, thank all of you for participating in this year's symposium, and we look forward to seeing you again next year. Thank you.